At the end of the day, it's all about securing your networks and infrastructures.
When it comes to reliability, scalability, and performance, Fortinet always stands few steps ahead of others.
It's an amazing place to work. Leaders make sure they are empowering the people. You're working with some of the brightest and smartest minds in the industry. Some of them also have a lot of patents on their names.
I joined Fortinet last year after my graduation. I was assigned a mentor who is very enthusiastic with sharing her experience and the knowledge with me, which helped me be more familiar with products that I will be working on.
In the team, you will never feel being left out. Everyone, working hard, will help each other. Your contribution is always recognized by the company. I think that's very important.
I have already recommended 4 of my friends to Fortinet this year.
Fortinet is the fastest growing security company in the world.
And cybersecurity is an happening thing. I would highly recommend you to think about cybersecurity. Come join us.
One thing that most people would find surprising about me, the fact that I'm a CPA. It was advised to me to take this introductory business certificate program at the university I attended. All I knew at that point in my life was that I enjoyed a business organization and how it made its community successful. When I knew that I enjoyed the accounting courses, I had started to explore the CPA program. What excites me most about my CPA path is how many wonderful people I've met along the way in terms of mentors and coaches. Currently, I'm using my CPA designation and experience to support my community. I was recently appointed by the Chief and Counsel to the Finance and Audit Committee, and it's really a board that oversees compliance, the audits of the nation, and then setting the budgets each year. My drive was to one day become a leader, and I know that the CPA program helps people achieve that goal. The 3 letters CPA mean to me is just simply opportunity.
What drives culture at MEDAVIE? It starts with caring for ourselves, so we can take care of one another. And the communities we call home. We take time to care for our physical health and take the needed moments to support our mental health, which helps us to care for Canadians. We care in many different ways. And while caring drives our culture at MEDAVIE, it's that culture that helps us care so much.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada, explore career options and the pros and cons, Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
At the end of the day, it's all about securing your networks and infrastructures.
When it comes to reliability, scalability, and performance, Fortinet always stands few steps ahead of others.
It's an amazing place to work. Leaders make sure they are empowering the people. You're working with some of the brightest and smartest minds in the industry. Some of them also have a lot of patents on their names.
I joined Fortinet last year after my graduation. I was assigned a mentor who is very enthusiastic with sharing her experience and the knowledge with me, which helped me be more familiar with products that I will be working on.
In the team, you will never feel being left out. Everyone, working hard, will help each other. Your contribution is always recognized by the company. I think that's very important.
I have already recommended 4 of my friends to Fortinet this year.
Fortinet is the fastest growing security company in the world.
And cybersecurity is an happening thing. I would highly recommend you to think about cybersecurity. Come join us.
One thing that most people would find surprising about me, the fact that I'm a CPA. It was advised to me to take this introductory business certificate program at the university I attended. All I knew at that point in my life was that I enjoyed a business organization and how it made its community successful. When I knew that I enjoyed the accounting courses, I had started to explore the CPA program. What excites me most about my CPA path is how many wonderful people I've met along the way in terms of mentors and coaches. Currently, I'm using my CPA designation and experience to support my community. I was recently appointed by the Chief and Counsel to the Finance and Audit Committee, and it's really a board that oversees compliance, the audits of the nation, and then setting the budgets each year. My drive was to one day become a leader, and I know that the CPA program helps people achieve that goal. The 3 letters CPA mean to me is just simply opportunity.
Okay, wow, we are starting our second day of our Talk National Virtual Career Expo. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. Thank you once again for joining our live webinars. Today is the second day of the webinars, and it's called Career Forum. So all the presenter in each one of these webinars are all career related, or well, it could be because including if you want to immigrate to Canada, we will have a registered immigration consultant coming to give you to answer your questions about how to immigrate to Canada. So stay tuned. Now I just want to know if Will you just share my slides on a screen, or do I need to share my own screen? Okay, I'm not getting a response. So in that case, I will share my screen. Bear with me for 2 seconds. Okay, so I will share my screen. So I hope you guys all had a great day yesterday talking to various employers, and today there will also be check their chat time, and they will also be online, especially if you want to talk to Canada's largest bank. It will be this afternoon. RBC will be in their booth to chat with job seekers. So just look at the various chat time, and then make yourself to the booth. So I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna skip it. Oh, by the way, make sure you follow us on our LinkedIn page. Okay, go to linkedin.com and type in Global Talent Alliance Canada, where we will always post some of the latest information, and make sure you follow us so that whenever we post new information, you will get them right away. Okay, so, and for those of you that's joined us for the first time, my name is Shaw Kwan. I am the Vice President of Global Outreach and a Senior Employment Consultant at G-TAC. G-TAC stands for Global Talent Alliance Canada, and our job is to help you fulfill your dream, especially in the field of employment. And for those of you, again, that's the first time joining us, you know that Global Talent Alliance Canada, or G-TAC, we are definitely very, very passionate. Every one of us are really passionate about helping people achieve their dream in Canada through employment. And also, we also provide some settlement service as well. And then we definitely help a lot of employers find the talent they need to find around the country and around the world. So this is our 12th National Virtual Career Expo. I still remember 6 years ago when we started our first one, the VCE one. So we are doing our 12th this year, and I'm very, 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 very honored to work with a great team. It's a great achievement, and we look forward to continue to provide this kind of event in the coming month and years. We also work with over 400 employer partners from coast to coast, as well as various municipalities, regions, and government, provincial government, and federal government entities. Okay, so for those of you that actually attend our weekly webinar, you'll know that every month we provide about 10 to 12 live webinar each month, and since 2016, we have provided over 700 live webinars. And of course, that will continue in the month of October. So please follow us on our LinkedIn page, where you'll see the latest presenter for our webinar schedule. So a lot of you, I said this yesterday, so I'm going to repeat this again, just in case there are new people that's joining. A lot of newcomers, whether you just landed in Canada or you are planning to come to Canada, you already received your paper. I have quite a few of you reach out to me, say, I received my paper, I'm planning to come to Canada, where should I go and where can I find a job? So we all know that there are challenges for all newcomers. So whether if you just arrived here in Canada or you're planning to come to Canada, is definitely you do not have the lack of local job information. So that's a very, very, very real challenge. Another one is lack of Canadian experience, lack of networks, and finally, you're looking for a new career and you don't know where to start. So all these are challenges that you will face whether you just arrived in Canada or you're planning to come to Canada. So in VCE 12, the three things that we will definitely help you is let you know where around the country, where some of the jobs that's available around the country, let you know the local labor market information. So yesterday we have presenters from across the country presenting the family life, quality of life, the living standard, and various jobs that's available in the region. And finally, this VCE 12 will allow you to expand your network. So your job not only to find job, but you also need to establish network with various recruiters. Oh, that's in their booth. So today's lineup of presenters, webinars are, first, we will have Navigating Canadian Immigration System presented by Sky River Immigration. Then we will have Humber College to talk about career-focused training for today and tomorrow. And then CPA BC, because yesterday we had a lot of people that was asking, we are accountant, how do I get certification here in Canada? So CPA BC will here to tell you everything that you need to know about obtaining a CPA designation here in Canada. And then followed by MEDAVIE, which they will talk about all the career in the health in the health industry, okay? Especially for internationally trained medical professionals. At 1 o'clock, Invest Ottawa will talk about Ottawa. You probably heard it yesterday from City of Ottawa. This is the Silicon Valley North. We have the highest concentration of high-tech companies here, right next to Silicon Valley in California. ICTC will be presenting about all the digital economy in Alberta. Alberta is a province that's in the west, that's right next to British Columbia, in the western part of Canada, where the Rocky Mountains are. And finally, for those of you that's looking to come to Canada to become an international student and study a postgraduate degree, then you should come and listen to TIM program, Technology Innovation Management Program, presented by Carleton University. A lot of people come here, they study, they enroll in the master's program, they study here, they graduate, they get a job here, they get their work permit, and then they get a permanent residence. So it's also definitely an avenue for you to consider, a channel for you to consider. So we have an extremely full day of lineup that's ahead of you. Stay tuned, and there's a lot of information that's going to be coming your way. So we'll take it. We'll start with the first one, Sky River Immigration, shortly. Now, again, before you start before login, for sure you make sure you use laptop or desktop with AC power. Try not to use your mobile phone or your tablet because our platform is not designed for mobile application. Make sure you check your audio video lighting. If you can see me, you can hear me, that's a good thing. And you could be called into an interview with a recruiter anytime. So make sure your light, you present it yourself, and also obviously you have to dress professionally because it might be evening in your time right now. So make sure you dress professionally and follow your strategy. Some of the companies that you want to talk to, make sure you follow your strategy and talk to each one of them, okay? And know the company, that's very important before you go talk to them, and have your customized resume ready, because if you talk to a recruiter, he or she could ask you to submit your resume through the platform. So you need to submit your customized resume ready, okay? If you're called into an interview, make sure you're on time, be in the booth so that the recruiter can invite you to a private chat. And practice your elevator pitch, extremely important. That's very important. Prepare your questions ahead of time, and then obviously close on a positive. what you should not do, and yesterday I saw this in the Q&A in the chat box a lot, is I need a job. We know you need a job. You don't need to state the obvious. I need sponsorship. Yes, some of you probably need sponsorship, but the thing is, employer have to know who you are, what you can do for the company, that you are the true talent they're looking for before they can talk about sponsor. If they want you, they will do everything they can to sponsor you, okay, to bring you over. There's no need to ask the company, what do they do? It's your job to find out what do they do, okay? And then there's no need to ask a recruiter, what jobs do they have? You're supposed to check their career site and the VCE platform to see what jobs they have. Yesterday, I got a lot of people saying, oh, how much do you pay? You know, what's your minimum pay? Please don't ask that question. There's so many tools online that you can actually find that answer. So there's no need for you to ask about a pay. And I only want senior level positions. Anyway, those are some of the things that you don't say. Okay, I know some of you probably have 10, 15 years of experience in your home country, and you come to Canada. Possibly you might have to take a step backward before you move forward. So you probably want to start in a lower level position just to get your foot in the door. Once your foot is in the door, you should rise very fast. Okay. There's no need to reveal your personal information in your email. In your resume, you definitely don't need to put that, such as, or when you see someone is, oh, I'm a male, you know, my date of birth, age, gender, marital, I'm married with 5 kids. There's absolutely no need for those personal information, okay? There's absolutely no need to, okay? And some of you include your headshot, your photo in the resume. There's no need for that as well, not in Canada. There's no need to tell people that I'm good at everything, because when you say that, how they interpret it is that you're good at nothing. Okay, so just remember that. And finally, I can learn quickly on the job. No one in their right mind is going to hire you and put you pay you full salary while you learn, okay, on the job. So there's no need for you to say that. Okay, so please follow us on LinkedIn, Global Talents Alliance Canada. And then we will come back shortly. I'm sure David probably have a bit of a technical issue, so we'll come back shortly, and hopefully David will be online by then. So just give us while our technical team is trying to reach David to get online. So bear with us for a minute or so.
What drives culture at MEDAVIE? It starts with caring for ourselves, so we can take care of one another. And the communities we call home. We take time to care for our physical health and take the needed moments to support our mental health, which helps us to care for Canadians. We care in many different ways. And while caring drives our culture at MEDAVIE, it's that culture that helps us care so much.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Hello. Hello.
Sorry, David. I was muted. Okay, you need to click on the on the name there. Right click and then change your name.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry about that. I didn't know I
Oh,
was muted.
sorry. Yeah, because it's quite a long day to me here. Anyway, yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, David. Thank you. What we're gonna do right now is that we are gonna share your slides.
Yeah.
Can G-TAC support share David's slides, the Sky River immigration, please? Just bear with us for 2 seconds, and we'll share this. Okay, good. Now, David, for the slideshow. Thank you, David. You will have control of the panel. Just put your mouse. Just put your mouse over the slide and then click there. There, you should be able to change slides now. Now. Okay, good. So go back to the first slide. Good. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to David Din. He is a registered Canadian immigration consultant, as promised, because we told everyone that we will have a very, very well-known and very, very professional immigration consultant coming to present about your journey to Canada. So we're extremely honored to have David here. David is very, very busy. And thank you, David, for joining us. I know it's crazy time for you. It's crazily busy, especially with they lift all the travel restriction now. So I can see that you're probably going to get even busier. So, David, without further ado, you can start the presentation whenever you're ready.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Sure. Okay. Good morning to Canada. Good afternoon to Europe, Southern Africa, and good evening, Asia. Actually, I'm based in Halifax, Nova Scotia, but right now, at this time, I'm in Vietnam. I'm on a 1-month travel back to Vietnam after 3 years grounded in Canada because of COVID-19. So it's about 8:05 p.m. in Ho Chi Minh City or Saigon, Vietnam. So, and then it's quite a long day for me today. But anyway, I will try my best to talk to you briefly and basically about the Canadian immigration system. So, and then, I hope that I will have enough time to present to you. But if I running out of time and then you need any thing more and then any questions, just please feel free to drop me an email for any questions. So yeah, so I think is thank you all for your participation. And okay, you can see that my presentation today is about a journey to Canada. So first of all, a little bit about the agenda. So briefly introduction about myself and the company. And I use the glossary, but actually it should be the abbreviation, because the Canadian immigration system, you know, they really like to use the abbreviation instead of the long name of the program or any agency of the IRCC. And then the Are You Permanent Resident Ready? Talking about immigration programs. And because today, the good thing is that all the information related to immigration in Canada is publicly on the website of the Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship of Canada. So, and then I just want to share that with you, because those kind of information are updated regularly on the official website of IRCC. And then the last part of the presentation is again briefly about how myself and my company to help you to complete your journey to Canada. And you know, and then now let's go. Okay, so my name is Tuy Ding, as in my original name, and I use David just to help you to remember me easily, because sometimes I attended a conference or the trade show or forum something. So I saw that David Ding is remember easier than Tuy Ding. Anyway, you can call me either Tuy or David or Dave. That should be okay. I am a Canadian citizen of Vietnamese descent. So, and then I work for the Canadian Consulate General in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, as the Trade Commissioner in 2004 and 2014. And then I have become the regulated Canadian Immigration Consultant, RCIC. And you can see my ID number on the screen. And in addition, I am also a licensed recruiter in Nova Scotia. And then the license number also on the screen. And I am also the registered professional recruiter too. It means that I can work with the employers to help them to fulfill all the jobs they have, looking for the talents they need. I am a founder and the director of Sky River Immigration Services Corporation. I'm currently, like I said at the beginning, I'm currently based in Halifax, Nova Scotia, but I work around Canada with my partners who are also RCICs, and also my focus, a little bit more focused in Atlantic Canada. And then I hope some of you, all of you will know about Atlantic Canada. There are 4 provinces: New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, the short name is PEI, and Newfoundland and Labrador. And in terms of the experience in immigration services, I've been doing it over 5 years. And okay, by the way, because I'm doing this now from Vietnam, so I hope that there won't be any technical issues to cut off the internet something. So, but if it happens, just please be patient, wait for that, and then I will contact with G-TAC technical support if that problem happens.
David, you're loud and clear. You're on 8K right now. Oh, not 4K, 8K right now. You're perfect.
Thank you. Okay, cross my fingers. Okay. Now, like I said, you know, Canadian government, they really like the abbreviation. So I just provide you some very quite popular abbreviation when we are talking about immigration in Canada. IRCC is the Immigration, Refugee, Citizenship, is the big department, and this is the decision maker for any immigration application to Canada. PR and permanent resident, NOC, a National Occupation Code, GTS, the Global Talent Stream, IMP, International Mobility Program, AIP, Atlantic Immigration Program, PNP, Provincial Nominate Program, SUV, Staff Visa Program, Express Entry, Federal Skilled Worker Program, Skilled Worker, CEC, Canadian Experience Class. So like I said, it is just a few of abbreviation. But the funny thing is that sometimes, you know, we have very long name and then we try to put in the abbreviation. And during the conversation, not only among our RCIC, but with the clients, most of the time we use abbreviation. So just bearing that with us, but I think it will keep a long while with that system. So and I have to apologize that I saw that some chat and questions in French, but my French is not good enough to do that kind of conversation. So I will be able to answer your questions or chat with you in French. Thank you for that. So Henry Ford, he has a very good quote about a readiness. He said that before everything else, getting ready is the secret of success. So my questions to you, all of you folks today, are you PR ready? Because when you think about Canada, when you think about immigration to Canada, to become the first, the Canadian permanent resident, and then the next step, become the Canadian citizen. So you have to be ready if you want to be succeeded on the way, on the journey to fulfill your Canadian dream. Again, number one, in terms of language, here I'm just talking about English because you know for sure that there is a French speaking channel for the Francophone people. So now for English, number one, first thing first, you have to have the IELTS general CELPIP, or it means that either you can have the IELTS certificate. We keep talking shortly IL or CELPIP. So here on the presentation, I just use the table to compare between the CELPIP or IELTS. And then the minimum requirement for general immigration program, you should have IL, listening 5, reading 4, writing 5, and speaking 5. Why I show CELPIP to all of you? Because I know that some of you are in Canada already, and then it might be easier for you to take the CELPIP test than IL test, because the CELPIP test, the time slot for any test is more and more than the IL. So, and then for the CELPIP, this is just my personal view that it might be a little bit convenient for the test takers. That's number one in terms of language. Number two, working experience. Now, in general, because for some specific programs, the working experience requirement might be different. So in general, the working experience will be 12 months of full-time work. What does it mean, full-time work? Full-time work means that you have to work 30 hours per week for 12 months, and then it will be counted equivalent to 1 year full-time. Now, but if you ask me, but what if I just have the part-time job? I said, okay, that might be accepted as well. If you work 15 hours a week for 24 months or 30 hours per week for 12 months, but at more than one job. So at the end of the day, the equivalent is about 1,560 hours. So, and then you will be qualified in terms of the working experience. The next thing is education. For the Canadian immigration program, the minimum education level you should be prepared already is the high school diploma, high school graduation. That's the minimum one. And in terms of the health, when we talk about the health, I want to talk about the medical inadmissibility. And then again, if we go deeper about the medical inadmissibility, I'm afraid that we don't have enough time. But again, when you search on the IRCC website, you can see about the medical inadmissibility. But the thing is that Canadian government just want to be sure that you are in good health and your health doesn't have any risk or threat to the public of Canadian society. But I think that if you need more information about that, you can email me later, or I can provide the link talking about the medical admissibility and inadmissibility to you, because there will be a lot of details, and I don't think ICIC will remember all of that. We cannot memorize those kinds of details, and then in some area, the information is updated. I think that very regularly. So, and the last thing about the are you PR ready is a criminal record. So criminal record is the general term, but most of the time we talk about the police certificate. And then again, talking about this, because every country, there might be different regulation and procedures. And then again, if you go to the website of IRCC and then you define the country of your residence, the IRCC will show you how to get the police certificate. And one more thing, because maybe, for example, a Vietnamese customer or clients of mine, he or she need to submit the police certificate, but because it is only issued in Vietnamese, so he or she has to get it translated, get a certified translation either into English or French from Vietnamese. And when they submit, they have to submit in both versions, Vietnamese and the certified translation either in English or French. That is the very basic thing about for you to be ready when you think about to become a Canadian permanent resident. So, and then now today we're talking about immigration programs. And again, I try to group them in some of the basic, the main thing for you. And all of this information, honestly, I just get it the screenshot from the IRCC website, because I believe that it's the best way for you to understand about the pathway, the journey to Canada. So number one, express entry. Now, all of people is talking about express entry, but however, there are 3 immigration programs managed to express entry. The first thing, CEC, and then you can see that they are highlighted. You must have the Canadian work experience. And then that experience must have been gained in the 3 years before you apply for a PR status. Federal Skilled Worker Program, you will see that the skilled workers have to have the foreign work experience. And then he or she must meet other criteria for education and other factors. And then that will be going detailed in the website. But this is just the difference between the CEC and the Federal Skilled Worker Program. The next column is a Federal Skilled Trades Program. So you can see that this is for the Skilled Trades Program for some professional. So you can see that skilled workers who are qualified in the skilled trade and must have a valid job offer or a certificate of qualification, for example, technician or in construction. So again, going deep down to that, all the information is available on IRCC website. Here is the comparison between the two programs I should mention, and you can see that about the requirement for the language, the level of work experience, and the amount of work experience. And by the way, this presentation, I will leave it to G-TAC to provide to you if you need that, and then something like for a summary of what you need to see about, for example, the CIC, they require CLB5 or CLB5 or CLB7 and the level of work. And then that's the basic thing you have to look at that. You have to prepare for yourself because that is the basic thing you have to get to start your pathway or your journey to Canada. Again, it's entry about the what is the job offer for CEC, for the FSWP, FSTP, and somehow you can see at the bottom that the education of CEC sometimes not required. It means that you are not required to submit or provide the education level of yours, or you don't need to be a high school graduate. So that's again, this is the comparison for you to think which program would be the best fit for you and to be successful with your application. Now, there's the second one, the Global Talent Stream, the GTS. And as far as I know, because this is the program I'm partnering with G-TAC for helping the employer to hire a skilled worker. But please see that I highlighted this is the temporary foreign worker program. It means that this is just a starting point for you to become Canadian PR after working at least 1 year in Canada. But this stream will have the employers, either they are falling on category A or in category B in terms of hiring skilled workers to fill in the labor market demand in Canada. And as far as I know that the GTS is getting the best interest of the foreign workers, because somehow it is, I don't want to say that easier, but somehow it's a little bit more convenient for a foreign workers to find a job first in Canada, and then after a year, they can apply for a PR status. IMP, International Mobility Program. So when we talk about this, the first thing you have to talk about the LMIA, but for the IMP, the employers, they can hire a temporary worker without a LMIA. And most of the time, the employers have to submit an offer of employment through the employer portal. And then when they they did their part, the temporary worker can supply or must apply for a work permit. So the IMP somehow is quite, might be a good or helpful initial step for a foreign workers who want to come to Canada to work first and then to become a PR later. So let's see the LMIA linked with the IMP. Now I'm based in Atlantic area of Canada. So AIP, before January this year, the name is still AIPP because at that time they used the word pilot. But since January this year, AIP has become a permanent immigration program, and that is a pathway to permanent resident for skilled foreign workers and international graduates from a Canadian institution in the area and who want to work and live in either one of the Canada's 4 Atlantic provinces. So, and the program is designed to help the employers hire qualified candidates for jobs if they cannot find a local candidate. So, and then it focused on the international students who studied, graduated in either one of 4 provinces in Atlantic Canada. And also the employer who is qualified to join the program, which they have to be designated. They can use this program to hire a foreign workers outside of Canada. So this program is running quite well. And I think the feedback from both employers and employees is quite acceptable. And because now it has become the permanent program, so it is another gate for you to come to Canada to start in your work and your life here. The 5th one I would like to talk about today is the PNP, Provincial Nominee Program. So this is each province, Canada, by the way, in Canada, it has 10 provinces, but except Quebec, they don't have the PNP, but other provinces, they have the PNP program for themselves. But the program is for the workers to have the skill, education, and work experience to contribute to the economy of a specific province or territory. And the candidates must show that they want to live in the province, and of course they want to become a Canadian permanent resident. And because the provincial nominee program, PNP, so each province and territory has its own stream and requirement. And then you have to go through 2 steps. First, you have to decide where you want to live and apply for the nomination of the province you choose to stay and live. And that province will review your application based on your immigration needs, based on your experience. And the important thing is that they will have to be sure that if you really plan to live in their province. And then if they are satisfied with your business plan or your serious commitments, intention to reside in the province, they will issue a nomination certificate to you. And after that, you must apply to ICTC for permanent residence. However, please remember that to have a nomination does not mean that you will be 100% to be approved by ICTC. because IRCC will assess your application based on Canadian immigration law, and they have to review everything to make sure that the province, they did a right job to select you, to nominate you, and you do have a commitment to live, reside, to work in the province who nominates you. Startup visa program. Well, this program has been run for a couple of years, but mostly for the entrepreneur and then for the young entrepreneur who has any initiative that might be helpful or might be a very good contribution to Canadian economy. So, and then that's why the SUV targets to immigrant entrepreneurs with the skill and potential to build business in Canada, but it must be innovative, create jobs for Canadians, and can help Canada to become competitive on a global scale. So basically, if you have any innovative business idea, you can get support from any of the designated organization. And after you get the letter of support from that designated organization, you can apply for PR, also for the work permit to come to Canada to start your startup, and then to continue to complete the initiative and to continue your journey to become Canadian PR. So like I said, all of the things have talked so far, the official source of information is from the website of IRCC. And then, you know, this is the www.cic.gc.ca. And I list down on the slide some of the links that it can help you to get the detail about the program, about the requirements, about the application guide, about the condition for any kind of program, immigration program, it might be suitable for you. So, but like I said, please keep following or keep checking those websites regularly, because all the updated information will be on those links or website very soon after official release from the IRCC. So, and then even for us, the RCIC, we also do the same, like I just told you, that we keep checking regularly. A little bit about Sky River immigration. Again, the abbreviation is SRIS. So normally we will have a first 30 or 40 minutes of initial consultation at no cost. And then because my clients is both from Canada or outside of Canada, so we are quite flexible. We can do that like any kind of tools we can use, like such as Zoom, Google Meet, Facebook Messenger, Viber, WhatsApp. And then after the initial consultation, we will review the resume to make sure that to see thoroughly the background and working experience of the clients. And based on that, we will present a feasible and doable options for clients, including professional service fees. Option, because sometimes we have couple of options for the clients to think about that, and they can work with us to select the best, the most suitable option for them. So after this step, after we provide the option or options, and then the client agree with the fee we will sign a service agreement. It used to be the retainer agreement, but now the CICC, the College of Immigration Canadian Consultant, they changed the name to service agreement. And another thing is that, okay, after signing the service agreement, and we have the client to apply, either if we use PNP, we have to apply for the nomination from the province first, and then go up to IRCC. Or with AIP, we can apply after getting the endorsement letter from a provincial government. We will apply for the PR, and again, same thing for other clients. And then clients, they get immigrant visa and the confirmation of permanent resident. And either the client are in Canada already, or they are still outside of Canada. We offer the pre-arrival and post-arrival support services. What do they mean? It means that, you know, we can help the client understand about the working environment, the living environment in Canada, and also some basic things they need to do on the first few days in Canada, such as to open the bank accounts, to look for a car, how to get a driver license in Canada, and even to look for a apartment, a condo, or house for sale. And even if, you know, the client, they want to buy a house immediately, we still we also have the realtors to work with the clients. So, and then, like I said, when you become a Canadian permanent resident, that may be you are almost at the end of your journey, because I think at the end of the day, most of the kind of Canadian permanent resident, they want to get Canadian passports. It can help them travel freely around the world. So, and then from PR to citizenship, there are still some steps to do, and it depends on the client. We can continue our work with them, have the support services to help them to complete the citizenship applications. So, but like I said, that's the choice of the client. And then, you know, or clients are freely to do by themselves. But if they need our help, we are there. And then a brief about the service of the SRIS. We cover, for number one, the permanent residence economy class, like I just presented to all of you really recently about a couple of the programs. And again, it depends on the candidate's background and experience, and then we will do the initial review, and then to discuss with the clients to find the best, the most suitable program for them to come to Canada. On the other hand, we also do the temporary resident program. It means that if the clients, they have become a Canadian PR, they want to apply for we call the visitor visa, or the TRV, temporary resident visa, for their friends, relatives, or either contact from, let's say, for example, from Vietnam to come to visit them to Canada. We can have on that. And for the study permit, for the international student who want to come to Canada to study first, and after that, will make use of their time in Canada, their knowledge in Canada, then working experience in Canada, and then to pursue the Canadian permanent residency and Canadian citizenship. And also for some program, if an employer, they need to do the LMIA, temporary work permit, the SRIS, we are also capable to do that. and for the super visa for parents and grandparents or spousal sponsorship. So the bottom line is that we do both permanent resident and temporary resident. Okay, so it's in my contact information, the phone number, the email, and you can contact me at any time. But if for this from now until October 20th, maybe I can I will reply you a little bit late because different time zone between Canada and Vietnam. Okay, again, contact detail, telephone, Facebook, LinkedIn. My website is under construction. I hope it will be up soon. And then thank you and look forward to serving you. So I hope I have enough time. Short is the 9:40 here.
Yes, that's right. We do have a few questions. David, if you could, why don't you just go back to the part where your email is shown so people can get in touch with you. Yeah, go back. There you go. Yes, perfect. Yeah. So for those of you that's interested in getting in touch with David, his email is right there, tuydinh@gmail.com. And he's currently in Vietnam. And I understand that so many of you are in from West Africa, Morocco, Algeria, Nigeria. So, I mean, I am not a David's partner, but from a business point of view, if there's enough demand, I don't see why he would not want to consider making a stop in the Western African countries. That's very, yeah. I see there's a lot of friends from Morocco, from Algeria, from Nigeria. So maybe you want to, and I know those some of the places, the beautiful countries to visit. You should Lagos, okay? It's a beautiful. Anyway, so just so I don't want to put words in your mouth. So anyway, so let's get to the question. So David, thank you very, very much. And for those of you that's listening, also is G-TAC is very, very proud to also work with David. For example, with all your immigration service, and if when it comes to employment, because we certainly have employers that's ready to hire people on through the GTS program, the AIP program, etc. So, and often we do refer those clients to David and vice versa. So definitely, if it's what we call it, the fully integrated service, so that we would gladly support David for all the other expertise that he does not currently have. We'll be happy to help work with David on a partnership basis with the employment. So let's get to the questions. First of all, here is the survey. Please complete the survey and for a few seconds, and then give us your feedback, and then we'll continue with the questions. Yes, no, I know there are many friends from other parts of the world, Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, Cameroon. So no, I'm just using those countries as a general. So anyway, David, you have mentioned about the let me see. There's a question here. I had it before, and you have mentioned about age. No, you did not mention anything about the age. So has that qualification been dropped, or the age limit is still there?
Okay, it's a good question, but because like I said, the express entry is the point system. So, and then in terms of the age, if you are 40 years of age or more, you get no points. So if you are in between 20 up to 29 years of age, this is the best time. You get 100 points. That is the maximum points. So, and then let's put it this way. If you are 29 years of age, you get the best thing. But not if you from 30 up to 40 years of age, you will get about 60 or 70. But before 40 years of age, your point is lower and lower, but and then up to 40 years of age, you have no point. So
Okay.
I think the younger the better, but the best thing is 20 to 29.
Okay, perfect. Now, I just want to also add is David, as he mentioned, he's currently traveling and he's got another meeting after this, so that he will probably not in the Sky River immigration booth. However, his contact information is in the Sky River booth. So the best way I would suggest is to contact David is through email. Okay, so his email is also in the Sky River booth. So by all means, take a look at it. So David, can you tell us about the public policy allowing certain visitors in Canada to apply for a work permit under the COVID-19 program delivery?
I think now it's over because COVID-19 is under control. So I
Yes.
think, well, during COVID, if you come to Canada with a visitor visa and then you get a job offer, you can apply for the work permit inside Canada. But now, as far as I know, I don't have a link here yet, but as far as I know, that public policy is now is a little bit stricter than before. So you have to be well, I said careful about that when you think that, okay, if I still can come to Canada as a visitor and get a job offer, apply for work permit.
Yeah.
Now this time you have to reconsider it.
Okay. Oh my God, we still have so many questions and we only have 3 minutes. I'm going to go ask. By the way, if we cannot answer your question, please send your question to info@g-tac.ca.
Yeah.
Or send your question, go to Sky River's immigration booth,
Yeah.
connect with David either through LinkedIn or send him an email and then send him the questions there and he'll be happy to answer your questions. Now, David, I'm a Moroccan nurse. Well, I'm a nurse from Moroccan, I guess, Moroccan nurse. I have 11 years of experience. Now, the fact that she's from Morocco, I have to assume she's also bilingual because she wrote this in English. Okay. I have 11 years of experience. I want to work and stay in Canada with my family. How do I start?
I think maybe recently, about a few days ago, ICTC they have that they have an update for if you have the express entry profile and you are a foreign graduated nurse or doctor, you are qualified to be in the pool of the express and entry. So my advice to Usam Laksha, sorry, I don't pronounce your name correctly. You should think about first, you start your express entry profile, and then you add in that, and then you will see that how many points you have, and then you can compare with the latest draw on express entry, and you will see how big is the chance you can come to work and stay in Canada.
Okay. Here's a question is that I'm an international student currently studying in Canada. Would you be able to help me with the immigration process?
So what was the question is there already in Canada?
He's studying in Canada as an international student right now. Would you be able to help him?
I have to know that does he graduate yet?
I don't know, but assuming that he or she is graduating, say, in spring 2023.
Okay, so he or she, first thing first, he or she needs to apply for the postgraduate work permit as soon as possible, because that will help them to maintain the status in Canada. And then it depends on their background. Either G-TAC or Sky River can help them to work with the employers. But the first thing first, they need to apply for the postgraduate work permit right away.
Okay, good. So wow, there's still so many questions. So my suggestion to every one of you that's listening, I know immigrating to Canada is your career dream. You want to bring you and your family to come to Canada and enjoying the life here in Canada. And I can confidently tell you, David can help you. So please go to Sky River's booth in VCE platform and then look for David's email. It's listed there. If not, go to G-TAC booth and ask us to help. We'll be happy to share with you David's email, contact information, or like many of you already done already, is actually trying to connect with me on LinkedIn. Look for David, connect with him on LinkedIn, and you guys can start a conversation right away. Okay, so don't wait, because this kind of opportunity, the sooner you start, the better. So get going. And David, I want to give you a minute to close your session today.
Well, I know that many people want to come to Canada to become the Canadian permanent resident. So my message to you that is not an easy, simple, and short journey. You have to prepare yourself very carefully, very thoroughly, but you have to understand that sometimes the process is very long. I forgot one thing. I just mentioned that I just updated the processing time for all the application. So now the fastest processing time is for the CEC, Canadian Experience Class, is about 15 months. So the longest processing time now is 43 months for the foreign skill trade program. So my point is that, well, I know everybody wants to come to Canadian PR fastest, quickest, but sometimes you have to be patient. And then, yeah, you know, the journey is a long journey. And then you have to be patient, you have to be well prepared. But at the end of the day, you will be successful.
Perfect. Thank you, David. I wish you a safe journey and a successful journey for the rest of your trip. And I look forward to meeting with you when you come back to Canada, because I certainly have a lot of inquiries for your service here in Canada for international students. So when you come back, we'll chat when you come back. So Thank you very much. On behalf of everyone at InTAC, thank you again, and stay safe. Stay healthy. You know, have a successful trip, and then we'll talk soon. Okay.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break right now, and then at 10 a.m. sharp, that's 7 minutes from now, we will have Humber College will doing a presentation about the various newcomer program and services that Humber College offer to newcomers here to the Greater Toronto area. Okay, so we'll be back in 5 minutes.
At the end of the day, it's all about securing your networks and infrastructures.
When it comes to reliability, scalability, and performance, Fortinet always stands few steps ahead of others.
It's an amazing place to work. Leaders make sure they are empowering the people. You're working with some of the brightest and smartest minds in the industry. Some of them also have a lot of patents on their names.
I joined Fortinet last year after my graduation. I was assigned a mentor who is very enthusiastic with sharing her experience and the knowledge with me, which helped me be more familiar with products that I will be working on.
In the team, you will never feel being left out. Everyone, working hard, help each other. Your contribution is always recognized by the company. I think that's very important.
I have already recommended 4 of my friends to Fortinet this year.
Fortinet is the fastest growing security company in the world.
And cybersecurity is an happening thing. I would highly recommend you to think about cybersecurity. Come join us.
One thing that most people would find surprising about me, the fact that I'm a CPA. It was advised to me to take this introductory business certificate program at the university I attended. All I knew at that point in my life was that I enjoyed a business organization and how it made its community successful. When I knew that I enjoyed the accounting courses, I had started to explore the CPA program. What excites me most about my CPA path is how many wonderful people I've met along the way in terms of mentors and coaches. Currently, I'm using my CPA designation and experience to support my community. I was recently appointed by the Chief and Council to the Finance and Audit Committee, and it's really a board that oversees compliance, the audits of the nation, and then setting the budgets each year. My drive was to one day become a leader, and I know that the CPA program helps people achieve that goal. The 3 letters CPA mean to me is just simply opportunity.
What drives culture at MEDAVIE? It starts with caring for ourselves, so we can take care of one another. And the communities we call home. We take time to care for our physical health and take the needed moments to support our mental health, which helps us to care for Canadians. We care in many different ways. And while caring drives our culture at MEDAVIE, it's that culture that helps us care so much.
Okay, everyone. So we are gonna get ready for our next presenter, which is Thomas. Now, Thomas, I know it's I always have a bit of a hesitation when I pronounce his last name. Sorry, to pronounce his last name, because sorry, Thomas. I mean, how many times have we gone through this?
I know, but you know what? It's such a long last name, and it's such a very like state-specific last name as well. Not even in India, I feel like not too many people get it, but it's Puthan Madam.
Okay. Put them on them. Okay, so for all intents and purposes, without really butchering your name there, so I'm gonna remain calling you
Thomas. Is anyway, fine. Thomas is fine.
So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our second presentation of today's Career Forum webinars, and we are extremely happy to have Thomas again back to present about the newcomer programs and services that's offered through the Humber College. For those of you who doesn't know, Thomas is the Outreach and Communication Coordinator for the Community Outreach and Workforce Development Department at Humber College. And today he will talk about the newcomer programs and services offered by Humber College. So whenever you're ready, Thomas, you can just put your mouse over the screen and click. So whenever you can change the screen, you can. Oh, good. So the mic is yours, Thomas.
I think I did it. I think I did it too quickly.
Okay, then you just go back. There you go.
I think there we go. Yeah, perfect. Okay. All right, thank you, Shaw. Welcome everyone to today's information session on Humber College's newcomer programs and services. Like Shaw mentioned, my name is Thomas Puthan Madam. I work as an outreach and communications coordinator at Humber College. Just a quick introduction about myself. I was also once a newcomer to Canada. I immigrated to Canada from India in 2012. And I actually was a student at Humber College, and I graduated and now I work at Humber College. So I can certainly vouch for the whole Humber College experience, not just as a staff, but also as someone who's gone through the Humber programs as well. So that being said, let's jump into the presentation. Just a little bit about Humber College. So we're one of Canada's largest post-secondary educational institutions. We're one of the largest public colleges in Canada. We have over 33,000 full-time students. We have over 23,000 part-time students. We have over 450 part-time and full-time programs at the college. So definitely a lot to choose from. We have over 100 pathways options as well. So different ways to get into the program of your choice or the obtaining the credential of your choice. Now, that being said, there's a lot obviously to choose from. You obviously will not be able to go through all 450 full-time and part-time programs. So what I'm going to do today is really just focus on our newcomer programs and services. But in addition to our newcomer specific programs that we offer at Humber College, we also offer bachelor's degrees, we offer diplomas, certificates, postgraduate certificates as well, and apprentice programs if you are looking to get into the trades. So again, a lot to choose from. We're not going to be able to cover everything today. We only have an hour session. So I'm only going to be focusing on the newcomer programs and services at Humber College for today. So Humber College has 3 campuses that are all based in Toronto. And we also offer a lot of programs online at the moment. So one of our campuses is very close to the airport. So that's our North Campus, which is in North Etobicoke. Then we also have another campus that's close to the lake, so close to Lake Ontario with stunning views of the lake, which is our Lakeshore Campus, which is in South Etobicoke. And then we have a third campus for our international graduate school. So all of our international students and graduates, a lot of the programs that they are housed in, especially in business, that tends to be housed at the International Graduate School, which is in downtown Toronto. So Young and Bloor is something that you will hear. It's a very central location in Toronto. So that's where our third campus is. But again, in addition to this, a lot of our programs are delivered online. A lot of our newcomer programs and services are all delivered online at the moment. So in terms of the agenda for today, we're going to be talking about those newcomer programs and services, specifically bridging programs, occupation-specific language training. So this is a free language training program. Then we're also going to talk about our education advising service really quickly. And then we'll go to Q&A at the end of the session. But again, as Shaw may have mentioned, just feel free to submit any questions or comments that you have throughout the presentation. But I will get to them at the end of the presentation, and then we will go through them together. So let's start with bridging programs. So I guess the first question that everyone will have is, what is a bridging program? Now, a bridging program is a program that's specially designed for newcomers to Canada. So if you're a new immigrant, convention refugee, a refugee claimant, this is the program for you. Now, why are these programs so specialized? Well, first, what they're really doing is they bridge the gap between what skills and knowledge you already have from the training and work experience that you have from your home country, with the gap between that and what Canadian employers are looking for. So sometimes there is a mismatch, or it might not be, there might not be a very big gap, but there is a slight gap between what the employer is looking for and the skills that you currently have. And basically these programs, in a very short-term condensed way, will help you to gain those skills that the employer is looking for, which obviously helps you to improve the odds of getting a job in your field here in Canada. So what does a program help with? Firstly, it helps you to update your technical skills for the Canadian labor market. So again, specifically developing those hard skills, those technical skills in your field, gaining new skills as well in case you may lack a skill that a Canadian employer is looking for. So say, for example, if you are in the supply chain sector, you have a lot of experience, you've been working in this sector for a long time, you've been working in your home country too, but maybe you lack a specific software skill like SAP. The bridging program will have a course on SAP which will enable you to gain that skills, which makes you more marketable to the employer, which means the employer will have a higher demand for you. You will also gain an understanding of the Canadian workplace culture. So this basically means that you will understand what Canadian workplace culture is like. A lot of times we will meet with employers and they will say that the number one thing that they're looking for is actually the soft skills, the interpersonal skills, and we are looking for a candidate who is a good cultural fit within their organization. They always tell us that technical skills they can be taught, but having good interpersonal skills is absolutely crucial in their hiring. So bridging programs will also teach you these interpersonal skills, these soft skills, in addition to the technical skills you'll be gaining. So for example, if it is an engineering bridging program or an IT bridging program, not only will you gain IT specific skills, but you'll also gain an understanding of how to understand how an IT workplace in Canada works, and then how you need to possibly cater your pitch to them when you are going into that interview. And then once you're in the workplace, how you can be successful as well. Not only that, you will also gain connections to employers through the bridging programs. Often bridging programs will have hiring events. We'll connect you with employers, and you'll also have job search support where we'll help you with things like your resume and your with interview practice as well. But moreover, like mostly what is really important about the bridging program is that it's a quick route to the Canadian workforce. Now, why I say it's a quick route is because typically bridging programs will be a few weeks or a few months in duration, and it helps you rather than doing an entire 1 year, 2 year, master, like you're doing a master's or a PhD program or doing another postgraduate certificate program, which can take you a year or 2 years. Bridging programs are typically just a few weeks or a few months in duration. And basically in a few months, you will get the exact skills that you need to basically connect with an employer and secure a job in your field and enter the Canadian workforce. So in terms of what that employment support is, there's 3 levels of support that is typically provided in a bridging program. This is what we offer at Humber College as well. So in addition to those technical skills that we will be providing, each bridging program will come with a career planning instructor, an employment advisor, and a job developer as well. So the career planning instructor is really, again, you will all participate in a career planning course where you learn about Canadian workplace culture. You will learn about Canadian business etiquette as well. The career planning instructor will do a first round review of your resume, your cover letter, and help you to customize and really tailor your resume and cover letter for each job application that you're making, so that you have a very strong shot at getting that first job here in Canada. Then the employment advisor will give you individual one-on-one support. They will really work with you on your resume. They will create an individualized job search strategy for you. And they will do this obviously in consultation with you once they get to know your interests, your career goals, what kind of company you're looking to work with, whether it's a startup, whether it's a large company. People have different choices. So we will obviously work with you to create a job search strategy that works for you. Then you will get that second round review of your resume and your cover letter as well. We will help you once you have secured an interview with a company. We will support you with a mock interview practice as well. So you're really practicing how you can interview with a potential employer. And this is again going to help you to increase your odds of getting a job. You will feel more confident going into your actual job interview once you have done this practice with our staff as well. And then we'll also connect you with alumni. So a lot of our graduates are alumni. Basically, they're all working right now in their field. So we will bring them back to connect with you and share their experience and their advice as to how they got into the field. And this also helps you to build your professional and your social network here in Canada. So you're basically meeting more people who are in your field, again, helping you to improve the odds, the probability of you getting a job here in Canada. Lastly, we have a job developer. This job developer will also work with you one-on-one. they generate job leads for you. So once you've told them about what kind of jobs you're looking for, whether it's startup, medium-sized organization, a large organization, the job developer will go into the industry, whether it's IT, supply chain, whatever industry you're looking to get into, and they will bring hiring leads. They will connect with hiring employers, and then they will bring those leads to you. They will also connect you with these employers through targeted hiring and networking events. So we will bring employers on campus. Pre-COVID, we were bringing them physically in. Now that the programs are being delivered online, we have an online networking platform where you can connect with potential employers and you can do interviews with them as well. And then we do sector-specific events and meetups as well. And this is all done by the job developer. So really 3 levels of employment support in addition to the technical skills that you will gain through the bridging program. So before we get into the bridging programs that we offer and what they look like, just some eligibility requirements. So you need to be at least 18 years old and a resident of Ontario for Humber's bridging programs. You need to have an international post-secondary education. So you need to at least have a degree or diploma from your home country in that field. So if you're looking to get into IT, then you need to have an IT degree or diploma. You should also have some international work experience in that occupation or in that field that you're looking to get into. You need to have a language level of 7 or above. Now, this is a CLB 7. So this basically means if you've done another exam like IELTS, then that means an IELTS 6 corresponds to a CLB 7, a Canadian language benchmark of 7. So depending on what test you've done, we will do an equivalency, which basically means that we will see what your current score is at if you've done another test, and we'll see what that corresponds to for a CLB score. So typically, if you have a 6 on IELTS, that means it's a 7, and then you would be eligible for the program. And then lastly, you need to be either a permanent resident, you need to be a convention refugee, or a refugee claimant with a valid work permit, or a naturalized Canadian citizen who's new to the country. So basically, you're looking at those options, either being a permanent resident, a convention refugee, refugee claimant with a work permit, or naturalized Canadian citizen. In terms of that language assessment, in case you have not done an IELTS, TOEFL, or any other language exam so far, then we do require that you provide us with a document that shows your language level in order to participate in the program. So the CLB, or the Canadian Language Benchmark Assessment, is a free test that you can do. If this is something that you're looking to do, then there are a number of organizations that support you with this. So in Toronto, there's the YMCA Language Assessment Centers. You have Achieve is another organization. Learn, Speak, Live will provide you with a list of places where you can get this assessment done as well. And same with language.ca. These are just some places, and I can certainly send you these links when we're doing the Q&A session too. But these are some places where you can get that language assessment done, just to prove to us that, again, you have that minimum level of English fluency, because you will need that level of English fluency to participate in the program, because the program is taught in English. Then we also require a credential evaluation, which basically means that, again, this is another document for us to know that that you have some education in the field that you're looking to get into. So again, the minimum of a bachelor's degree or diploma from your home country in that field. And then this, like WES, ICAS Canada, and University of Toronto, they all do something called a credential evaluation, which basically means that we are just trying to say that the bachelor's or diploma that you have from your home country is equal or equivalent to a Canadian bachelor's or diploma. So once you provide us with that, again, then you will be eligible for this program. Typically, you will do all of these things when you are in your permanent residence process anyway. So you probably will have credential evaluation and the language test too. So once you have those, then all you need to do is provide us with those documents, and then you'll be eligible for the program. In terms of financial aid, so bridging programs do have a cost attached to them, but there is a number of financial aid opportunities available to you to help you to pay for these programs. So one of the financial aid options is a loan. called under the Foreign Credential Recognition Program. So there are different organizations that provide these loans. I've just listed a few of them here, but you can certainly search for this online. So it's Access, Achieve, Learning Enrichment Foundation. You can also look at Windmill, which is another organization that provides micro loans. So these are special low interest loans for immigrants to get training or to pay for training or to pay for like a college or university program. So these low interest loans can be obtained through any of these organizations. Not only will they help you to cover the cost of the program, they will also help you to will provide, like, say, if you do require a living allowance while you're studying, and if you have any other expenses that are related to your training or certification, these loans will include basically finances for that as well. The third option is basically something called OBPAP, which is the Ontario Bridging Participant Assistance Program. Now, this is a bursary from the government. Now, what is a bursary? A bursary means that you will get money from the government to pay for this program, and you don't need to pay it back. With a loan, you still need to take the loan and you need to pay it back. If you are obviously, like, once you are done with the program, once you are working, you will need to pay that money back to for any loan provider. But with the bursary, with the Ontario government bursary called OBPAP, you do not need to pay this back. So if you are in financial need, you will make an application to the government to say, I would like to participate in a bridging program. And then that will basically cover the cost of the program. Now, this is still to be confirmed. But this does happen every single year. It's just we are waiting right now, and all the bridging program participants, providers are waiting right now to receive these funds from the government, but we do receive it every year to help you to cover the cost of the bridging program. So in terms of Humber's bridging programs, we offer 3 bridging programs, one in full stack, the .NET Cloud Developing, one in IT infrastructure, and one in supply chain management. So supply chain awareness and employment. However, there are a number of bridging programs that are like offered throughout the province. And what I will do again during our Q&A session, based on what your occupation is, there may be a bridging program for you offered by another organization. So I will provide you with the link in the chat so that you can take a look at all the bridging programs that are available for your occupation. But at Humber, we offer these 3. So 2 in IT and 1 in supply chain. If you are interested in applying for any of these programs, you would do so through our website, which is newtocanada.humber.ca. And I'll get to that at the end of the presentation as well. So I just want to talk a little bit about each of the bridging programs that we offer at Humber. So the first is the full stack .NET Cloud Developer bridging program. This is a 21-week bridging program for IT professionals who have a background in programming or software development. So specifically programming or software development for this one. You will be gaining technical skills as part of this program, but you will also have the support of that employment advisor, the job developer, and the career planning instructor as well. So all of the programs have that. But some of the technical skills that you will gain through this program is database design and implementation with SQL Server. You'll be learning about programming with C#. You'll be learning web technologies, which is basically HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You'll do some advanced programming with C# as well. You'll learn how to develop applications in the cloud. You learn about Angular web application development, and then again that career connections program too. And then you will also do something called a unified assignment. And the unified assignment really means that you will be working on an actual product or an actual IT solution, which you can showcase to employers, and is certainly something that you can add on your resume as well to say that you've got so simulated Canadian experience over here, to say that I've worked on a solution for an actual business problem that exists in Canada. So just some of the companies that have hired the graduates of our full stack .NET Cloud Developer is, again, it's a large list, Accenture, RBC, TD Bank, BMO, SOTI. Some of the ones like who come back every single cohort, they hire multiple graduates as well. So Accenture is certainly one of those. We have SOTI coming back, Kubra comes back every single cohort to hire multiple graduates from our programs as well. So basically at the end of the program, not only have you gained these technical skills, but we will also organize a hiring event where we will call all of these organizations, and then organizations who are available will attend the event, and then they have a chance to connect with you and to interview you as well. Some of the sample job positions of the full stack .NET Cloud Developer program, and the graduates who have obviously graduated from that program, you will get jobs typically as software developers, database system resources lead programmer, technical analyst. It's a very large list, but these are, again, job titles in programming or in software development, a large range of job titles that our graduates have secured when they've obviously completed the program. When you're looking at salaries, it can range depending on the graduate's level of education and work experience from their home country too. But the starting that we've seen is $50,000 for graduates. And this can also go up all the way to $100,000 on the high end of things. But median salaries are around $75,000 when they graduate from the program. The second program, bridging program that we offer is the IT infrastructure bridging program. Now, this is another IT bridging program, which is 15 weeks in duration. Now, this IT bridging program is more for professionals who have a background in networking, computer networking, information security, or cyber security. So this program also, similar to the full stack program, takes place evenings and weekends. All of our bridging programs will take place evenings and weekends, so that if you do have a survival job during the in the meantime, you can do that job and participate in the program as well. But in this program, you will gain technical skills like your Red Hat certified system administration. You will become a VMware certified professional training, CCNA routing and switching, this cloud infrastructure for virtualized environments, cyber security and IT security, Windows Server operating systems, and career planning too. So again, these are some of the technical skills that you'll gain, but again, you have access to employment support too. So some of the companies that have hired our IT infrastructure students, again, you have the big banks who have come to us, TD, BMO, RBC, Scotiabank, Bell, TELUS, Rogers, Teleperformance Canada. So some of the employers who come back year after year, again, you have Teleperformance, you have the banks, you have Blue Cat Networks, Jolera, Wipro, they keep coming back year, like cohort after cohort, to hire graduates from this program. In terms of the job titles of the graduates, again, anywhere from network engineer, IT network or system administrator, to IT analysts, IT managers. So again, large range of job titles. Typically starting salaries that we've seen are, they start at $65,000, but it can go up to $90,000 for some of our graduates as well. The last bridging program that we offer is the Supply Chain Awareness Program in Employment, which is called SCAPE. So this is a bridging program for any newcomers to Canada who have a background in logistics, purchasing, again, business in general, supply chain management. If you have a background in any of these things, then the supply chain program would be a good fit for you. There's basically, through this program, is a 12-week bridging program where you will go through things like supply chain overview and awareness, supply and demand in Canada, supply chain technologies, so advanced Excel and SAP, procurement, purchasing practices here in Canada, and then you'll take part in that career planning course too. Some of the companies that have hired our program graduates of the supply chain bridging program are Home Depot, Spin Masters, DHL, Loblaws, FGF brands. And again, year after year, we've had people come back to hire from these bridging programs. In fact, Humber College also hires some of the supply chain graduates because we also have a purchasing department. So a couple of our graduates have also gone on to graduate from the program and then work at Humber College itself. Some of the job titles of our graduates from the supply chain bridging program are purchasing managers, supply chain analysts, supply chain managers, logistics coordinators, procurement coordinators, quality controllers. So again, starting salaries, they start at around $40,000, but we've had graduates who've secured jobs with salaries over $80,000 as well. Then in addition to bridging programs, which again are very specific, they provide a lot of technical training and employment support. We have something also called OSLT, which is occupation specific language training. So these programs at Humber College, we offer occupation specific language training for newcomers who have a background in project management, technology, and entrepreneurship, sales, and marketing. So you're really developing your communication skills specific to certain occupations, like the occupations that I've just listed. Again, if you are interested in applying for the program, you can learn more and apply on our website, which is newtocanada.humber.ca. So what is an OSLT program? An OSLT, or Occupation Specific Language Training Program. This is a free program, again, for newcomers to Canada. It will help you to improve your workplace communication skills. It will help you to gain knowledge of Canadian workplace culture. And then it also helps you to build your professional networks as well. Now, I mentioned at the top of the presentation, a lot of employers come and tell us that the number one thing that they are looking for is people who are a good cultural fit for their organizations. They tell us that, technical skills can be taught, but they want people who have a good cultural fit. So an understanding of Canadian workplace culture, people who have good interpersonal skills so that they will be able to work well with their colleagues, with their supervisors, with their juniors as well. So basically, they want people to have this skill set. This program will certainly help you with that. It will help you to improve your language level. Basically, your workplace communication skills will increase. You will gain an understanding of that workplace culture here in Canada. And building that professional network is also very, very important, because a lot of times you will hear it's not about what you know, it's about who you know. So making sure that you meet as many people in your field is very important, because that helps you to, again, the more people you know, the more or the higher the chances that you will get a job in that field. So it's important for you to build your professional networks, and this program will help you to build your professional networks, not only by introducing you to alumni who work in the field that you're looking to get into. You will obviously be sitting in a classroom with 20 other newcomers as well, who are also looking to get into the same field as you. So they will be your professional network going forward. We will connect you with industry guest speakers too. So we're basically bringing in a lot of people in your field so that you can secure a job in your field more quickly than you would have otherwise. As part of this program, you will also receive, well, not as part of it, but we also provide referrals to job search support and mentoring opportunities if you are interested in that, in addition to the language training piece. In terms of eligibility, you need to be a permanent resident or a convention refugee. You need to have a minimum language benchmark of at least 6. So again, that would translate to roughly a 5 on IELTS. And you need to have a related degree or diploma and some experience in the field that you're looking to get into from your home country. Then lastly, I just want to talk about educational advising for newcomers. Humber College also offers a free educational advising service. So if you are new to the country, like I mentioned at the top, there's so many different programs that are available, not just at Humber College, but at other colleges, universities, service providers, community organizations. Everyone has some sort of program, and it might be difficult to understand which program is a good fit for you. This is why we have an advising service to really help newcomers understand what program or course would be the best fit for them specifically. So you will meet one-on-one with a newcomer advisor who will get to know what your interests are, what your career goals are, what kind of jobs you are looking for, what kind of training you need specifically, what strengths you have, what gaps you may have in your skill set. And then based on all of these things, once you've had this consultation with the advisor will be able to refer a program to you that would be best for your needs specifically. And this program does not need to be at Humber College. It could be at another college. It could be at another university. It could be with a community organization too. So depending on what your specific needs are, the advisor will really get to know you, your specific needs, and then suggest you with a program or a course that would be best for you. So we provide the advice when it for newcomers to Canada. If you have education from other countries, you've been in Canada 7 years or less, you would be eligible for this free service too. We will refer you to programs and courses, just information about all of these different programs, understanding how to get admission and enroll into any of these programs, again, whether it's at Humber or elsewhere. You'll learn about academic and skills upgrading options. You'll learn about bridging programs, what financial aid options are available. And you'll also get information on something called PLAR, which is prior learning assessment. So say sometimes you already have some education experience in a certain field. Then basically you don't need to do the entire course all over again. You can skip some things. So that's what PLAR is, and they will give you some information on that as well. If you are interested in that advising service, just go on to humber.ca/advising newcomers. Yeah, and then lastly, I just want to briefly talk about some of our newcomer success stories. You can go to our website, newtocanada.humber.ca. We've had a number of newcomers come into the programs in each of our program areas. So I've had the opportunity to speak with these 4 individuals, and all of them, similar to you, they came in when they were new to the country, not really sure where to go, not really sure what skills they needed. They were having a difficult time when they were trying to find employment by themselves. But then they realized they have some gaps in their training and what Canadian employers are looking for. So they participated in our bridging programs. Sergio participated in our language training program because he felt that he had the technical skills, but he lacked the language level. So he participated in that program, built up his language and his communication skills. And all of these people are now successfully employed in the fields that they always wanted to get into when they got to Canada. So you can read about all their stories on our website, newtocanada.humber.ca. Lastly, just if you are looking to get in touch with us, we have our 4 different program areas. Here is their contact information. Please feel free to take a screenshot, and you can contact them for more information depending on the program area you're looking to get into. But yeah, that brings us to the end of the presentation. So please let me know if you have any questions. I'll be happy to answer them. And I will also provide you with a link to the all the bridging programs that are there across Ontario. So it's not just Humber programs. If you're in a different field, I can certainly provide you with that link so you can find out which bridging program exists for your specific occupation.
Or they can go to Humber College booth and you can help them, right?
Yeah, and you can even come to the booth as well. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, you know what? While you're on that subject, yeah, why don't you spend a minute or two just talk in general about Humber College in general, like other courses for regular, because a lot of immigrants, they come with kids, right? And some of them probably in high school right now. So maybe you want to let them know, like, for example, does Humber College have any program that's like connected with a university so that they do the first 2 years in the college and then the second 2 years? Like, do you have those kind of programs?
Yes. Yeah. So we do have a number of different programs. Again, it's a lot to get into because we have like I mentioned, over like 450 different like full-time and part-time programs. So our programs are like, we have programs in business. So we have we've separated them by faculties. So we have a faculty of business. We have applied sciences and technology. You have creative and media arts. You have our social and community services, and we have health sciences and wellness faculty as well. So again, like a lot to choose from. We have programs in trades as well. If you're looking to get into any of the skilled trades, like you want to be like an electrician or a general machinist, a plumber, a cook, baker, we have a number of different programs. So again, a lot to get into, but there are programs that exist if you are looking for a diploma, a degree, just a graduate certificate as well. We have a number of different options. You can certainly drop by the booth, and if you have any specific questions about any of like these programs, I will be at the booth all day today. So just send me a quick note to say that you're interested in a specific program, and I'll certainly be able to give you a lot more information then.
Okay, thank you. But also for people that's outside of Canada, for example, if they want to enroll, for example, I know that they could be an international student and then say enroll in one of your trades program. And you probably seen this before. Well, you went through this yourself. Yeah, they take this trades program, say electrician.
Yeah.
And then when they graduated, they can work on a work permit, and then gradually they can actually turn that into a provincial nominee and then apply for PR. Is that correct?
Yes. So again, this like usually like going to college is a affordable option or as a pathway to your permanent residence as well.
Yes.
Because college programs compared to university programs, they're a fraction of the cost. Again, speaking to like my own experience, when I moved to Canada, I studied as an international student. I got that work permit. So you get then you're eligible when you graduate for something called the postgraduate work permit, which is the PGWP. When you do a 1-year program, you're eligible for a 1-year permit. If you do a 2-year program, you'll get a 2+ year work permit, so 2 to 3 year work permit. So that allows you to work while you're on your work permit, gain Canadian experience that will help you with your express entry applications. So it is certainly a pathway to permanent residence as well.
Yeah, great, because this actually, thank you, Thomas. You actually answered a question for one of the viewer who was talking about the PGWP. Yeah, that's good that you talk about it. So also, I want you to, for all the people that's not familiar with the Canadian system, I mean, as you know, we have 2 provinces and 3 territories here in Canada. And by the way, we just released the poll for Humber College. Please share us your feedback about today's presentation from Thomas, and let us know everything you like or you dislike. You know, we are very open, right? I mean, we all know nobody's perfect. We're all looking for ways to improve, right?
And definitely, how are we going to improve unless we don't know?
Yeah. And then sometimes these presentations is a general overview. So if you want any specific part, let us know. We can work with Thomas and maybe do a very specific topic on say the trades program, something like that. Anyway, so let us know your comment while we go on with the next question. So Thomas, can you please let everyone know what is a definition of an Ontarian?
Of an Ontarian?
Like you say it's for Ontario resident, correct?
Yes, yeah.
So how do you, like, if I'm a new immigrant to Canada, well, I'm Canadian. Why do I need to be what is the definition of Ontarian?
Yeah, so we need you to be a resident of Ontario because so basically we need to see some we need to see like a physical address, a proof that you reside in Ontario, the province of Ontario. And we say that because these bridging programs that we offer are funded by the government of Ontario. So that's why we require to be a resident of Ontario. Unfortunately, people in other provinces would not be eligible for these Ontario bridging programs because they're called Ontario Bridge Training Programs. So this is only for residents of Ontario.
Okay, so basically, people that have to have a physical address.
A physical address.
Not a PO box, right?
No, they need to have a physical address proof.
Okay, good. And then is there age limit?
There's not an age limit, but there's no cap like on the upper end of things, but you need to be at least 18 years old. So typically, if you already have a bachelor's degree, you have some work experience, you would be 18 years old anyway. So, but the minimum is you must be 18 years old.
I see. So good. So it has to be 18 years old, and then there's no cap.
There's no cap. Yeah.
Literally, honestly, if you are 70 and you still have the energy to study, by all means,
and if you're looking to work, and you're eligible to work, then by all means.
So this is beauty about Canada, isn't it? There's absolutely no age discrimination.
Yeah, no, exactly. So
Right.
yeah, it's certainly like if you are looking to like work, there's a number of different supports. Like honestly, like one, and this is something our previous manager would like always like talk about as well. It's like the beauty of this is the beauty of Canada is that when you come here as a new immigrant, there's almost no other country in the world that will offer you these many supports to help you to get into like the workforce and to help you to settle as much like into the country. Like even just at this like at this expo today, there's so many organizations and everyone is just out here trying to support people to like get into their field, right? So it's very rare to see internationally. Canada is one of those rare like gems of a country which will support you to like when you're a newcomer here.
Exactly. Now, Thomas, I want to thank you for the endorsement, because we always tell people, everyone, all the newcomers, whether they're in Canada or planning to come to Canada, that G-TAC is your connection to all the various services and employment opportunities in Canada. And thank you for the endorsement. But also, I have to tell you though, this is so true. Canada is only 1/10 of the population of our next door neighbor, the United States.
Yeah.
We have over 500 immigrant service agencies across the country, with 1/10 of the population of the US.
Yeah.
2 years ago, the stats from the US Bureau of Statistics saying that in the US, the entire country only have 17 immigrant serving agencies.
Yeah. And they don't even receive the level of like funding that are like, like ours receive. Like,
it's actually from the state government. It's not from the federal government.
Yeah. And that's the thing is like, even the 500 that we have, they have a number of different programs within each service provider also has a number of different like programs to support you as well. So again, a lot of different options.
And of course, now you have G-TAC, which is a social enterprise that's also here to serve the newcomers. So it's amazing. Here's a question. For the OBPAP, what are the criteria and qualification for the loan?
So the main criteria, so you have to be financially eligible. And what we mean by that is there is a committee that will review your application. But typically what it means is that if you do not have an income at this point between you and your spouse, so basically if you do not have a family income that is, if your family income is below the low income cutoff, which changes every year, but it's roughly around like $12,000 to $13,000, I believe. If your income is below that and you do not have any additional sources of income to help you with your settlement in Canada, then you would be eligible. But that's a simpler way of looking at it. You will have to submit an application, and then individually the college does have the college will ask you for a number of different things related to your finances here, and based on the responses that you provide, the college will make that determination. But it revolves around that, like your income being less than the low income cutoff.
Yeah, but what about like say I'm just saying say a convention refugee, someone who fled the country and then come to Canada and really have no steady income or no way to prove their income. What then? What happens?
Yeah, like so again, like this is where the college will make that determination. They will ask you those questions to like learn a little bit more about your case, and then they will make that determination. But typically in that case, you will receive the bursary because you do not have that additional income.
Okay. You see, this is the beauty about Canada, isn't it? It's beautiful, isn't it? They will not deny anyone with, honestly, that officially Canada is actually a socialist country. You know that, right?
Yeah, I mean, like it's a social democracy, right?
Yeah, it's a socialist democratic country.
Yeah,
exactly.
So yeah.
Socialist first, then
yes. It's good. We have to help the people. It's good sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm an Ontario resident, but currently residing outside of Canada. Are your program, can I register? I do have my, obviously, I assume that this person have his or her Ontario residence address. Actually, you know what? To be honest with you, during COVID, I know at least 3 or 4 cases where people that's already in Canada, PR in Canada, but during the COVID, they decided to work from India. Like they went back home, some in Gujarat, some in Bangalore. They work there, but they're still Ontario resident. Okay.
Yeah.
So can they apply for your bridging program? Number one, and number two, are the programs offered online?
Yeah, so all of the bridging programs and our language training and our advising, everything is offered online. So it is accessible wherever you are across Ontario specifically. So again, like Shaw, like you mentioned, we also had a few cases during COVID where people were stuck in their home countries, but they were residents of Ontario. But they were stuck because obviously the travel guidelines did not allow them to return back to Canada. And so we made an exception in those cases because those were emergencies. Typically, we don't allow that. Like if you are, at least if you can prove to us that you will be coming back, you are making an effort to like come back, then you can participate in the program. But typically we won't allow, like, you know, if you are just have an address proof, but then you've gone back. Because at the end of the day, we want you to be working in Ontario, right? And the point of the program is to support you with your job search in Ontario. So this is like a big piece of it. If there's obviously an emergency situation, we will allow it. But you know, and we can make accommodations in certain cases, but typically we want you to be present in Ontario. Okay. To prove our education, do we need to have WES certification? Yes, you do require a WES certification. We can help you with that as well. If you do not have one, we can connect you with we have partnerships with WES, with ICAS and the University of Toronto. So you can certainly, we can point you in that direction so that you can get that document that proves that you have the minimum of at least a bachelor's or diploma from your home country. Yeah, and then this is a good question. It says, I'm an international student doing a postgraduate study here in Canada. Why are the programs that you offer only for PR, citizens, Canadian citizens, and refugees, or more specifically, only? Well, we know that it's only for Ontario residents because this is Ontario government sponsored program. But why is it only for PR, citizens, and refugees instead of why can't international student benefit? International student, how much they pay? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel your pain honestly, because I was an international student myself and I was not eligible for these programs. It is a good question. It's a tough one as well. But the thing is, these programs are funded by the provincial government and the federal government. These are requirements from our funder to say that these are the eligibility criteria. Especially for our federal training programs, and that money comes from IRCC. They are looking for people who are already here. The point is to help newcomers settle in. With international students, you receive these supports from your college as well. So like you will receive a lot of supports from your career center and the program that you are currently enrolled into. But these programs, the funding that we receive comes from the government, and that's just a stipulation that they have this is the eligibility criteria. Yeah. Okay. And of course, I mean, when you're PR and Canadian citizen, that means that you're paying Canadian taxes too, right? Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, but even international students do pay like some taxes. Oh, yes. I mean, you're paying. So like, I mean, I understand your, like, you know, the question and where the person is coming from. Like I obviously I went through it myself, and hopefully the program expands to where they can include international students with some of these things too. But as of right now, it isn't. Yeah, but can anybody pay to join the bridging program? No, it's because again, it's the eligibility criteria, right? Because then it might overwhelm, like say when you might have an overwhelming number of international students who have the ability to pay. But again, the point is not for like people who have the ability to pay. The point is it's there to support people who don't have the ability to pay, get this kind of additional training, get this financial aid so that you can work in Ontario as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Okay. We got one more question before we need to wrap up. But
Sure. Yeah.
to your point, is that goes back to the word socialist country, because
Yeah.
you're not here to try to make money. You're here to try to provide a service to Canadian,
Yes,
right?
absolutely. Yeah, the whole point of all of these programs. So when even just quickly, I want to talk about like the context of our department. So when we say community outreach and workforce development, a big part of this means we're trying to create programs that will help people who would not usually have support with any of these programs, who would not be able to access any of these programs. The real aim is to help those people. If
Yes.
you have these all like the supports, you will do well. You will you have all, if you have the money, you obviously have a lot of options available to you. And this program is really to help the people who really need it the most to get that training so that they can also be participating in the Ontario workforce.
Yeah, or the retraining program. So final question is, we understand all all these programs is only offered in English, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so here is a French listener. What about, is there a similar bridging program offer in French? If not, with Humber, which college or university?
I believe there may be. So that's why I just want to send you the updated list of the bridging programs. So recently there was, I guess like a big reduction in the number of bridging programs that were offered. So what I will do,
does Boreal offer something, or
I know that, so La Cité and Boreal used to offer it. So I just but I don't want to say something that I don't know. I'm just going to send this to the group overall. I don't know if this is going to.
No, it's not going to go to. It's not going to go to all the participants, but we'll certainly share with all the participants.
Yeah, if you can share this link with them, that's just the overall list of bridging programs that are offered at the province, and then that's the updated list. Or
what you can do is go to the VC 12 booth, and then go to the public chat, and you can make an announcement. For all this program in French, you can contact that. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, Thomas, I want to give you 30 seconds to wrap up today's presentation.
Yeah. Firstly, I just want to thank all of you. Again, when you do move to Canada, sometimes you do require that additional bit of support for that training. And sometimes just gaining those connections with employers as well. So if you do require that additional support, you do require to bridge that gap that exists in your skills and knowledge and what Canadian employers are looking for, please feel free to connect with Humber College. I'll be at the booth all day. Send me a question. I'll be happy to help.
Okay, thank you very much. On behalf of everyone at G-TAC and all our listeners, thank you, Thomas. And I think there probably are people waiting for you at your booth there. So you got a lot of stuff waiting for you. So have fun. And thank you again. And we look forward to have you arranged for you to do a specific session with Humber College later on. Of course, we will talk about the topics based on feedback from our listener. Okay, so Thomas, have a great day.
Yeah, thank you for having us. Thank you.
Okay, bye. Yeah, so Rena, we're gonna take a break, and we'll be back in 6 minutes, and we will have CPA BC presenting about anything and everything you need to know about becoming a CPA or obtaining a CPA designation here in Canada. Okay, we'll see you in 5 minutes.
One thing that most people would find surprising about me, the fact that I'm a CPA. It was advised to me to take this introductory business certificate program at the university I attended. All I knew at that point in my life was that I enjoyed a business organization and how it made its community successful. When I knew that I enjoyed the accounting courses, I had started to explore the CPA program. What excites me most about my CPA path is how many wonderful people I've met along the way in terms of mentors and coaches. Currently, I'm using my CPA designation and experience to support my community. I was recently appointed by the Chief and Council to the Finance and Audit Committee, and it's really a board that oversees compliance, the audits of the nation, and then setting the budgets each year. My drive was to one day become a leader, and I know that the CPA program helps people achieve that goal. The 3 letters CPA mean to me is just simply opportunity.
What drives culture at MEDAVIE? It starts with caring for ourselves, so we can take care of one another. And the communities we call home. We take time to care for our physical health and take the needed moments to support our mental health, which helps us to care for Canadians. We care in many different ways. And while caring drives our culture at MEDAVIE, it's that culture that helps us care so much.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada, explore career options and the pros and cons, expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we welcome Sheila. Hi, Sheila. Okay, so we are going to start our next presentation, which is going to be presented by Sheila Chung. She's, well, this is something I need to ask her. She's got a BA and an RISIA in her title. She's got more initials in the back than her first name. Anyway, maybe she can explain a little bit what does RISIA mean. And she's a student recruitment officer with the BC's chapters of the Chartered Professional Accountant and Accountants. So and she will be presenting about accounting certification and employment here in Canada. So first of all, Sheila, are you able to move the slides, put your mouse over the screen? Good. Okay, good. Then whenever you're ready, the mic is yours, Sheila.
Thank you, Shaw. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the guests of G-TAC, wherever you are in Canada and around the world. My name is Sheila Chung. I'm a Student Recruitment Officer at the Chartered Professional Accountants of British Columbia. Now, I appreciate and understand that many guests online will be planning their immigration to different provinces, territories, and regions in Canada. The information that I'm sharing with you today is relevant to all areas of Canada. Now, because I work at CPA BC, I will also be sharing some very special and specific information in relation to the province of British Columbia. Yes, my credentials, I am a BA, I hold a Bachelor of Arts degree and a RISIA certification. RISIA stands for Regulated Immigration Student International Advisor. This means I am regulated and I am authorized to advise on very, very small sections of immigration as it pertains to internationals wanting to pursue the CPA program here. So this relates to what type of permits that a person needs to hold, how they are attaining them, and also the different pathways. But more about that in the question and answer period. So let's continue on with our presentation. So in our time together, I will be reviewing CPA Canada and the relationship between all the CPA provincial offices. We'll take a look at Canada's job demand for accountants here, how to become a CPA. Now, this refers to the admission requirements that must be met in order for a person to be accepted into our CPA program. Then we'll take a look at what does your CPA program actually look like. Close to the end of our time together, I will be sharing with you some resources on how you can prepare from your home country today. The last step is when you are ready at that stage in your life and your travel and immigration to Canada will be how to apply to CPA. And last, I will be showing you who are your contacts for the province, region, and territory in Canada when you are ready to apply to the CPA program. About us. So every country around the world has its own professional accounting designation or designations. In Canada, our professional accounting designation is called Chartered Professional Accountant, CPA. Now, I work at the CPA BC office. Now, you may have noticed when you do an internet search, you may find there are so many different CPA offices, there's so many different websites, contact people and staff. Why is this? So the country of Canada is very large. This is why we have CPA provincial offices or CPA regional offices. Now, what's the job of these CPA provincial and regional offices? These offices are responsible to take care of the persons who are enrolled in the CPA program who live in our province. So this is all part of our client care, our student care, and our membership care to individuals who live in our province who are either enrolled in the CPA program or are designated CPAs themselves with us. So again, this is all part of that customer care and client care. Now, an easy way to understand this relationship is you can think of CPA Canada as the mothership and all the CPA provincial offices and all the CPA regional offices. We are the children reporting to this mothership. And again, this is simply for us to provide that customer service and client care for persons enrolled in the CPA program and for people who are designated in our province. Demand, growth, and compensation. So in Canada, you may be curious, well, if I did decide to pursue getting this CPA designation, how much money could I earn? The average compensation in all working sectors, age ranges, and regions in Canada for designated CPAs floats at around the $141,000 per year salary. Now, just to know, a person doesn't actually need to become designated as a CPA to be able to work in accounting in Canada. So why do people pursue and attain the CPA designation? Two main reasons. One is the salary. You will notice that certain types of accounting and finance related positions at certain levels will offer a higher salary if someone is enrolled in the CPA program or designated as a CPA. The second for the individual is a larger umbrella of jobs that they are eligible and qualified to apply for. So these are two main reasons that a person would decide to pursue getting that CPA designation here in Canada. Now, specific for British Columbia, because I work at CPA BC, for those people on the line who are planning their immigration to British Columbia, the job demand to fill accounting positions in British Columbia is very high. For the next 10 years, we will need to fill 40,000 accounting job openings in the province of British Columbia. Now, these 40,000 accounting job openings, what are the levels? These range from entry-level accounting jobs, intermediate, all the way up to those senior-level accounting jobs. Now, where do we get this statistic or information? So this study and this project was funded by both the government of BC, this is the provincial government, and the government of Canada, that's the federal government, through the Ministry of Advanced Education, Skills, and Training Sector Labor Market Partnerships Program. Now, again, regardless of which province or territory or region in Canada you decide for your immigration, the job prospects in Canada are very high. Canada's Economic Outlook. A really great external resource that I also like to refer to is called the Conference Board of Canada website. On this website, you can read key focus areas based on your curiosity or interests. If you have an interest in learning more about Canadian economics, Indigenous and Northern communities, immigration, education and skills, and health, there are free articles, reports, and statistics that you can sign up for to receive. Most of the access to the articles are available for free. For some of the more detailed articles, you do have to provide your email address and subscribe to receive those articles. Now, our next section in the presentation is called How to Become a CPA. This refers to our admission requirements. What do I need to show CPA to get that yes? Yes, you accept me into your CPA program. Let's take a look now. The admission requirements, you must show CPA in order to get that yes. You must show CPA that you have already graduated with a degree. We accept international degrees and Canadian degrees. The degree itself has to be equivalent to a Canadian bachelor's degree, that is total 120 course credits. Now, most international degrees that are undergraduate degrees, also referred to as a bachelor degree, will be equivalent to 120 course credits. Now, don't worry if your international degree is perhaps a few credits under 120 course credits. For example, some international degrees are bachelor degrees or undergraduate degrees that are equivalent to 90 course credits. So how will you add an additional 30 course credits on top of your degree? Through taking any courses at a recognized college or university in Canada. Internally, CPA will add those course credits on top of your existing degree to ensure that you satisfy our degree requirement. Now, the second admission requirement is a little bit more picky. We need to show CPA that we've completed 14 prerequisite courses. Now, sometimes we call these prerequisite courses, sometimes we call these preparatory courses, but specifically, what are they? Simply said, these are just accounting and finance related courses. Now, good news for you, if you've taken any accounting or finance related courses from your previous college, university, or higher education, when you apply for a CPA assessment, we will actually tell you how much of our admission requirements you have satisfied, what you have missing, and what exactly is your starting point towards the CPA program. So when you apply for the CPA assessment, we will tell you exactly out of our 14 prerequisite courses, how many of these courses we are allowed to give you a course exemption based on the previous accounting-related courses you've completed from your education. Last but not least, we must be a person of good character and reputation. People that are CPA designated, this is a regulated profession. What does that mean? That means all CPAs and persons enrolled in the CPA program are regulated by our professional body. That is the CPA professional body. So this means that the CPA professional body will be doing checks on you to ensure that you are adhering to a certain code of ethics and standards to be able to work and service the community in your accounting function. Now, let's take a closer look at these 14 prerequisite courses that I mentioned that we are allowed to grant you a course exemption. This is a listing of those 14 prerequisite courses. Now, remember, sometimes we call these prerequisite courses, sometimes we call them preparatory courses, but essentially what are they? Simply said, they're just accounting and finance related courses. This is a listing of those 14. So as you can see, if you've completed any course that is similar to the 14 courses we've listed here, we are allowed to grant you a course exemption. Now, as long as you have met the requirement of that course, which means you've achieved a minimum grade in that course, you've completed that course within a certain time limit ago, CPA is allowed to grant you a course exemption. Now, when you apply for this CPA assessment, again, we will tell you exactly which of these 14 courses we are allowed to give you that course exemption, and which courses we're not allowed to give you exemption. Those are the ones you are required to complete. Once you have that information, your next steps is to enroll in those missing courses. And yes, you may complete all your missing preparatory courses directly with CPA, as you see indicated here. Only after all the admission requirements have been met, again, that's the degree, 14 prerequisite courses, we are a good person of good character and reputation, we get the yes. Yes, we accept you into the CPA Professional Education Program. And this is what it looks like. We call this program CPA PEP for short, PEP. When we receive the yes and we take our first step into the CPA program, our status with CPA, we call ourselves a candidate. I am a candidate enrolled in the CPA Professional Education Program. It's very important for persons to use that status of candidate to be able to identify themselves on their cover letter and on their resume when they start applying for accounting jobs. Now, as a candidate, what will it feel like to go through all components of the CPA PEP? Let's take a look now. As a candidate, the education and the examination, which is the top row, covers the academics in the program. The academics consists of 6 modules and 1 common final exam. This is delivered to all candidates as part-time studies. 6 modules and 1 common final exam is stretched out over 2 years part-time studies. Why do we make the academics part-time? Because our full-time responsibility as a candidate is to focus on getting accounting and finance-related employment. That's the blue bar. This covers the work experience component when we're in the program. So the CPA PEP, Professional Education Program, consists of both academics and attaining direct accounting work experience where we are earning money. This is paid employment. Now, how much work experience in accounting do we need to show CPA that we've accumulated before we're allowed to graduate and confer that CPA designation? we must accumulate grand total 30 months paid work experience in accounting and finance. Now, how do we do the academics and the employment at the same time? Our full-time commitment as a candidate is applying to various accounting jobs, going for interviews, accepting the job that we feel is suitable for us, going to our full-time employment, earning full-time salary. Now, that's the full-time commitment. Our part-time commitment will be knocking off the academics slowly because it's delivered as part-time. Now, all of the 6 modules listed under education are 2 months long with a standard 3-week break in between. Many of the modules will have certain in-class component that we call workshops and also final module exams. The course delivery for us candidates is provided to us in an online format where we are provided a course syllabus that outlines what we are to study, view lectures, our assignments and quizzes for the total 2 months of each module. So we are provided this information as soon as we enroll in a specific module, and we can plan our studies. My strongest recommendation for individuals is to please follow the course syllabus for week 1, week 2, week 3, so on and so forth, for the total 8 weeks, which is 2 months, for each of the modules. Only after successful completion of all 6 modules, candidates are eligible to then write the common final exam. This is a national examination. It's 3 days long, also written at a CPA provincial testing center based on the province that you will live in Canada. Let's take a closer look at the work experience component. So how CPA will assess everyone's work experience, what we are looking for is that a person has work experience in accounting and finance related employment. Anywhere where your hands are touching accounting and finance work, you're getting paid for that work, yes, that will count towards some of the work experience requirement when you're in the CPA program. Now, friendly reminder, you do not need to have an accounting job before starting CPA program. A lot of people will wait until they get the yes, they're accepted in the CPA program, and then they start looking for accounting employment. Regardless of which province, territory, and region that you will be pursuing your CPA program, that CPA provincial body will often have career resources to help you connect with employers to find and attain accounting employment. Now, going back to how will we assess your work experience? We assess work experience based on technical competencies, which we see in the blue pie chart, and enabling competencies listed in the green square. Technical competencies are the nitty-gritty, the hardcore skills, the vocabulary of accounting and finance. Enabling competencies you can see as describing the soft skills, such as managing self, using critical thinking. Do you work in a team? What is your professional judgment? Now, I'd like to share with you some specific free resources to assist with your information gathering process, which you can do now from your home country or if you're already residing in Canada. Now, specifically for British Columbia, if you are living in British Columbia or planning your immigration to British Columbia, I encourage you to create your free My CPA profile. This is our master control station of where you will do everything with us if you move to British Columbia. This is an online system where there are drop-down user options where eventually you can decide, I would like to apply for that CPA assessment, I'm ready. Where will you read your assessment results? In your My CPA profile. Okay, I'm ready to enroll in my missing CPA preparatory course. How do I do that? In the drop-down user options of your My CPA profile. So everything is done in your My CPA profile. For those of you who are making your immigration to BC, I encourage you to take out your cell phone. Feel free to scan the QR code you see on the screen here. This is a QR code which will sign you up to our online CPA BC Career Connect e-newsletter. This e-newsletter we email out once every 2 months. This contains upcoming events where you can RSVP in advance to lock in your virtual seat or even your in-person seat. You will read articles on what CPAs do, tips for success on the CPA program, and career resources to help you find your accounting employment. All the events that are hosted by CPA BC, we are continuing to host in a virtual format. We are slowly transitioning and slowly hosting some events in the in-person format as well, and some events we are hosting in hybrid. Through CPA BC, every person who enrolls in a course with us or enrolled in the CPA program with us in British Columbia, you will then be provided free and complete access to create a profile on our CPA BC Careers website. You can start looking for jobs with BC employers here. Now, remember, if you are planning your immigration to another beautiful province in Canada, territory, or region, please connect with that CPA provincial office to explore what are their ways of connection and resources for their students and candidates who live in their province who are enrolled in the CPA program. So make sure to check out those other CPA provincial websites. This is a view of some of the past online events that CPA BC has hosted. Now, we've been lucky enough that we have recorded many of these events that you can view in the comfort of your own home. Most of the recordings are 30 minutes to 60 minutes long. This is a way for individuals in British Columbia to still get all the knowledge and learning that we have provided in an event so that you can learn about different accounting careers, pathways, and meet some of the CPA members. Financial aid. So there are a number of ways where persons can receive financial assistance to help put them through the payment of going through the CPA program. Now, the next question is, well, how much does the CPA program cost to do? The CPA Professional Education Program total costs around $14,000 Canadian. That includes all the taxes. Now, as an individual, if you are deciding to go through that CPA Professional Education Program, this $14,000 total, you do not pay as one lump total sum. It's pay as you go. Now, there are many avenues in how you can receive financial assistance to help put you through the program. The number one way is through employers. Now, remember, the CPA Professional Education Program has a work experience component that requires you as a candidate to start applying for various accounting positions with employers. Employers that are seeking to hire CPA students and CPA candidates, often through their company, their organization, they offer financial reimbursement or assistance to new hires and current staff to help put them through the CPA program. Some employers, they have capacity to pay the annual tuition fee. Some employers, they have capacity to pay 25% of that $14,000 grand total. However, other employers, they have capacity to pay 50%, 75%, and yes, there are employers that will pay 100% to put you through that CPA program. Now, this sounds fantastic. Who are these employers? How do I find these employers? You find this out in your job interview with employers. Typically, employers will voluntarily share this information with individuals because they also want to share a bit of their marketing. They want to share how supportive they are as an employer to new hires, putting them through the CPA program. Another great resource for individuals, once you are enrolled in the CPA program with your provincial or regional body, we have an education foundation. So through CPA, we also offer our own scholarships and bursaries that you can apply for. You can apply for scholarships and bursaries anywhere between $500 to $3,000 each. Now, through your local provincial settlement agency office, through those local provincial settlement agency offices, they have many low interest loan programs for newcomers after their immigration to Canada so that they can apply for low interest loans for re-education, reskilling to get them back into their chosen career path of choice in their new home in Canada. An example of this is the FCR program. Another great resource for financial assistance is through Windmill Microlending. Windmill Microlending is a national organization that offers low interest loans to newcomers to Canada who want to reskill, relicense, and retrain in their chosen career path in Canada and continue that chosen career path from their previous home country to their new country here in Canada. So there are a lot of great resources available to you. CPA Canada is a very large website with huge resources available to you. You just need to know where to find them. On the CPA Canada website, there is a section called Canadian Accounting Culture, Guide to Accounting Business Culture, Adapting to the Canadian Accounting Workplace. On the CPA Canada website, you can participate in this free course provided online, which you can actually do from your home country. This will show you videos, exercises that will explain what is Canadian work culture, and specifically, what is Canadian work culture working in accounting and finance. Also available through the CPA Canada website is something called Certification Resource Center. This is a fantastic resource available to individuals for free. They've made this public knowledge. In the Certification Resource Center, you will have access to free previous study materials, marking rubrics, past quizzes, past exams for all the academics offered under the CPA program. This includes those professional modules when you're in CPA professional education program. What if you're missing some of those prerequisite courses or preparatory courses? You can even have access to some past study materials for those preparatory or prerequisite courses delivered through CPA. You can also have access to past common final exams. On the work experience side, you might be curious, well, how will CPA assess my work experience? I have some accounting work experience from my home country, and then I might have some when I'm in Canada, so it's mixed. How will you assess me? There is a free self-assessment tool also available on the CPA Canada website. In addition, there's a very helpful video. It's called a competency requirement video that explains how will CPA assess my technical competencies and my enabling competencies in regards to my work experience. Now, good news for you, for anyone who has previous accounting work experience, only at the time where we give you the yes and you enter the CPA professional education program with us, it's at that time we are allowed to assess your previous accounting work experience to see, okay, where can we give this person a maximum exemption of 12 months previous accounting work experience, and we're going to transfer that into that 30-month work experience component. So if I have described you, if you have any current or previous accounting work experience overseas, make sure your resume is up to date. At the appropriate stage in time, the CPA work experience team will contact you and will do an assessment of your previous work experience to see if they can transfer in maximum 12 months of your previous accounting work experience into this 30-month work experience component. If they are able to do that for you, all you need to do is complete 18 months accounting work experience when you are a candidate enrolled in CPA PEP, in the CPA Professional Education Program. Again, for now, just make sure that your resume is up to date. Our work experience team will contact you at that appropriate stage and time. So why do we offer all these resources? We hope to play a really small part in helping individuals reach their goals, attaining, conferring, and graduating with that CPA designation here in Canada. Now, I'm going to pause here for a moment. We're going to switch gears and take a look at international designated accountants. Many people on the line, you may already hold a professional accounting designation in your home country. If that is you, that means you may be eligible to apply for CPA assessment under a different eligibility, criteria, and application process. Why? Because you are a professional designated accountant in your home country. Now, if you see the name of your professional body listed in the blue text here, this means you qualify to apply for that CPA designation here in Canada under what we call a reciprocity agreement. This is also known as an MRA, RMA, or MOU. Now, if you see the name of your professional body here listed in the blue text, go to that CPA provincial website and check out the section titled International Designated Accountants. On that screen, you will see a variety of links that will provide you your specific instructions, your eligibility, and your criteria based on your professional international accounting designation. Now, if you are a professional international designated accountant, but you do not see the name of your body listed in the blue text here, there's still an opportunity where you might be eligible to apply as an IFAC member for advanced standing assessment. This is listed in the dotted blue box upper right-hand side of this screen. If your professional accounting body is listed under a website called International Federation of Accountants, IFAC, IFAC, if your professional designation is listed as a member, you are an active member in good standing. This means you've completed all the academics, all the examinations, and all the work experience. You conferred that designation. Everything's complete, nothing is outstanding. This means you qualify to apply for CPA assessment as an IFAC member. What does this mean? We're allowed to give you advanced exemptions towards some of the academic components in the CPA professional education program. And we're also allowed to give you some exemption towards the work experience component in the professional education program itself. So again, if I've described you, you will want to look on that CPA provincial website to check your specific eligibility criteria and application process for you. Last but not least, so we have all this good information. So how does one apply for CPA assessment? So how to apply for CPA assessment will be based on which province, territory, or region in Canada you plan to live. If you plan to live in Western to the middle of Canada, this covers the territories and regions: Yukon, Northwest Territories, Nunavut, British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. If you are planning your immigration to any of those regions, you go to the CPA WSB website. This stands for the CPA Western School of Business website. You go to that website, that is where you apply for a CPA assessment. Now, CPA Western School of Business, CPA WSB, works like brother and sister with the CPA provincial offices you see listed here together side by side for that customer service and client care to those individuals who live in that province. So I will use myself as an example. I work at CPA BC. So CPA BC and CPA Western School of Business work together like brother and sister side by side to assist people who live in British Columbia who are interested in enrolling and doing that CPA program here with us in British Columbia. Now, Ontario and Quebec, they do everything themselves. So your main point of contact, if you are planning your immigration and move to Ontario or Quebec, you may look directly on that CPA Ontario or CPA Quebec website for instructions for application and how to apply. We're going to take our travel now to the most eastern provinces, also known as the Atlantic or Maritime provinces. If you are planning your immigration to New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland and Labrador, where do you apply? You will go to the CPA Atlantic website and apply through that website. And again, for these Atlantic provinces, it is CPA Atlantic and that CPA provincial body that work together like brother and sister to provide that customer care, that client care to people enrolled in the CPA program in that specific province. Stay connected. So throughout your journey in your travel and your immigration from your home country to Canada, you will want to stay connected with the resources available that you find through the Government of Canada website. If you are working currently with a provincial settlement agency, because you already know which province or territory you're planning your immigration to Canada, you will want to keep them in the know and connected with what you are doing. If you are planning additional education in Canada, if you are planning to apply for jobs in specific provinces in Canada, keep in connection with that provincial settlement agency office because they're very connected with those resources on the ground with you. If you are planning your move to British Columbia, BC, please sign up for our CPA BC Career Connect e-newsletter. Here is our QR code so that you may view all the events. You can read all the articles as listed and related to the province of British Columbia and work in BC. All the information that I've shared in this presentation is current as of today, September 28, 2022. Always refer to our websites to receive the most up-to-date information for you. My name is Sheila Chung, Student Recruitment Officer at the Chartered Professional Accountants of British Columbia. Now, regardless of where you are deciding your immigration to in Canada, please feel free to ask me questions through my direct email address. You can also visit me at the CPA BC booth in this G-TAC virtual fair. If you are planning your move to a different province, not British Columbia, please still feel free to ask me questions. I will answer as best I can and also connect you to that CPA provincial office contacts to give you that direct connection to that province where you are planning to live. So for now, thank you for participating and listening. I will move the mic back to Shaw to moderate the questions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, you know what? I have to tell you though, is I'm getting quite a bit of message saying that one what I say key how would I say what do you call it? The benchmark. One benchmark about good presentation is not that many people ask questions because you're very, very clear with your explanation and everything. But despite that, we still have some questions. And then I also have actually a couple of questions that actually came from my client. Okay, one is more like the action that my client take. So I want to seek your opinion about that one. And the second one, obviously, is what is the difference between CPA USA and CPA Canada? I don't know. Did you explain that in your presentation?
Generally, so the difference between CPA USA and CPA Canada. So as mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, every country all over the world has their own professional accounting designation or designations. CPA USA is the designation for United States of America.
Yeah.
Same letters, different name. Canada, we're Chartered Professional Accountant. USA, it's certified public accountant. We're two completely different bodies. We're two completely different countries. So really that is a very high level. What is the difference between the two? That is the very high level difference between the two. There's also many other CPAs in Canada. I know there's also CPA Philippines as well, right?
Yes.
That's same letters, completely different body, completely different body.
Of course, yeah. Okay, so it's different. So basically, if somebody immigrate from Canada, or somebody immigrate to Canada, and they have a CPA designation in the US, that's certified public accountant. Oh, by the way, we just opened up the poll, so please give us a feedback regarding CPABC's presentation. Anything that you please share with us, and I'm sure Sheila will also want you to share with us your very, very open, transparent comments. Anything that you want more, any information you want more, anything you think. Anyway, just share us your comment. Just take a few seconds and complete the poll. So we're going to continue with the question here. So basically, anyone that's with a CPA, a certified public accountant, it's not recognized in Canada as a chartered professional accountant. So they also have to go through various process to obtain CPA Canada designation. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Now, what's interesting is if someone is CPA USA, depending on the state body in USA, there will be a reciprocity agreement with CPA Canada.
Okay.
This basically means that person would apply via the MRA pathway, mutual recognition agreement.
Okay.
So what happens, let's say, fast forward, yay, that person has their CPA Canada designation. They are allowed to list both their designations behind their name. So if they live in Canada, I would recommend list your name, comma, CPA, comma, AI CPA with the name of their state body behind it. Okay. Because once that person has applied, they've got their CPA Canada designation, they still keep their US designation. When you're in Canada, you want to reflect both. But that's only after you are designated as a CPA in Canada that you are allowed to reflect both together.
Okay. Now, here's a question for one of our listener who actually asked this question through another social media here. So yeah, please bear with me. As you probably see my head going like this, that's because I got several screens going here and my phone. So bear with me. It's not like I look lost. Well, actually, I kind of lost sometimes. Anyway, I'm in my 30s with an accounting background back home. Do you recommend me pursue a CPA designation here in Canada?
Yes. I always recommend, absolutely. If your background is in accounting and you're making your move to Canada, one, you are familiar with the language and the work of accounting and finance, right? Whether you do it in your home country or in Canada, it's just in a different environment.
Different sets of tax laws, right? Yeah.
Yes, but the language, the nuts and bolts of the work you're actually doing, it's going to be very familiar to you. Typically, when people do plan their move to Canada, what they do is they will upgrade their education to get that CPA designation, because employers in Canada typically, especially in the long term, if you are applying for higher level jobs, maybe senior level accounting roles, you'll notice in the job description, their requirement is they're looking for someone who has that CPA Canada designation. So again, for the access to higher level jobs and also the amount, the number of jobs that you are eligible to apply for in Canada will increase with that designation. In addition, even for people that are currently enrolled in our CPA program, they have a lot of pull, they have a lot of weight in order to apply for accounting jobs. So employers, they will even see it as attractive for someone who is actively enrolled in the CPA program with us. Why? You're still a student. Well, because they know at the end goal, that person's going to get their designation. So again, the bit of human nature, the hope for that employer is, oh, we've supported you through your studies, we've given you the work experience. Their hope internally is, well, I hope they stay. You're not required to stay. If you see other job opportunities elsewhere with other employers, you're more than welcome to apply for those jobs and leave that employer. But again, always the hope of the employer is, I hope they stay, right? Because they're investing in you. They're showing you their support. Oh, this is actually a good organization that supports me. It's a bit of that human nature. So also employers, when they're doing their hiring, they're also looking at long-term goals as well. Where else can I place this person? They're applying for entry level now, but I know how large our accounting and finance team is. I know it takes people probably about 2.5 years to complete the CPA program, get that designation. They're also thinking long-term as well.
Okay. Yeah. Now, again, please excuse me. You probably covered this in the presentation, but this is strictly for my, it's a little bit more personal because I do know someone who is a CPA and, you know what I'm talking about anyway. And it's talking about taking a certificate program that's new, introduced by CPA. Is a certificate program, but only CPAs can take those programs. Did you cover that at all? Did you cover that in your presentation? Like, you guys have actually other certificate program for people that already have a CPA. Did you cover that in your presentation?
No. So for people that already have that CPA Canada designation, they do
Yes.
have access to get extra certificates.
Yes.
Now, this is above and beyond getting that CPA designation.
Okay.
So again, really, really, really long term, yes, your education, your credibility, and how you can service the public. So once you're a designated CPA in Canada, the education doesn't stop there. You can go on to specialize in different areas of accounting and finance as a designated CPA. It's optional, it's not mandatory, but that learning, that step ladder, it continues. So it's not a full stop where, okay, that's it, I'm done, nothing else to do. Nowhere to grow my career, nowhere to grow my education and my own interest in learning. No, as a professional designate, you have access to additional certificates of specialty as a designated CPA member as well. Okay,
good. Okay, so I kind of, jump ahead of time. Now, here is something that was shared with me by one of my clients. He was a CPA in India. And now that he's also working in an accounting field here in Canada. But rather than pursuing a CPA Ontario designation, he elected to go with a CPA USA designation. I asked him why, and he says it's a shorter time. It's a shorter time for him to get a CPA designation in the US than the CPA here in Canada. So that's what he said. Also, it costs less. So what do you say to this kind of thinking?
I strongly advise individuals plan which country you plan to live long term.
Yes.
If you plan to live in Canada long term,
yes,
get the designation as per the country that you will live in, because you're going to work in that country.
Yes.
If you know for yourself, I might live in Canada for 1 year, but my long-term goal is to live in USA. Absolutely, I recommend get the USA designation.
I see.
What you're looking for is you want to show employers that you have the credentialing as per the country that you're going to live to work. So I don't necessarily recommend for individuals, if your goal is to live in Canada, to pursue other international accounting designations while living in Canada.
Yes.
You want to get the education, the credentialing that is used in the country where you live. If in addition to getting your CPA Canada designation, you'd like to pursue other international accounting designations, absolutely. But again, for your first step, you want to hit your immediate goal. Where are you going to live? Where are you going to work? What is your country?
Yeah.
If your country is Canada, I would highly recommend getting that CPA Canada designation.
Good answer. Here's another question. I got 2 more questions because we have to sign up. And his question is, I'm an accountant does not have a CPA designation, I'm just wondering, would there be a ceiling in terms of how much I can make in a salary without a CPA designation, as compared to if I do pursue a CPA designation, would that translate into higher salary?
It's
Tough
a very
question,
good.
eh?
No, but it's a really good question. It's a relevant question. It's logistical.
Yes.
Long story short, getting the CPA designation will give you a higher salary. It's very, very slim examples where a person is able to work in senior level accounting roles or job titles without that CPA designation. How does that happen? Sometimes employers, this usually happens in the past, not as common as today.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes in the past, employers will grow a staff member into fulfilling that senior level position. The amount of money that you can definitely make more money with that CPA designation because you have the credibility. It's a national designation. We do our checks with all our designated members. Once you have the CPA designation, it is a regulated body. So what that means is we have an ethics department and our membership team that ensure that all the designated CPAs and even our students, that the work and how they're servicing the community, it's relevant and accurate to 2022, not 1985 standards. So like there's a lot of checks and assurance in place, for the employer, especially if they know, oh, my staff is in the CPA program, they're a candidate in the program, or this person is a designated CPA member. Really, the sky's the limit when it comes to salary, whether you have your designation or not. It really depends on the employer. The question is the employer willing to pay this salary to this individual who does not have the designation versus someone who does have the designation, right?
Of course.
It's really, that is really up to the employer to decide.
Yeah, but not only that, I mean, you know as well. Well, first of all, definitely when you have a CPA designation, it is a credibility, like such as if you pass your bar, right? If you pass your bar, and also if you're MD, right? You know that you have to follow certain professional standards, but also as a CPA, there's some things that only CPAs can do that whereas a regular accountant cannot do, right? Correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Audit statement for one, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
I just received my PR approval. I'm still outside of Canada, making my journey, preparing for my journey to Canada. Would I be able to enroll in a CPA program while I'm still outside of Canada?
First of all, congratulations on attaining your PR. I wish you safe travels and journey into Canada. So once you have official PR status from your home country, from overseas, from outside of Canada, the only thing you're allowed to do, you can apply for CPA assessment to that Canadian province that you're planning your immigration to. So you can apply for the assessment from your home country only after you enter and you're in Canada, in your chosen province. Once you're physically in that province, then you are allowed to enroll in the courses and the modules of the CPA program. We have a residency requirement. So persons cannot do the CPA program if they're not physically in Canada.
Okay, but what if, for example, say I come to Canada, at first I just want to stay with my cousin in Ontario, but my final destination is actually BC. But right now, for the time being, for the coming few months, I'm staying in Ontario as a stopgap measure before I move to BC. But can I register in Ontario, and then once I move to BC, can I transfer to BC, or should I directly start with BC even though I'm physically going to be Ontario? Tough question, eh?
I know it's a very good, like, what's my travel path? So let's use that example. So let's use you, Shaw. Let's say you are in Ontario. You're there temporarily, but you're planning your long-term move to BC. Can you start with CPA Ontario? Yes, you can start with CPA Ontario. Usually I recommend, if you're going to be in Ontario, let's say 6 months or longer, Yes, start the CPA program in Ontario. You're registered as a candidate or a student with CPA Ontario. Once you make your move to BC, CPA Ontario will transfer your student file to CPA BC. You physically move to BC. You continue your studies on the CPA program, but with CPA BC as regular. Now, the reason why I say if you're planning your temporary stay, 6 months or longer, each course with us is 2 months long per semester. We can only transfer our students in between the semester break.
Okay.
So if that course is in session, we can't transfer your file, right?
Okay.
So you have to keep in mind, we also have processing time of when we have to process someone's one, CPA assessment, two, also you have registration deadline dates. There's a registration date range of when you're to enroll in your course, right? So it's not just, okay, I'm going to enroll right away. I get my materials the next day. It doesn't happen within 24 hours. You know, we give you date range when you're allowed to register. This is when your course starts. These are your exams. This is your end date. So it's very structured in that way. So again, if your visit in Ontario, Shaw, is short term, 6 months or less, I recommend enjoy your visit in Ontario. Once you make your move to BC, apply directly with CPA BC.
Okay, but of course, if I do register with CPA Ontario on whatever courses that I have successfully completed and passed the exam, all these can be transferred to CPA BC, correct?
Absolutely. Now that only happens once you're officially registered and enrolled with CPA Ontario. We can transfer your file that way. So it doesn't mean, oh, I've applied for assessment, but I haven't done anything. No, you have to be enrolled in a course. That means your active status is you're an active CPA student taking those preparatory courses, or you're an active candidate in the CPA professional education program. So applying for the assessment will not do anything. That just means you have to apply for assessment in BC with us again. It's when you're officially a student paying your annual student dues.
Perfect. Wow, my goodness, that we really over time here. Okay, Sheila, take 30 seconds, wrap up your session. Let people know what time you're gonna be in your booth, and they can go and see you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in this webinar. Myself, Sheila, and my colleague Jing, we are at the CPA BC booth. Again, doesn't matter where in Canada you're planning your immigration. Visit us at the CPA BC booth, and we'll help connect you to the appropriate CPA provincial office so that you can get started and make your direct connection with them. I wish everyone a very successful G-TAC experience. Bye for now.
Okay, on behalf of everyone at G-TAC and all our listeners, thank you, Sheila, again for your wonderful, wonderful presentation. And maybe there are people waiting in your booth already, so I'll let you get going. And then we're going to take a short break. I'll be back in 2 minutes to start our next webinar. So, bye.
What drives culture at MEDAVIE? It starts with caring for ourselves, so we can take care of one another. And the communities we call home. We take time to care for our physical health and take the needed moments to support our mental health, which helps us to care for Canadians. We care in many different ways. And while caring drives our culture at MEDAVIE, it's that culture that helps us care so much.
Whoa, okay. Hi, everyone. So welcome back. Well, sorry that CPA BC is a little bit over time, but it's okay. I'm sure you guys understand because it is very, very relevant, especially when you're looking for to pursue a CPA designation here in Canada. Now, our next presentation is something I know a lot of you have been waiting for. A lot of you have already told us that you are a professional nurse registered nurse or someone in the healthcare professional field in your home country, and you're thinking, what can I do? How do I come to Canada? And especially a lot of you were asking about New Brunswick. So good for you, because I promise you, and I'm delivering right now, is we're going to have a wonderful presentation by MEDAVIE, and to represent MEDAVIE will be Rhea Francis. She's a team leader for the healthcare recruitment strategy at MEDAVIE Health Services. She's also at her booth as well, and along with her colleagues, to answer any of your questions. But right now, Rhea, are you able to get a control of the slides?
No, hi. First of all, hi, Shaw, and hi, everybody. Shaw, I don't need control over the presentation. It can be just running on the go, so that's okay. I can't control it, but you can keep on going. It's fine.
No, but the control is on your end, though. You have the mouse. Yeah, click on your mouse to see if it works.
Yeah, it's not working. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. I just give 2 seconds. Yeah, try it again. Just click on the mouse and see if it, there it works.
Now here.
Okay. Okay, now you can go back to the first slide.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah. That's your first slide. Okay,
yes,
perfect. So, Rhea, the mic is yours, so you can start whenever you're ready, and then we'll come back to you with some Q&A later. Okay.
Sounds good. Hello, everybody, and thank you, Shaw, for the introduction. My name is Rhea Francis. I am the head of talent at MEDAVIE Health Services. We are actually one of the biggest healthcare employers in Canada. We operate in multiple provinces here in Canada. We operate and we offer a lot of positions, various positions within the healthcare field, and it varies from one province into another. So we are known for hiring the paramedics across Canada. So we do have all the 911 calls and all the heroes that we have across Canada, they're ours, our paramedics. And then we do hire telehealth nurses. We have healthcare professionals as well that we also hire, registered nurses. So we do have various positions in the organization within the healthcare sector. When it comes to our mission, vision, and values, absolutely is to improve the well-being of Canadians and help people, right? So what quick facts also about us is that we employ more than 8,000 employees across the organization and across Canada. So our actually coverage is national. And we, as I've mentioned, we operate in multiple provinces across Canada as well. We serve more than 3 million people every year. Being in the healthcare services, I think that's one of the biggest missions that we actually have. I also want to talk also about some of the initiatives that we also do. Besides actually hiring these healthcare professionals, it's not just medic and nurses. We also have, we take care of vaccinations. We have some vans that's equipped as well to provide vaccinations to people. We also provide home care for some also communities across Canada as well, which is called the extramural programs. Some, especially for the elderly, if somebody can't go to the hospital, we can provide home care and we can go to these people's homes. As you can see also on the screen, we have also a mobile integrated care that also speaks, it's in actually Saskatchewan. So it's one of the programs that we run also over there. And we have an integrated health. So for example, for nurses, if somebody has a questions, they want to speak to a doctor and they can't go to a clinic or to a hospital, and they want to see if their situation requires a certain emergency, they can dial, let's say, the 811, they can be hooked up with a nurse or a doctor, depends on the situation or the question that they also have. So it's not just home care and ambulance services, we also provide that telehealth services as well. We collaborate with the government. So all our positions, they're technically under the Union of Canada because we are employed by the government by the end of the day. And every positions, like when it comes to healthcare, whether it's a nurse or if it's a physician or if it's actually a nurse, these are technically, you are a government employee, so we do have some security measures that we have to have in place. And of course, when it comes to working for the government, because we're contracted by the government, we have some extra security measures, and to work as a healthcare professional within MEDAVIE Health Services, if you're a healthcare professional, you will have to have a license. Talking about that license, so each and every position that I just mentioned earlier requires a license. And especially for the international candidates who probably whether studied outside of Canada or currently residing out of Canada and want to move here, we are designated. So, and when we say we're designated, it means that as an organization, we can help. Like if somebody from outside Canada is interested to move to Canada, we can help you through the process, walk you through the right channels for you to get here, get licensed and registered in the specific province that you are interested in. And then of course you can be hired with us as well. When it comes to the hiring process, because of the licensing piece, I also want to mention that the process can be a little bit complicated, and it's a little bit different than if somebody does not require licensing. But again, our organization can help you through that steps, and then we can walk you through it and walk you through the right channels. For some folks who are currently outside Canada and thinking of joining or coming to Canada and joining MEDAVIE Health Services, we also know that the process is actually costly, and it is something that the organization is willing to invest. So if somebody is serious about moving here, especially for paramedics, for example, if you are a medic currently in your country and you're thinking of moving to Canada and you are interested, we can walk you through the process for licensing. We will offer you employment, and then we will cover the costs, because for you to get licensed, there are several steps that you have to take when it comes to the eligibility criteria, taking an exam before the company is able to give you a work permit. Once the work permit is provided, then you will have to register within the College of Paramedic in that specific province you are hired in, and that also is a little bit costly. So the entire process would cost around $2,700, and the company is actually willing to invest in that and reimburse you that money after 1 year of employment with MEDAVIE Health Services. So I'm going to actually open it for question, Shaw, here, because I think people will have some questions in regards to the process. So for people who are ready to join our team, please, this is our website. You can see it here on the screen. You can come to our booth and chat with our recruiters. And I'm going to open it to some questions for some people if they might have questions in regards to what we just discussed.
Oh, okay. Well, I do, because I know that many people yesterday was asking about healthcare professionals, especially to New Brunswick. They say that a lot of them are say 11 years as a registered nurse in Morocco, and then would like to find work here in Canada. What are the process and everything? So, I mean, there are a lot of things. So maybe you want to explain to people who are internationally registered nurse, and then let them know what is the process, and then what can MEDAVIE do for them.
Absolutely. So the process is similar to the paramedic one. So you will have to be licensed in order for you to practice here in Canada. However, we work closely, especially with the government of New Brunswick. I can tell you, for example, we're going even on hiring missions to Dubai the next week to hire nurses from the Middle East, not necessarily Dubai. So when it comes to the process, you can apply online. So the medaviehs.com website, please go ahead. You will find that we do have a registered or a licensed practical nurse position that's posted over there. It's going to ask you if you are residing in Canada, make sure you mention that you're not and you're willing to move and when. And then my team will actually connect with you to guide you through the process. Because at the end, we have to start the process by making sure you're eligible through the Nurse Association, and then once you are eligible, we can start. If you are successful, of course, during the interview process, then we can issue a work permit because we are designated. We can offer you a work permit, passing the eligibility criteria to get licensed, and then once you have your work permit, you can apply for the licensing piece accordingly and move to Canada. I also want to mention, even if we're bringing you on a work permit, after 1 year of employment with us in New Brunswick, you can flip your work permit to permanent residency. So I know some of you might be interested in that, but we offer work permit because it's a faster process. Unless you are currently, let's say if some of you might already like have applied for an express entry profile and you're currently in the pool, that's a different process that we can work with the government of New Brunswick. We can give you an offer letter that might actually boost your application. And then you can go through the provincial nominee program, which is the government of New Brunswick is also advertising. So we have two options depending where you are in the process. If you have applied and you're currently in the pool, or you haven't applied yet, we can initiate the work permit and the designation process for you guys.
Okay,
so
Ria. Okay, Ria. First of all, to me, your speed is perfectly, but to a lot of people overseas, maybe with the internet connections, they're asking if you can just slow down a little bit. Okay, yeah, that's like I said. This is Canadian standard, okay? So I totally get it, okay? So,
no worries.
But we have to consider people outside of Canada. Now we're getting a lot of interest. We have people in Algeria. We have people in Nigeria. They have diploma. They want to start a process right away. So speaking of process, how long would it take? Say this Sabrina in Algeria.
Okay.
Is interested in MEDAVIE in your open positions.
Yeah.
From the time they go online and apply. Well, actually, why don't you explain the process first, and then how long it would take from the time they first contact MEDAVIE to the time they actually are physically here in Canada?
Absolutely. So I just want to mention again, it really depends on the candidate. So if you are a candidate and you already applied.
Let's say the ideal candidate, the perfect candidate, everything meets everything.
Perfect. So let's assume you haven't applied to Canada yet and you're interested to becoming a nurse with us in New Brunswick. First step is for you to go on our website, medaviehs.com website, and apply for the position online and fill the specific fields. Once you fill out that application, second step is that my recruiter will get in touch with you to do the initial interview. Once you do the interview and then you were deemed as a fit, you will have a second interview, which is a clinical interview to make sure technically you are able to do the job. If you were successful, then we would start the work permit process. The work permit process. So we have steps on our end and the candidate has steps on their end, Shaw. So I would say first step, checking the licensing, the eligibility criteria. This is usually once they submit everything to the association, it takes around 2 to 3 weeks just to get the results. Once we get the results, if it was positive, we can start with the work permit process. That also takes around 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. But before they get their work permit, they will be asked to provide a language test and educational assessment criteria as well, which is through WES. And this is depending on how fast the candidate can provide us with the results, right? So sometimes so I know, for example, if you are taking the IELTS test, which is the English test, you need 1 month to get the result. So if you add that to the eligibility, and then, so we're talking about, let's say 3 months period, just to gather all these documentation, and an additional 2 to 3 months probably to get the work permit done. So we're talking about maybe 5 to 6 months, unless they have, so some people might have their language test and credentials test done. So they're saving around 2 to 3 months. So it can be faster, depend on how fast the candidate can provide us with all the documents required.
But still, 6 months goes by really fast. Anyway, 6 months goes by really fast. Especially you talk about listen. If you're gonna uproot you in. Oh, by the way, when say for example, say I'm a registered nurse in Algeria. Say I'm the perfect candidate and I'm hired, and I would like to bring my wife and my children So the work permit will allow me to bring my entire family relocate to Canada. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So even if you're coming on a work permit,
entire dependent family, like children have to be under 18. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again, Charles.
Like if I have children, they have to be under 18 in order for them to be
qualify.
If
yes.
they're over 18, they are not considered dependent, correct?
No, yeah, they're not.
Okay.
But
okay.
But we have different options. So it really depends. I just want to mention that it depends on also your situation. We might advise you to go through a different stream than the AIP. So this is where my team of recruiters know every case. So if you're a family and let's say you have kids who are above 18 years old, we will advise you to go through the provincial nominee program, go through express entry, and then you will get a provincial nominee program.
I see.
And then you come as a permanent resident from the get-go, but that's going to take more time.
Okay.
Right? So it really depends on the situation of every candidate. So what we do is depending on, this is why we ask them to fill all the information on the website. And then during the interview, we have a bunch of questions that we ask them for us to determine which route to take with those candidates. And we advise them, okay, whether you go on the provincial nominee program or under the AIP designation.
Okay. You know, we have very sharp listener, okay? And they come back with sharp questions. They say, I'm fluently bilingual.
Okay.
Would I go through the French stream be faster? Would the process be faster if I go through the French stream?
If we're talking about the provincial, if you're going express entry and you're fluent in French, I would advise
English and French. Yeah.
So it depends on what the candidate wants in this case, right? So if you want to apply for express entry and come as a permanent resident from the get-go, I would advise you to take both tests, the French and English. The French would give you extra point because all the provinces, they are in need of bilingual people. So the French will give you extra point if you score higher on the French test, yes.
So can you actually repeat that answer in French?
Oh, wow. That's...
no, it's okay. Yeah. Well, actually, they're from Algeria and Morocco. I don't know if they can understand your Arabic. No, forget it. Let's stick to English and French. Okay. Okay. So we actually just open up the MEDAVIE poll. It's kind of early, so take your time. You know, you can answer later because we're just beginning. And then of course, Ria, you will go back to your slides later, right? Or
if you want me to, I can go back to the slides if you want me to go through it again.
Finish the thing. Okay, but I also have another because okay, so what about the interview process? If I am fluently bilingual, like I'm from Morocco and I'm fluently bilingual, can I request what language I want to be interviewed in, or how does it work? Like a preference.
You can request, but it really depends on who's the recruiter dealing with you. So I have some recruiters who speak French, so they might be able to conduct the interview in French. You can definitely request that, and then if it's a requirement or if it's just a preference, it depends on which recruiter is dealing with you. But if it's something that you really want, it is definitely something that we will be able to provide if it's for New Brunswick. But if it's let's say if you're applying for Nova Scotia, then no, because I don't have anybody there who speak, like from a recruiting standpoint, who speak French. So it depends on which province you're applying to as well.
Yeah. Do you recruit BC as well?
No, not
other provinces. Ontario, right? For sure.
So currently, it depends on which position. So for nurses, I only have availabilities in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. For medics, I have everywhere for paramedics. But for nurses, we have just between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick at the moment. The need is in these provinces. Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I have to put you on the spot because this is quite important.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
like say let's just use the country like Morocco or Algeria as an example, because let's just use Morocco, because I understand Morocco, they have a lot of their rules and regulations is very similar to France, right? A very European standard. So like for example, as a paramedic there, if somebody is a licensed paramedic in Morocco, and chances are, for example, if they're recognized by France, okay, or their regulatory body is actually following the French government's regulation and things like that.
Yeah.
Would that give them an extra advantage if they want to be a paramedic here in Canada? If it's the license that's certified by government of France, a Western European country.
Yeah, so the only thing I'm gonna say here is they will have to go through the process. It doesn't matter, like the minute that you're not a licensed paramedic in Canada, you will have to go through the eligibility process through the association. And they will determine if you get licensed or not. But what I can say is, if, let's say to your point, Shaw, like if you are, let's say, under the regulatory board in France, you have a higher chance of having that license approved. And I just want to mention and clarify one thing. For paramedics specifically, we have two positions. So they're both in Canada. We have something called a primary care paramedic and an advanced care paramedic. So if you have a licensed paramedic in Algeria, once they do the eligibility assessment, the board here might say, okay, maybe they're not qualified to be an advanced care paramedic, but we will license them as primary care paramedic. It depends on their education, depends where they studied, and because some things might be very different from one school, even in the same country. That's why we have to do the assessment. And I want to mention one thing. MEDAVIE Inc. is a big corporation. So MEDAVIE Health Services is one part of that organization. And under MEDAVIE Health Services, we also have a school, which is called MEDAVIE Health Ed. So we own a paramedic school. So that said, what we can do is, if somebody is a paramedic in their home country, they went through the license, like the eligibility assessment, and it's deemed that they need a course or two to be licensed, we can secure that these courses through our school. We provide them with these two courses, and then once they take these courses, they can be licensed as medics in Canada. Also, we have another option, which is, let's say somebody went through the assessment and they were deemed as, okay, we can't license you. You need, let's say, I don't know, a bunch of courses. We can always offer you a different position, which is something that we have in Nova Scotia. It's called transport operator. You will still work on the ambulance, working with a medic, and then you can be studying or completing the required courses in the interim. And once you complete that, we will move you from a transport operator or EMT, emergency medical transport technician, into let's say a PCP or an ACP. So it really depends again. So a lot of options, we have a lot of options, and it really depends on that assessment that's done at the first. We determine which route to take, right? So it is also an option that we can offer. Some people, like we're going to the UK next week, and we also know that a licensed paramedic in the UK is equal to an advanced medic in Canada. But then they have something called emergency care assistants. So these guys are equivalent into a primary care medic, but the College of Paramedic here in Canada won't license them from the get-go. So we will hire them as TOs until we give them some courses in Canada through our school, and then we move them into a primary care medic. So it's also an option for people, though even if your assessment says you can't practice medic from day one, we have
Yes.
another option as well for you. So.
Oh my goodness, I learn something new every day. I didn't even realize. Oh my God. Okay, so that's a good, thank you for opening up this whole
the Pandora box.
yes, I mean, it's teaching the old dog a new trick, right? Anyway, well, speaking of old dog, is there any age limit that you guys would hire for paramedic?
No, absolutely not. We don't discriminate based on age. It doesn't matter if you have the passion to being a medic.
You're physically
and you're physically capable, of course.
Capable.
And
yes,
we don't. No.
Okay, good. Now, this is a hypothetical question. We all know foreign trained doctors, if they want to practice here in Canada, it's extremely long and difficult process.
That's true.
They literally have to go back to med school.
Correct.
Okay, so, and we all know the old saying, it's like in Ottawa, what's the best place to have a heart attack? It's in a taxi. Anyway, so so all this to say is, if I'm a foreign trained doctor and I immigrated to Canada, I would like to participate in these paramedic program and be hired as a paramedic.
Correct.
Now I'm already a licensed doctor, not a licensed paramedic. Okay, say I'm a licensed doctor I'm going to use Morocco as an example. Okay. Would there be any in your case is, oh my God, this guy is a doctor, so definitely he or she will be a good fit as a paramedic, right? Would there be any advantage?
Absolutely. So I want to, for all healthcare physicians have like on the call here, I want to mention that we do have a lot of physicians. They immigrated here, to your point, Shaw, and it's very unfortunate that they can't practice medicine in Canada unless they have to retake or study for additional years. Yeah. It's so unfortunate. Yes. We did start a pilot project in the province of Saskatchewan in the collaboration of the College of Paramedics there. For all these physicians who can't practice medicine, we are doing a pilot project. For the ones who are interested in becoming a medic, we will do the eligibility assessment for them and determine what courses they need. They won't take the entire paramedicine program, which is 1.5 years now. They probably will need a couple of courses in order for them to be licensed as medics. It is something that we have started already and we received a lot of people who's like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to study for 6 years. Yes, I'll take your program, which is, let's say, I'll study for 4 or 5 months. And then become a paramedic. So it is definitely being a doctor, because at the end of the day, a paramedic doesn't know they don't have the knowledge that a doctor, for example, has. Of course, so there is definitely an advantage there. And then, as I've mentioned before, we have some bridging courses that we can provide. Because, for example, if I have a trauma surgeon, I don't think this person will need a lot of, maybe just a couple of courses that's related to best practices as a medic, because you can't operate on, let's say, on the scene, right? So versus, I don't know, let's say a family doctor. So it might be a little bit different. So this is why we will have to do the assessment, but there is definitely a big advantage, because I suspect these physicians will not need an entire program to be retaken. So
in theory, anyway, in theory. But now let's talk about practical terms, okay? And what's more practical than dollars and cents? Now, just give us an idea in terms of average salary for a primary paramedic, and what's the other one? Advanced paramedic.
So it depends on the province, really.
Okay.
So
approximately,
approximately. So if we're talking about a primary care paramedic, we're talking about averaging 60 to 63,000 a year. When it's an ACP, it's between it varies from $70,000 to $77,000. In some provinces, it's higher than that. Some provinces pays around $100K a year. So it really depends on which province you're applying for sure.
That's actually not too bad at all, eh?
Yeah. So,
and that doesn't include overtime. If you have to work overtime, you get, oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, I know. So that's actually not too bad at all.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I also want to mention that since we have a lot of, like, we work in different communities, we offer like a lot of positions. So sometimes even if you're a paramedic, you might want to move maybe to operate more operational and management roles. And these roles are only offered for our internal people. So like we have a lot of the senior managers, like the provincial managers who run the operational, like from the management side. These are all medics who actually started with us, or nurses who were with us and then they moved. We do not, you will see on our website, you don't see any management or administrative roles because we give these opportunities to our internal folks first. Like you can even apply from, like, let's say you are in Ontario or you're in Nova Scotia and there is an opening in New Brunswick for a manager, you can apply for it. It's the same organization. So your career progression doesn't stop you or limit you to one province. And all these senior roles and management roles are only offered to our internal employees first.
Okay, so there's a lot of people have other questions, and I would strongly suggest that they go to MEDAVIE booth in the VCE 12, and Ria and your colleague are, I think that, yeah, you guys are busy answering questions. You guys, your booth have lots of people right now. So sorry. Yeah, sorry. I have to explain to you. If you see me going like this, that's because I got 3 screens going and 2 phones going. So I'm getting ping pong ding dong left and right. So I'm getting various notifications. So here goes. So I'm gonna say this to all the people out there is MEDAVIE is definitely there to trying to, because, well, first of all, there is a severe shortage of healthcare professionals in Canada for many reasons. Most of it is because our population is getting older, and also because of the advancement of medicine, people are living longer. So definitely there's gonna be a more, and then this is not what we are seeing right now. It's only the tip of the iceberg. It's only going to get worse as the population gets older, right? Ria, in the next 10, 20 years, this problem is only going to get worse.
Absolutely.
So we are definitely Canada is definitely in need of medical professionals, healthcare professionals, and definitely get in touch with MEDAVIE. MEDAVIE is definitely one of the top employer in this field. I don't know, Ria, do you want to go back to the slides, finish the slides, or you want to continue with this Q&A? I mean, I'm fine either way.
I don't mind. Honestly, the slide that I used today, it is just very generic information about our locations, and it's some quotes from our heroes, like our paramedics and nurses who work for us. We can continue with the questions, Shaw, or we can just go through the presentation. It's both work for me, actually.
That's fine. They want you to share the website again, so maybe you can just share that website again, that slide. Hold on, let me share your slide, and I'll share that with. Oh no, if I share my slide, oh yeah, okay. Go to the website.
It's the last slide.
Okay, go to the last slide.
Yeah. And that's the website, and this is the careers page.
Okay, yeah, so let's leave it there for now. So for every one of you that actually are interested in a career through MEDAVIE Health Services, please go to MEDAVIEHS.com/careers. Okay, please go there. And now, is your website in French as well, Ria?
No, this is a new website that we have developed. We still haven't added the French component to it, not yet.
Okay, so for all the French speaking attendees, you will have to go through. Obviously, when you apply, can their resume be in French? Can they submit?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. So you can submit your resume in French. Okay, that's fine. But the site is English. Of course, I mean, there's so many translation tools right now that's available. Here's a. Okay, here is a question. Maybe you can help because I'm going to read a question to you. Okay, Ria. I already have NNAS. That's November Apple Sierra. Alpha Sierra, NNAS. I already have an NNAS advisory report, which is comparable to Canadian training for registered nurse. How do I proceed to get a job?
I'm sorry, can you say that again? She has what?
She already have NNAS.
NNAS?
Yeah, November Alpha Sierra. NNAS advisory report, which is comparable to Canadian training for registered nurse.
Okay.
How do I proceed to get a job? So I guess what she's trying to say is she already have an equivalent to the RN registration in Canada.
Yeah, I would. So
how does she proceed to get a job through MEDAVIE?
Same process. It's just go to the website and submit your application. It's the application form is going to ask you some questions, and then if you're already it's part of the questions asked about the licensing piece, and if you already did that, then it will tell us that okay, we can start the hiring process right away. And if you're not licensed or there's something missing for your registration here, we can also walk you through that process.
Okay, good. Now, of course, Amin Chida Igwe, please go to MEDAVIE booth and talk to one of the rep there because I'm sure I have to be honest with you. I'm sure there's a job waiting for you here, okay? In Canada, if you already a sort of recognized RN here in Canada, okay? Here's another question. This is a good one. Does MEDAVIE employ international medical graduates in BC?
In British Columbia, international medical. Sorry, say that again, Shaw.
Graduates. So I okay. Yeah, this is a tough one. I think what it meant is somebody who completed med school internationally. Do you employ somebody in BC with do you hire people in BC?
Not at the moment, no.
No, okay. But to this person, BC might not have opportunity, but certainly in New Brunswick.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Or Nova Scotia, for sure. Or
Yeah, Nova Scotia. You're not on the Pacific side, but you're on the Atlantic side. Okay, you still get the ocean. Right, Ria?
Yeah.
Okay. Please, which website accepts international candidate? Is there any chance? Okay, admin assistant. Are you looking? Oh, by the way, are you looking for any other position such as there were people asking? Are you looking for qualified IT professionals? And also, are you looking for an experienced admin assistant from outside?
So to that specific, so for the IT ones, under MHS specifically, I don't have any available IT roles, but as I mentioned, under the MEDAVIE umbrella, we have also another part that's called MEDAVIE Blue Cross, who I know they are hiring IT professionals from outside of Canada, given the big need they have. So MEDAVIE Blue Cross is an insurance company that's under the MEDAVIE umbrella. Yes. And they might have some IT roles. So for that specific person asking, you can go to the MEDAVIE Blue Cross website and check their available positions. Okay. The only caveat is because we're contracted by the government, some of these IT roles might require security clearance, so they might not qualify for it. So they have to pay attention if this position requires a security clearance. Security clearance, guys, it means that you will have to be in Canada for 5 years. in order to be able to be eligible to apply for the position, because you might you will have access to some government information. So that's it.
I noticed there's a little bit of a tone of resentment for your end, right? It's like we need people, but yeah, the government regulation is.
I know it's silly.
I know.
It's silly because the reason they ask for security clearance is that because they want to have a background like for at least 5 years that you have a clean record. But when you, as an immigrant, when you come here, you go through a security background check in your
background check.
So,
that's
like,
right. Yeah.
I don't understand. Like for me, it's just a silly rule.
Yeah.
But again, this is mandated by the government. I can't do anything about it.
I mean, you're absolutely correct. I mean, we can scream and yell and everything. You know, it's like nobody say the
same for the licensing piece for nurses and paramedics. We're all screaming. We want people from outside. Like, why does it have to be that complicated? Like the licensing piece can be a little bit hectic. So yeah, we're hoping to change that, hopefully.
Yeah, okay. No, Yuman, yes, I did ask for admin assistant, but there were also people asking for IT. That's why I asked for both. So Yuman, just bear with me. She was specified. I only asked for admin assistant. I said, no. Yeah, there are other people asked for IT. So anyway, foreign credential assessments. How long is the process and who is going to pay for that cost?
Okay, so it depends on which position. So if we're talking about a paramedic, we are covering the expenses for now. Everything that you pay, from the language test to the credential assessment, to the eligibility, to your exam, to the registration, the company is going to reimburse you all that money after 1 year of employment. It's just, for us, it's a return on investment. So we want to make sure that you're not going to come here and then work for somebody else. So that's why we will reimburse you that money that you have paid after a year of employment with us.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and you usually, well, just give an idea, approximately, would it be like under 5,000? Would it be under 3,000 Canadian?
For which part?
Let's just say paramedic. Yeah.
No, do you mean for the overall cost?
No, the foreign credential assessment and everything. Yeah.
As I've mentioned, so the assessment fee is around $750. The examination fee is around $600.
Okay.
The work permit we covered, and then the language test is around $200. The educational credential assessment is around $250.
Yeah.
Application fee and licensing $200, and the registration is $500. So overall, we're talking about $2,700.
And that's all going to be covered after 1 year working with MEDAVIE.
You will be reimbursed. Everything that you have paid, you will be reimbursed. So it's 2,700 Canadian dollars.
That's very, very generous of MEDAVIE. Now here's another question. You see, we talk about foreign doctors here. It says, I'm a registered anesthesiologist with 7 years work experience. I'm currently a PR in Canada.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure if this is a question you can answer, but here's a question anyway. How can I start working here as a doctor again? Especially now that Canada needs healthcare professionally badly. And then is MCCQE and doing residency the only option? Are there any other fast track way?
So I'm not sure. What I can tell you is, if you're in Ontario, I'm not sure if this person is in Ontario, there's an organization called World Skills Employment Center. I know they have a division for healthcare that helps people get licensed, and they can walk you through the process. So they can help you and guide you through the process. Every province has a similar, let's say, program to help like immigrants and newcomers get licensed. So you can go to those, maybe, I don't know, and check how can they help you. Unfortunately, I can't help you with that, but they might actually walk you through the steps for sure.
Yeah, this is and thank you, Ria. That's very, very responsible of you, because obviously we recognize when you're an anesthesiologist, you are very incredibly talented. Okay, you are a
Absolutely.
specialist, and
Absolutely.
we hope that you will use your role to become
Absolutely.
a specialist here, to able to practice as a specialist here in Canada is smooth and short one. We hope, because we need healthcare professionals. But we are neither Ria nor myself are qualified to give you any suggestions. Even though I don't know, Ria, if you know that my son actually is a doctor, right? Medical doctor. So, but he went through the Canadian process. He didn't, right? So we don't know about the foreign trained doctor process. So by all means, please do contact, what is it? World Skills?
World Skills Employment Center. So they have a
if you're in
division
Ottawa, that's right. Yes.
That's why I said if you're here, But
if you're in Ottawa, please contact World Skills Employment Center.
But
if
every
not,
province has one, so it depends on where this person is located. Every province almost have that same program. It's probably named differently. It just happens that I know the Ottawa one because I reside in Ottawa.
Okay. Oh, here's a good one. We talk about a doctor becoming a paramedic. What about a registered nurse? Can they work as a paramedic?
Absolutely, it's the same process. We'll have to do the assessment. We'll see if you're eligible and what kind of training or courses that you might require for you to become a paramedic. Absolutely. I think it's a skill. Like, we have a lot of actually staff with us who are nurses and they switch to medics or vice versa.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, the good thing is if it's something that this individual would like to explore, we are happy to walk you through it. And if you don't like it, you can always go back to becoming a nurse or.
Okay. Here's another question. Oh my God, these are great questions. Okay. Thanks for this presentation, Ria. As an internationally educated nurse, do I have to get licensed from NAMB before applying to MEDAVIE Health Services? While awaiting NAMB decision, can I apply as patient care attendant?
I'm not sure what NAMB means. Like, is it she means the Nurse Association of New Brunswick? So for you to, if that's what she means,
probably yes.
Yeah. So the nurses, so you have to be licensed to practice. Unfortunately, yes. So
I know, but while you're waiting for the license, can she apply as a patient care attendant, like a PSW?
Oh, absolutely, yes. You can always start as patient care until you get licensed. That's a very clever question. You can. It's like when I explained for medics, we have the transport operator in the interim for you to get licensed as a medic. For registered nurses, it's the same. You can start as patient care attendant until you get licensed as a registered nurse. So yes, absolutely.
And here's another follow-up question. Will you reimburse people become a registered nurse? Like all the licensing process, will you reimburse all the fees that they need to pay?
If is this person here or is this person outside? So it really depends. If I'm starting, we're reimbursing the ones that we're bringing from outside, right?
Okay.
So I mean, if you're here locally, then it's a question that we might. Honestly, we haven't explored that option yet. So we are putting in the budget for next year, but for today, we're not. If you're here and you already started that process.
Perfect. Okay. So what's the best way to contact to see more available jobs and connect with MEDAVIE? What's the best way?
As I mentioned, it's the website. Go and apply your application there. So
okay. You want to share that screen again? G-TAC support. Can you show that the website again, please, on the main screen? So everybody can see. There's a lot of interest for this.
And you can connect with our recruiters at the booth. They might give you their personal email addresses too. So if you have further questions as well.
Okay. What about as a physiotherapist? Can I apply for job, say, paramedic or?
I don't see why not. If you're interested in a medic, yes, absolutely. So it really depends on, again, like you will have to take the eligibility, because as a physiotherapist, you already have some courses that might be, accredited here as a medic. So you'll have to take the eligibility for us to determine what courses do you still need to become a medic.
Okay. Wow. This session is going quick, Ria. We need to wrap up though. So I got one more question to ask you, and then I will give you a minute to wrap up. Okay. What about any opportunity for public health inspectors? Can they transition to be a paramedic?
They can. Absolutely. It's the same process. And again, they might need to retake the entire program. It really depends on your education and what the association is gonna accredit from those courses and from your education that you had outside Canada, really. So it's not up to me, unfortunately.
Perfect. So Ria, I'm gonna give you 1 minute to close your presentation. Then we're gonna take a short break, and then we're gonna have our next presenter, which is Invest Ottawa, coming at 1 p.m. sharp. So Ria, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Shaw, and all the G-TAC people who actually organized this amazing event. So thank you for this opportunity. For all the candidates and for all the questions that you guys have asked, these are great questions. Thank you for listening today. I want to mention that me working for MEDAVIE Health Services, for me, it's a mission. Given the need, and like our healthcare system is bleeding, and we need you. We need you because this country needs you, and we need those talents. So and this is why, honestly, our company is investing and reinvesting that money, and we're investing in that international process, and we're investing in going on hiring missions, because we know that we need you. And I hope that you guys can come and chat with us. We will do our best to walk you through the process step by step. And whatever questions, please reach out, come to our booth, and hopefully we will develop this into definitely a fruitful collaboration.
A win-win situation, right? Absolutely. You fulfill your dream to come to Canada and fulfill the needs for the healthcare professional. And I can see right now your booth is full of people. So I'll let you go. Thank you on behalf of everyone on G-TAC and all the listeners. Thank you, Ria, for your wonderful presentation. And we look forward to schedule a special session for MEDAVIE and for everyone around Canada and around the world that's interested in a career in healthcare professionals. So please follow G-TAC on our LinkedIn page, Global Talent Alliance Canada, for the latest information, and we will be scheduling a special session for MEDAVIE. Okay, so Ria, have a wonderful day, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, bye. And for all of you listening right now, we are gonna take a short break. I'll be back in 6 minutes, and we'll start the next session, which is by Invest Ottawa, will be presented by Brianna Fraser. So I'll see you guys shortly.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
At the end of the day, it's all about securing your networks and infrastructures.
When it comes to reliability, scalability, and performance, Fortinet always stands few steps ahead of others.
It's an amazing place to work. Leaders make sure they are empowering the people. You're working with some of the brightest and smartest minds in the industry. Some of them also have a lot of patents on their names.
I joined Fortinet last year after my graduation. I was assigned a mentor who is very enthusiastic with sharing her experience and the knowledge with me, which helped me be more familiar with products that I will be working on.
In the team, you will never feel being left out. Everyone, working hard, will help each other. Your contribution is always recognized by the company. I think that's very important.
I have already recommended 4 of my friends to Fortinet this year.
Fortinet is the fastest growing security company in the world.
And cybersecurity is an happening thing. Well, I would highly recommend you to think about cybersecurity. Come join us.
One thing that most people would find surprising about me, the fact that I'm a CPA. It was advised to me to take this introductory business certificate program at the university I attended. All I knew at that point in my life was that I enjoyed a business organization and how it made its community successful. When I knew that I enjoyed the accounting courses, I had started to explore the CPA program. What excites me most about my CPA path is how many wonderful people I've met along the way in terms of mentors and coaches. Currently, I'm using my CPA designation and experience to support my community. I was recently appointed by the Chief and Counsel to the Finance and Audit Committee, and it's really a board that oversees compliance, the audits of the nation, and then setting the budgets each year. My drive was to one day become a leader, and I know that the CPA program helps people achieve that goal. The 3 letters CPA mean to me is just simply opportunity.
What drives culture at MEDAVIE? It starts with caring for ourselves, so we can take care of one another. And the communities we call home. We take time to care for our physical health and take the needed moments to support our mental health, which helps us to care for Canadians. We care in many different ways. And while caring drives our culture at MEDAVIE, it's that culture that helps us care so much.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are going to start with the Invest Ottawa presentation in a minute or so, and thank you again. I know for some of you, it's actually getting pretty late in the evening, or actually early morning hours, depends on where you are. I know if you're in Korea right now, it's almost 2 a.m. Okay, if you're in China, it's almost 1 a.m. If you're in other parts of South Asia, it's about 12 a.m., almost 12 a.m., and so on and so forth. So, and of course, if you're in BC, it's still early in the day for you. So, thank you once again for joining our broadcast, Korea Foreign Broadcast. And we are actually into our afternoon now, and our next session will be presented by Brianna Fraser. She is the manager for talent strategy at Invest Ottawa, and she will talk about Ottawa, Canada's capital, and how do you take the next step in your tech career in the Silicon Valley North. So, and I'm going to let her explain what does Silicon Valley North mean, because I could say it myself because I kind of said it yesterday, but you know, I want a professional to tell you guys why it's called Silicon Valley North. So, Brianna, if you can just scroll your mouse over the screen and click, the minute that you can get the control of the slides, you can start right away. Oh,
all right.
Is that you? Good.
Yeah, you
okay.
can see and hear me okay?
I can see you and I hear you perfectly. So the mic is yours, Brianna.
All right, thank you so much for having me. As Shaw put it, I am Brianna Fraser. I work at Invest Ottawa. And for those that aren't familiar, Invest Ottawa is a for impact organization. We are the leading economic development agency for Canada's capital of Ottawa. And what we mainly do is we support the knowledge-based economy in the city. So we're really focused on companies that have a tech component. And that could range from biotech to software to autonomous vehicles. And I'm going to talk a lot about the different types of companies we support. But we work with companies all the way from idea stage to large multinationals that are either coming to Ottawa to set up or are in Ottawa and looking to expand internationally. So no matter what type of company you're looking for, at what stage or size, we have a lot of companies that we work with that we can help connect you with. And I specifically work on our talent program, which came about around 2019. And the city's goal was to really put Ottawa on the map for tech talent and to ensure that we constantly had a new influx of talent to support the companies here. So because of that, the talent program was born in order to have a function where we could connect companies in the city that we are already working with and helping them grow. And then to help with that growth, they need the right people. And so we've built out this talent program and platform, workinottawa.ca, to really enable those types of connections. So on the candidate side, I'm talking to you today to help educate on what types of opportunities there are in the city. And then we work with candidates directly to connect with the companies that we work with that are hiring. And I'll definitely talk about, the Silicon Valley in the north and everything. But really what I want to start with is why Ottawa? So you might be from outside of the country, or you're in a different part of the country. And before we get into the jobs and the different types of companies that are here, I think it's really important to focus on the city first and foremost. A lot of people have that goal to find a job first and foremost, but finding a city that also will be a good fit long-term for you and your family is equally, if not more important, right? So you want to find a city that's a good choice for you in your career. But you want to make sure that you have that lifestyle and enjoy the place that you are, because it's all about that work-life balance and the time you have outside of work. You want to make sure that you're in an area that has everything that you need. And so for those that don't know, Ottawa is Canada's capital, and we are a fully bilingual city. So whether you speak English or French, or other languages as well, it is a really diverse city, and you can find work in both of Canada's official languages. If you're bilingual, it definitely gives the leg up, but even if you only speak French or only speak English, there are employment opportunities. And so throughout this presentation, we're going to talk about a lot of the benefits that the city has and some different aspects of why you might want to consider Ottawa. It is a major city, so if you are looking for a city that's maybe not as big as Toronto or Vancouver, I'm going to explain a little bit of why I love Ottawa and why it's such a good fit for a lot of people. So to start off, here are some quick facts about the city. So we actually have the highest concentration of tech talent in all of North America, even higher than Silicon Valley. That's part of the reason we say we're like the Silicon Valley of the north of Canada, is because based off of our population size, a higher percentage of those within the city actually work in tech, whether that's working in tech companies or have tech skills. And so it's a really attractive place for companies to set up shop and grow and therefore provide job opportunities to you. But it's also a really great place if you are a tech worker yourself to come, because you're going to be surrounded by peers and opportunities in companies and like-minded individuals. So that's really interesting. And not a lot of people know that Ottawa has such a strong tech hub. And then in terms of population, you know, we have over 20 million people living just within 400 kilometers of Ottawa. So Ottawa is really growing. So we have the core city, but we call it the National Capital Region because there's a lot of smaller towns that surround Ottawa. And there's a lot of people that live there and commute into town or work remotely and come into the city as needed. So there's tons of small communities. If you want the best of both worlds and you like that smaller, close-knit vibe, you can live within a 20-minute, 40-minute commute of the downtown center, but still kind of be on the outskirts. And that also includes Gatineau. So Gatineau is actually a town on the Quebec side, so in the province of Quebec, whereas Ottawa is in the province of Ontario. But they're right next to each other, separated by the river, Ottawa River. And so, especially if you're a French speaker and your visa allows, it could be very appealing to live on the Gatineau side. Even myself, I personally live on the Gatineau side. There's a lot of benefits, cheaper housing, really affordable childcare, for example. You know, there's pros and cons to living on the Ontario-Quebec side, but many people live in Gatineau and work in Ottawa and vice versa. So it really just shows how, you know, it's not just limited to the city and the population, which is, I believe, about 1.2 million right now for the actual Ottawa core. But to have such a large area surrounded that supports the city means that there's so many more options for people who are looking to buy or live somewhere close to the city. Ottawa has also been rated as one of the best places to live in Canada, and we get this rating year over year, which really shows that people live here, enjoy it. A lot of people grow up here and never leave because they enjoy the city so much. For myself, I have lived all over the country and even in other countries, and I personally think Ottawa is kind of the best of all worlds. It has a big city, you know, experience and infrastructure. It has everything you need from light rail systems, malls, and lots of, you know, great things in the economy. But yet it kind of feels like a small, tight-knit community, especially if you are in the entrepreneurship community or the tech community. You know, it's very easy to get to know people and network, and you'll run into people you know all the time because it does feel like that's such a small city despite its size. So that's one of the many great reasons, and I'll get into a little bit of other reasons why it's such a great place to live. But I think that's so important, you know, because it's not just all about the work at the end of the day. And Ottawa is also recognized as having the lowest cost of living of any city in Canada. So for the major cities that are in the country, Ottawa has the lowest cost of living, which means you're going to have more money left over from your paycheck every month in order to spend on things that you want versus putting, you know, exorbitant amounts towards housing and things like that. So we have 1.44 million inhabitants as of right now. Just under 1 million of those people are actively in the workforce, and 76,000 of those is employed in the tech sector. And we have just under 1,000 knowledge-based businesses. So knowledge-based, again, is really referring to those within the technology space. And Ottawa is also the IoT capital of Canada. So Internet of Things, there's a lot of companies and innovation happening right here in the city as it relates to IoT. So here's just a couple of fun facts about the region. All right, so to dive back into why Ottawa is such a great place to live. So we are also one of Canada's fastest growing cities. So as I mentioned, there's a lot of development going and Ottawa is growing. And this also means that there's a lot of diverse communities in the city as well. We have a very large, there's Chinatown, for example, within the city. We have a large Arabic population. So it's very diverse in terms of the population, in terms of the people, age diversity as well. And we're continuing to grow year after year. So there's always a lot of new housing developments going up, new businesses that are coming. Invest Ottawa plays a large role in working on getting more foreign direct investment into the city. So it's really an exciting place to be because it's continuously growing. Here, I just want to show a couple wonderful examples of the diversity and the culture within the city. So on the left top, you can see that we have a lot of Indigenous celebrations. So Canada is really trying to make an effort to celebrate and recognize the Indigenous history and the people here in Canada. And so this is something you would typically see, like a powwow event that would happen. On the top right, you can see the Franco-Ontarian flag. So just as in Quebec, there's a lot of French speakers. In Ontario, there is as well. And those people go by Franco-Ontarien. At the bottom, you have a couple more displays of different, the Pride Parade that happens every year here in Ottawa during Pride Month. Some support for things like Ukraine. And it just goes to show that there's always, different festivals and cultures being represented in the city. Within the city, we also boast quite a bit more for the culture and entertainment side of things. So we actually have 14 national museums. This includes a Museum of History, Aviation, we have a Nature Museum. Some of these are free for students or kids under a certain age, and typically there are either days of the week or month that anyone can get in for free. So it's a really great affordable option for entertainment if you're looking for something to do. And you can also buy yearly membership passes. We also have quite a few art galleries, 32 to be exact. We have the National Arts Center here, the National Art Gallery, and a lot of smaller studios as well. And we boast over 180 annual festivals, fairs, and events. So honestly, there's always something going on. This past weekend on Spark Street, we had the Asian Food Festival happening over the weekend, which happens twice a year. We have several music festivals as well, depending on what type of music you're into. There's Jazz Fest, Folk Fest, Blues Fest, which is a 2-week festival where every single night there is different musical performances. We also have a lot of food related events going on, Poutine Fest, Rib Fest. Every single weekend you can find something to do in the city. Right now there's also a couple fairs going on in different parts of the city and in neighboring towns. It's really great if you want to bring your kids to rides or things like that. And we're also world famous for our outdoor activities. So if you're coming from a country that's maybe warmer than Canada, winter can be quite a shock, but it's also one of the benefits. Ottawa really experiences all 4 seasons that Canada has to offer. So depending on where you go in Canada, you might not have that same experience. Like in BC, in the South End, they don't have winters like we do. So it can get cold, but typically only really cold for a few weeks of the year. But the rest of the winter, you have the opportunity to enjoy, the snow, which can be really fun. And then in the summers, we get really hot summers, really mild springs, and beautiful falls. So as an example of some things you can do in the winter, fall, spring, summer, we have actually the world's largest outdoor skating rink. So the Ottawa Canal, which goes through the city, gets frozen over during the winter, and the city maintains it so that people can use it as a public free skating rink throughout the winter. It's one of my favorite things to do. And yes, some people will even skate to work or school using the canal. It's really cool to see. They'll have food stalls, campfires, and things on the rink. So it's a great fun for you and your family. We also have over 1,000 different parks. So if you like camping, hiking, being out in nature, there's so many different parks within the city. We're part of the Canada's Green Belt. We have Gatineau Park, which has tons of different hiking trails, beautiful lakes and beaches that you can visit. So it's a really easy place to stay active, whether you want to hike or if you like to bike. Ottawa is also a very bikeable city. So spring, summer, and fall, you can use the bike lanes all over. We have designated bike trails along the river, the canal, and through different parks. So really, no matter where you want to go, you can bike to pretty much anywhere within the city, which is great. And there's a lot of safety measures in place to make sure that the bike lanes are separate and safe for riders. And then there's also in the winter, you can use some of those trails for cross-country skiing, which is fun. We are also one of the top 5 whitewater rafting spots in the world. If anyone wants for extreme sports, we have 2 locations within driving distance of Ottawa, which is pretty cool. Tons of lakes if you want to go fishing or swimming. A lot of people have cottages nearby, which you can go to on weekends. And then, of course, lots of beaches. We have about 3 or 4 beaches just within the city that are really easy to get to, and tons of parks for kids to go play, do sports. Really, if you want to get outside, there's lots of options in pretty much every neighborhood. And then some of you might be coming here to study, or perhaps you're thinking of doing a master's down the road, or maybe you have kids that you're going to want them to pursue post-secondary education. And what's fantastic is Ottawa has 6 different institutions just within National Capital Region that are very high quality education. So the University of Ottawa is a bilingual university, so you can take your programs in either English, French, or both. Carleton University as well has very good engineering programs and media and communications as well. Algonquin College, I believe they also have some bilingual programs, and they have more college-based programs. La Cité is a French college, as well as Université de Québec, l'Ouest. And then we have Willis College, which is more of an industry training college in the city for more hands-on. So depending on what you're looking for, you should be able to find a post-secondary institution that meets your needs. And the University of Ottawa is also downtown too, which is really nice if you want to stay central. In terms of cost of living, Ottawa, as I mentioned earlier, is the most affordable city in Canada. So when it comes to buying a house, the average cost and prices did really fluctuate during the pandemic. I think we saw that in a ton of cities. Vancouver, Toronto got hit as well. Prices dropped, prices soared. Things are stabilizing. Interest rates are a little high right now, but that means prices have dropped as well. And so Ottawa is also a pretty stable city when it comes to the housing market, which is a good thing in a lot of ways. So it's important to note that because Ottawa does have a lot of government workers and government institutions, that leads to the stability of the economy here. And as a result, the housing market has stabilized quite a bit. So the average to buy a house, and this is more of a standalone house, semi-detached, is about $633,000 right now, according to the latest month's data. Now, if you're looking to buy a condo, if that's more what you're interested in, it is definitely more affordable at $428,000 on average. And then if you're looking for a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom apartment, the average is going to be about $1,600 per month. So now they're doing a lot of new builds as well. So I expect that as Ottawa continues to grow, more housing options will be added. But that's another reason why a lot of people look at Gatineau if they're going to be working in Ottawa. On the Quebec side, it is also a little bit more affordable if you're open to that. Now I want to switch gears a little bit into the tech side of things. And so, Ottawa is definitely a great place to live for all the reasons that I mentioned. But at the end of the day, most people are going to come here because of the work, right? A lot of people will move based off of their job or because they see stability and growth within their career that they'll be able to find here. And I think you definitely can. A lot of people worry that they won't be able to find a job in Ottawa if they're an immigrant because they won't be able to get a job with government. They're worried about security clearances. And that is something to consider, that some government jobs do require security clearance. And so some require you to be in Canada for a certain amount of time, but that's not all jobs in government. And then, there is so many other industries. Tech is one of our primary industries within Ottawa. We also have a very large, restaurant and tourism industry as well. But tech is one of the biggest ones next to government. And so, you don't have to worry about that as much unless you're applying for, like, say, a defense company that would cater to government. That might be something you need to think about. But most private tech companies, that's not something to worry about. As long as you have authorization to work in Canada, you're okay. And there's also a lot of companies within the tech space that are willing to sponsor individuals from abroad as well to come here, because there's such a need and the companies are growing so fast that they need to find talent. And so within the tech sector, we kind of have 4 main areas that we see most of the companies fall under. So telecommunications is definitely one of the largest industries. This probably has to do with the historic companies that have been here, like Ericsson, Nokia, have been here in Ottawa a long time. And a lot of companies have, grown because of that, spun off from those companies. So that is still a major industry. Software, AI, and data analytics, this is where you see a lot of innovation and growth. So a lot of the startups that we work with are in this space. So if you're really looking for kind of more that innovative work, smaller companies to work with, there's a ton of opportunities in software, especially for immigrants. There is simply not enough people here, especially at the intermediate to senior level, with the skill sets they're looking for. So they're constantly recruiting. Cybersecurity is another huge area. So I would put cybersecurity and defense together because Ottawa is a government town and there's a lot of government departments that have offices here. There's a lot of procurement that happens in a lot of companies that service and tailor to government. And so there's a lot of opportunities for cybersecurity and defense. And as the world goes remote and continues to be online all the time, cybersecurity is becoming more and more critical and important for companies. So I see this being a very high growth area. And then more on the niche side of things is autonomous vehicles. So this is definitely a smaller industry, but Ottawa is seeing a lot of growth and innovation happening in that area right here. So autonomous vehicles, connected cities, smart cities, and IoT has a lot to do with it. So I'll share a little bit more about each industry. And at the beginning of the presentation, we talked a little bit about Silicon Valley of the North and what does that mean? So maybe some people haven't heard of Ottawa, but maybe you've heard of Canada. And essentially Canada is a suburb of Ottawa. So it's a neighborhood, an area of the city, and there is actually a tech park there. So back in the day, there was a couple really large tech companies that set up shop there. And from that, a whole tech park has grown. And so a lot of people are very familiar and they actually call Canada North the Silicon Valley of the North. And it was recognized globally several years back and was recognized around the world. And so Canada is really just a part of Ottawa. It just happens to be where a lot of tech companies are centered. So if you're looking at neighborhoods and you're wondering, okay, where should I move? If your job requires you to be in the office or you want to go to the office, odds are you might end up living or wanting to live in that end, the west end of the city, because you're going to have such close proximity to the tech park. So that's something really cool to look at. And Canada has grown to be a very expansive suburb with everything you would need: grocery stores, supermarkets, malls, movie theaters, lots to do there. And it is actually Canada's largest tech park as well. So it has over 500 companies and employs 21,000 employees there. Some big names you might hear, Mitel, Kinaxis, U.ITV, which was bought by Warner Bros. Some of those companies, Centronic, for example, are all in Canada. And some of them, are smaller, but a lot of the larger companies there range up to about 5,000 people. So there's some large office space there as well. And they're really working on recreating the tech park to be a really innovative, fun place to be. Saba Software was also one of the companies that was created out of the tech park. So I want to further dive into some of the areas. So I mentioned telecom is one of the largest industries here in the city. And so within that, the companies are really trying to cultivate world-class expertise in disruptive technologies, and that includes 5G. So there's been a lot of buzz about 5G, and it's something that a lot of companies are starting to focus on. And so there are plenty of roles that are looking for people with experience in this area, experience with telecom, to help with this innovation. So there are lots of advances in wireless technology that have brought 5G to the tech world, and Ottawa is leading that charge with industry stars, startups, academia, and government support systems. A lot of what Ottawa does is brings people together from industry, from academia to government, and creates these clusters of organizations that can foster this innovation. So nothing's happening in a vacuum. There's a lot of collaboration that happens. For example, the CRC, the Communications Research Centre of Canada, and the City of Ottawa are working together to test 5G. There was a test site in 2017 that was launched at City Hall. And here on the screen, you can see some logos of various companies that work in this space. So if you are a telecom engineer or you work in that space or even want to transition into telecom, these are some companies that have offices in Ottawa that you're going to want to take a look at. Nokia and Ericsson are definitely some bigger names. Infinera is growing and always hiring here for things like ASIC engineers. Solus is a more of a mid-sized company. And then we also have Sienna. And then on the software side, so this includes software, data analytics, AI and machine learning. These types of solutions are under development at companies across the city. Really innovative work happening around, and software touches on a lot of different areas, including autonomous vehicles, e-commerce, smart city initiatives, and Internet of Things. And this is where we see a lot of the startups. So Invest Ottawa actually has a couple different programs. We have a ignition program for companies that are kind of just getting started. They just have an idea and they really want to ignite and grow that idea. We have a startup program for startups that are already established that want to really cement themselves and solidify their business. And then we have our scale up program. And most of the companies within these programs are in the software area. As long as you're a company that has a product, you're able to join these programs. And so we really get to see companies go through all phases of growth until they graduate from these programs. And then we continue to work with them as they expand. Some of our companies, Ascent Compliance, for example, is a very high growth company that we've been helping expand into other countries outside of North America. That is in the Scale Up program. So you'll see a wide range of companies. Within the software space, there's about 560 companies overall. New ones, we're bringing to the city every day, and they employ about 22,000 people. A lot of these companies have now shifted to either fully remote or hybrid environments. So ideally, we want you to come to Ottawa to move here to live because we think the city has so much to offer. But especially in the software side, we see this less in like telecom and hardware. Most of the jobs can be done fully remote. And so we have seen this shift during the pandemic. And for the most part, a lot of companies are maintaining some aspect of that remote hybrid work. So if you are elsewhere in Canada and want to stay there, I still think there's great opportunities for you to work remote for some of our software companies. Or if you just enjoy the remote work lifestyle, if you live in a city, you can still work remote or hybrid and go in a couple times a week or month, depending on the needs of the role. And so I'm seeing this trend quite a bit, and the flexibility that a lot of people are looking for is really available with the software sector that we see. Some big names you might have heard of is Shopify, which is quite one of Canada's big unicorn companies. Kinaxis, I actually just saw a talk from them today. They have grown, they've been around since the 80s, from a company of, I think, 180 people to now they have over 1,300 employees worldwide. So that's a fantastic company that's has grown very consistently since going public and acquiring other companies. And they have a very solid culture, which they were talking about today at Invest Ottawa. So Invest Ottawa also hosts quite a bit of events. And a lot of companies come to Invest Ottawa to work, network. So it's a great place for that. BlackBerry, QNX, and TripAdvisor are also some examples. And then we're also a national hub for defense and security because we are a G7 capital city and headquarters for the federal government. Lots of departments are here, and Ottawa provides globally competitive environment where world-class defense and security innovation thrives. So within the defense and security space is about 100 companies that employ about 10,000 people. Lots of different areas of that. Some are purely on the cybersecurity side, some are around physical security and hardware, and then the defense sector that works very closely with the government. So a couple examples of companies within that space are Thales, Crypto 4A, General Dynamics, and Fortinet. Another one of our more niche sectors, I would say, kind of along the lines of autonomous vehicles. It's not as big, but in life sciences, we actually have really strong R&D capabilities. And there's a lot of innovation going on with life sciences and biotech in particular. And so because Ottawa has things like the Ottawa Hospital here, there's a really strong combination of academic research, centers of excellence, and access to world-leading hospitals and industry. So the nation's capital really provides a lucrative environment for leading-edge products, technologies, and innovations in health technology. For example, in the past year or so, Invest Ottawa partnered with the Ottawa Hospital on a training program to help train their workers on new technology. And so because we have industry, academia, and leaders coming together, these types of programs happen, which ensures that the talent here is always on the forefront of the skills needed for the workplace. We have about 134 companies in this space that employ about 6,000 employees, and some really great companies to check out would be Abbott, Boston Scientific, Siemens Healthineers, and Thermo Fisher Scientific. And then for autonomous vehicles, we are a world-class hub for smart mobility. So this sector has about 100 different companies within the space. BlackBerry QNX, for example, Ford, Nokia, Ericsson. And these companies have all come together in a center that we call Area.xo. And Ottawa has it's the first municipality in Canada that has connected an autonomous vehicle to live city street infrastructure. So one of the reasons Ottawa is a hub for autonomous connected vehicles is that we do experience all four seasons. And so for companies, when you're testing autonomous vehicles and different things, you need to be able to test on all sorts of types of terrain in all sorts of weather. Because autonomous vehicle is going to react differently on ice, on snow, with rain, on dry, back roads, dirt, paved. So all these factors we're able to test right here in the city. So we have a private test track, and then we have public test tracks as well, where autonomous vehicles are actually able to go and interact with real live traffic. I think it was last year, the mayor himself got to go on an autonomous vehicle trip through the city. And all these companies come together to be able to test their technology, and it gives them a great hub to really innovate and collaborate together to push forward these initiatives when it comes to smart cities. So a lot of really cool work is happening there. And if you ever get the chance to be in Ottawa and to attend events at area.xo, I really recommend it. It's a really cool hub. Okay, so the presentation was short and sweet, but I do want to talk a little bit more about our talent program. So hopefully some of you have had a chance to visit our booth yesterday or today. My colleague Kim should be there now. I'll be online after this presentation as well. And some people might have noticed that we have in our job vacancies, we have some roles, but we also have things called talent pools. And so to give a bit of insight, when we started this program 3 years ago, our goal is to really create a network and a pool of talent that we're able to tap into and interact with on a regular basis, because sometimes we might not have the right role for you right now. Maybe in 2 months, in 2 weeks, we'll have it. And so we have created this platform, Work in Ottawa, where we have a website, we have a LinkedIn that you can follow, and this is really a resource for companies and job seekers to learn about the Ottawa tech sector. And so you can follow the LinkedIn, you can go visit the website to learn about more on what I spoke about today. So really today I got to touch on a couple different companies, a couple different sectors. And if you go to this website, you're able to learn a lot more. You can learn about different companies, apply to them directly. And then if you join our LinkedIn page, or if you go visit our job board and submit your resume to one of our talent pools, what happens is that your resume will be put into a database that myself and my colleague Kim can access. And you will be able to find your profile to match you with opportunities. So typically we only have a couple opportunities promoted on our job board at a given time, but we work with over 100 different companies at Invest Ottawa in terms of recruitment. And so throughout the year, once you've joined our talent pool, what you're going to receive is some very valuable insight. We send monthly talent newsletters where we'll talk about different trends in the industry. We'll talk about new companies, open houses, recruitment events, and we always publish new jobs that are available for you to apply on that newsletter. And then once a month, we also send you job-specific emails. So say you're a marketing professional. Once a month, we're going to send you an email with a bunch of different marketing roles available with Ottawa companies. And then you'll also get exclusive access to attend events that Invest Ottawa hosts. So because we work with so many different companies, throughout the year, we have different recruitment events, whether in person or online, and you're able, because you're part of our talent community, to join these events and interact and apply to roles with our clients. And then there is also the option to be discoverable to companies within that database. So if you just apply, only me and the team can see it, but you have the option to opt in to let our clients access your profile. So it's the best way if you're, job searching and trying to get your resume out there. We are connected to hundreds of companies within the city. And so I really encourage you to join our talent program, go on our job board, find the talent pool that's most relevant to you, whether it's marketing, sales, development, cyber, telecom. Apply to multiple if you want. If you feel that you have skill sets and experience that are relevant to multiple talent pools, apply to multiple. That's awesome. And then once we know and have your resume in there, we'll be able to find you and match you to candidates or to companies that are looking for candidates like you. So on this site, you can scan the QR code, go to Work in Ottawa or LinkedIn, or you can email us at talentteam@investottawa.ca. These are all ways that you can connect with us. And once we get your resume, then we will do everything we can to help you find a position in Ottawa. So I know we've got some time left, and I know there's always some awesome Q&A and questions going on. So I'm more than happy to, answer questions if people want to learn more about the city, the different sectors, or the companies that I work with.
Okay, thank you, Brianna. Well, you don't know what's really funny is yesterday we actually have had a presentation from the city of Ottawa and also from ESDC talk about various government job. But it's funny. It's like for all the listener outside of Canada, it's like you hear three different presentations about Ottawa, you think that it's a three different city, but no, it depends on what perspective you're looking at, right? But all we know is like we learn a very, very different perspective from Brianna in terms of the high-tech sector. And of course, their hiring process is completely different than, well, I won't say completely different, but certainly very different from government, right?
Yeah, and that's what's great about Ottawa is you can have a very different experience and different perspective because there's just so much going on in the city, so many different opportunities.
And this is what's unique about Ottawa. I think this is the only city in Canada that's like that, eh? You know, but obviously because we're the nation's capital, so we have a whole, what is it, 40% of our population workforce is with the government, something like that. One government or the other, right? It could be federal, provincial, or municipal. Yeah. So not to mention all the other NGOs and everything else. So okay, good. So great presentation. That's a wonderful presentation, and give us a good overview about high-tech sector and various employers here in town. Now, there's a lot of talk about high inflation rate, that we are going to slip into a recession. I personally know a few SME that's they've been in Ottawa for, they're not necessarily a well-known company, but they've been in Ottawa for many years, and then they recently are either reduced their staff or unfortunately have to close the operation. So there's a lot of doom and gloom news lately in the media. So how do you think that's affecting the general hiring trend in Ottawa?
It definitely has an effect. Prior to the pandemic, it was hard to find talent for tech, but it was pretty stable. And then we saw a huge change when the pandemic first hit. There was a lot of layoffs. There was a lot of fear that companies had, and we saw a lot of layoffs at the start. And then what we saw, at least here in Ottawa, was that was quite short-lived, and there was a huge boom after that because tech companies were thriving, and where one door closed, another one opened. So those in Ottawa were able to find work. And a lot of people actually switched careers during the pandemic because maybe they couldn't work at the restaurant anymore, things that were closed. But tech companies were hiring people for, they'll take someone from a restaurant for customer service, or they'll take someone for operations. So we saw that the hiring was so intense that a lot of people switched careers to tech. A lot of hiring was happening. It was very competitive, and it was a candidate's market. So salary, expectations were soaring. Things have stabilized, and there is the loom of like the recession, right? So we have seen a handful of companies lay off, not as much as the start of the pandemic, but not as many as people were expecting. At least in the tech sector, it's still very highly innovative and high growth. So there might be a couple companies that are laying off, but if you have a tech background, you will be able to get off on your feet quite easily because there's still tons of companies in Ottawa that are continuing to grow, or at least are stable and are hiring a little bit. So I don't think the tech sector is as impacted, but companies are finding it a little bit easier to hire talent now because the overall high competition has stabilized a bit. But Ottawa is a stable city overall, so not that it's fully recession proof, but it tends to fare better than other cities, and the unemployment rate stays pretty low.
Yeah, and you know what? Historically, Ottawa has always, I would say, amongst the least impacted city when it comes to recession. Obviously, because of I just mentioned, 50% are government worker, right? So that's good. And you know what's that old saying? what's bad news to someone is good news to another another company. So by the way, we just opened our poll for Invest Ottawa. Please take a few seconds to complete this poll, share your feedback with us, what you like, what you don't like, and then any other area that you would like to have more information. We'll be happy to work with Brianna and her team, and then maybe arrange a separate info session later on with the topic of interest to you. Now, there's a whole big talk about, you know, I mean, I'm sure we're getting tired of this, is Toronto, the center, the new center of high tech. Toronto this, Toronto that, Toronto this.
Yeah.
What's your take? Like, why Ottawa over Toronto?
Yeah, I mean, Toronto is a great city. I personally love to visit Toronto. I don't think I could personally live there because it's too big for me.
The traffic.
Yeah, if you love being stuck in traffic all day and having big commutes, that's fine. But, you know, Toronto is great, and they do have a tech sector, right? Ottawa has a bigger tech hub. But what you see in Toronto is more B2C businesses. And so during the pandemic, B2C businesses were impacted more. B2B tends to be higher growth, more stable, which there's more B2B companies in Ottawa if you're looking at the general trends. What we also see in Toronto is there are higher salaries in terms of like the ceiling. There's a higher ceiling for salaries in Toronto, but lower averages. Most people are making less on average. And there's only a select few that are making that big money, the higher salaries. Ottawa has an average salary that's higher or equal to Toronto, and the cost of living is lower and the housing costs less. So even if you're making the same amount of money as you would in Toronto, you have more money left over at the end of the day because the lower cost of living. So those are some general trends that I've noticed. More stability and high growth because of the B2B market, which I think is a really great place to be in tech.
Perfect. Now, you also mentioned something about the global talent stream, right? Which I'm sure you're pretty familiar. And then there are many employers here that actually participate in that program. So can you talk a little bit more about that, and then name a few companies that you know offhand that actually are a participant of this program?
Absolutely. So Invest Ottawa is actually a referral for the global talent stream. So we promote this immigration stream a lot, and for tech workers, it's very useful and efficient. And there are a lot of companies that we work with that use this stream. For example, Centronic is a fantastic company that is constantly using this stream to bring talent over. They do have offices elsewhere, but they are really focused on growing their Ottawa hub and committed to hiring foreign talent. They also have a really good onboarding and integration program for those that are immigrating. So it can be difficult moving to a new country, starting a new job. They will literally have someone go with you to the grocery store and get you settled. You know what I mean? Like, that's just above and beyond for a company to have a program that does that and who really focuses on helping those people integrate into the city. Ross Video is another great example of a company that we have helped bring people over. They're growing quite consistently. Something cool they did is their technology is used at the Super Bowl. So for people who are a fan of football or sports, who are in the States, they're doing really cool things like that. And they're very supportive in terms of hiring foreign workers. They also, if you're a woman, they have a newcomer women's training program. So even if you don't have all the skills, you know, needed for the job, they will mentor and train you into a couple different roles in their organizations. Those two come to mind for sure, and they're great partners of ours.
Okay, but I'm sure. I heard. I don't know if you can confirm that. I heard that Nokia, Ericsson, even Huawei or Fortinet, they bring foreign talent to Cisco. They bring in foreign Sienna. They actually also have this program. I'm just not sure how publicized they do with those kind of a program.
For sure. Some companies are more outspoken about it, but absolutely those companies also have an immigration strategy when it comes to talent, and a lot more are. And you know, we're also advocating for the global talent stream to become easier and faster for both companies and individuals. So it's a thing I think more and more companies are adopting, and Invest Ottawa is actually educating companies all the time and having webinars to make sure people understand that these programs are an option.
Okay, that's good. And then, well, obviously, for those of you that's listening, because G-TAC has been a partner with Centronic for, I can personally tell you is I started with Centronic when they have less than 10 employees. So we have grown with Centronic, and everything that Brianna just said is true, because we actually have a few of our clients that's gone through the GTS program and went through everything, and they're still, and then nothing but good things to say about the entire management and the whole work environment. So, okay, so we are actually going to come to an end to your session. So sorry, Brianna, we still have questions. Now, for everyone listening right now, if you have any more questions for Invest Ottawa, by all means, go to their booth and then talk to their representative. And we will give you 60 seconds to wrap up today's session, Brianna.
Perfect. I just want to say thank you for having us, and I really look forward to engaging with more talent at our booth. We'll be there until 6:30 tonight, so another 4.5 hours. So definitely stop by, check out our job vacancies, and apply for our talent pool so that we can hopefully introduce you to as many companies in Ottawa as possible.
And on behalf of everyone at G-TAC and also all our listeners, I want to thank Brianna, Fraser, and entire IO Invest Ottawa team for your participation. And I'm gonna let you go get busy, and we're gonna take a break, and we'll be back with now that we heard about Invest Ottawa, the next speaker is gonna talk about the tech sector in Alberta. So stay tuned. We'll be back in about 8 minutes. Bye.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
At the end of the day, it's all about securing your networks and infrastructures.
When it comes to reliability, scalability, and performance, Fortinet always stands few steps ahead of others.
It's an amazing place to work. Leaders make sure they are empowering the people. You're working with some of the brightest and smartest minds in the industry. Some of them also have a lot of patents on their names.
I I joined Fortinet last year after my graduation. I was assigned a mentor who is very enthusiastic with sharing her experience and the knowledge with me, which helped me be more familiar with products that I will be working on.
In the team, you will never feel being left out. Everyone, working hard, will help each other. Your contribution is always recognized by the company. I think that's very important.
I have already recommended 4 of my friends to Fortinet this year.
Fortinet is the fastest growing security company in the world.
And cybersecurity is an happening thing. Well, I would highly recommend you to think about cybersecurity. Come join us.
One thing that most people would find surprising about me, the fact that I'm a CPA. It was advised to me to take this introductory business certificate program at the university I attended. All I knew at that point in my life was that I enjoyed a business organization and how it made its community successful. When I knew that I enjoyed the accounting courses, I had started to explore the CPA program. What excites me most about my CPA path is how many wonderful people I've met along the way in terms of mentors and coaches. Currently, I'm using my CPA designation and experience to support my community. I was recently appointed by the Chief and Counsel to the Finance and Audit Committee, and it's really a board that oversees compliance, the audits of the nation, and then setting the budgets each year. My drive was to one day become a leader, and I know that the CPA program helps people achieve that goal. The 3 letters CPA mean to me is just simply opportunity.
What drives culture at MEDAVIE? It starts with caring for ourselves, so we can take care of one another. And the communities we call home. We take time to care for our physical health and take the needed moments to support our mental health, which helps us to care for Canadians. We care in many different ways. And while caring drives our culture at MEDAVIE, it's that culture that helps us care so much.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our next presentation, which is done by ICTC, which stands for Information Communication Technology Council of Canada. Well, I guess there's Canada in there somewhere. And then their topic of presentation will be about settling in Alberta, a resilient digital landscape. And to represent ICTC is, okay, pardon me, okay, if I didn't pronounce this right. It's Sashi Steenstra. Okay, she's the manager for iAdvance, and also, okay, pardon me if I is a Manshurn Tour. Is that correct? Good. And she's a research and policy analyst with ICTC. So I'm not sure who is going to get control. Who wants control of the slides?
I'm happy to do it.
Okay, so G-TAC Ted, please give okay, is it Manshurn?
Yes, it's Manshurn. You got it.
Manshurn. Okay, good. Okay, please give Manshurn the control, and Manshurn, please put your cursor over the main screen and click on it on the left. Oh yeah, so the minute you can start changing slides, you can start. So the mic is yours.
Awesome, thank you. Thanks for the introductions. As I said, as Shaw said, I am Manshurn Tour. I'm part of the ICTC research team here, and we'll be discussing kind of Alberta's digital landscape and some of the research findings that our research team has currently conducted. Before I hand it off to Sashi, who will kind of walk us through some of the tips and tricks for actually landing the job. Like I said, my name's Manshurn. I'll let Sashi kind of introduce herself.
Thanks, Manshurn. I'm Sashi Steenstra. Manshurn and I are both based in Calgary and work for ICTC, Information and Communications Technology Council. We're a national not-for-profit, and our mandate is to grow Canada's digital economy. So we're really excited to speak with you today. Thanks, Manshurn.
Thanks, Sashi, and I'm glad you gave us a synopsis of what ICTC does. Let me just see if I can switch to the next slide. Oh, one over. Like I said, we're kind of pulling from a few of the research studies that our team here at ICTC has currently concluded. One of them is the Settling for More, where we look at matching newcomers' skills with Alberta's digital sector, and that was conducted in 2021. More recently, we just concluded a Resilient Recovery, Alberta's digital-led post-COVID future. Both of these reports can be found on our website, and I'm happy to plug this right after I'm done speaking for those that are interested in having a deeper dive in those studies. The second report is actually just discussing an update on the digital economy based on the impact of COVID and some of the emerging subsectors, which I'll get into a little bit further. We also focused on 3 of the major municipalities here in Alberta: Calgary, Edmonton, and Lethbridge. But for this presentation, I'll just primarily look at Calgary and Edmonton. That's not because we are hating on Lethbridge. There's just not as much accurate information there. And we are actually currently conducting a study on kind of the more rural areas outside of Calgary and Edmonton, which is why I'd rather share the more accurate and more informative information here today. So one of the things that we found in our report that Alberta, as many of you might know, is quite has historically relied quite heavily on its natural resource economy, which has seen a lot of ups and downs, primarily in the oil and gas sectors. But based on our study, during the pandemic, the digital economy was actually one of the most resilient sectors in the economy, which the employment grew by 18% from February 2022 to May 2020. February 2020 to May 2022, which translates into roughly around 30,000 jobs. And while the other sectors, or all sectors, only grew by 4.1%. We conducted a survey of our digital economy employers, and 51% said that they did not see major changes, while 38% said they only noticed minimal changes. This is important to demonstrate how resilient and reliable the digital economy can be, especially within an economy like Alberta's that's seen quite a bit of ups and downs. In the same survey, we've also noticed that many employers said that employment and barrier to finding top-tier digital tech talent was one of their biggest challenges, with 94% agreeing with that. And 63% reported that they were actually hiring more than pre-pandemic levels during the pandemic. They also reported higher levels of revenue and investments. So in short, it just shows how important the digital sector has become to Alberta's future economy. The tech talent crunch is especially noticeable in Alberta when we're looking to fill the mid to senior level roles, and some specific job data is what I'll kind of dive into going forward. As I said, I pulled 2 of the major cities, top 10 digital economy jobs. So this is just a list of the top 10 jobs in Calgary from 2020 to 2021. As you can see, software engineers, project managers, and business analysts were of the most important in 2021, very similar in 2020. However, we have an asterisk on the project manager position, because that's actually a new role that we've added to our analysis. So each year, ICTC conducts kind of job postings analysis based on conversations with employers in the sector, and more recently, we've heard a lot more attention on the project manager roles, which is why we've added it in our new data sets. As you can see, there's a growing interest in cybersecurity, need for full stack developers and data analysts of various kinds. And just to kind of give you a picture of the numbers, just in between January 2021 to March 2022, Calgary saw 4,500 postings for just software engineers. Similarly, there was about 2,000 jobs in cybersecurity. And in Edmonton, we noticed that there's very few differences between Edmonton and Calgary based on their top 10 jobs. We noticed that software engineers, project managers, and business analysts are once again the top 3. There is some differences in automated service technicians, which is kind of missing on this slide here. It's a little bit more, there were a little bit more postings when compared to Calgary. I'll probably just flip back so you guys can see the comparison of where it lands. So you see it's a 9th most posted job in Calgary, whereas in Edmonton it's much higher up. But there's very few variations in between the 2 cities. And so I pulled out job postings. So this is the actual number of jobs posted in Calgary and Edmonton to do a side-by-side comparison. As you can see, business analyst was quite frequently posted. This is actually data received in 2022, I believe. I might be incorrect on that, but I think that's actually laid out in the report. As you can see, cybersecurity is a growing area of interest and a growing job that we've noticed in this report as well. And so within our resilient recovery report, we actually looked at 4 major subsectors. So the agriculture technology sector, digital health, financial technologies, and clean tech. The reason for this is because these were the areas that we noticed in our 2019 study as the most emerging subsectors that are growing the digital economy in Alberta. Without a doubt, clean tech is one of Calgary, is a natural synergy for Alberta and for Calgary in that sense, because of our really robust energy sectors. That being said, health tech actually, or digital health actually contributed to the national or the provincial GDP by 6%. And the financial tech actually contribute to our provincial GDP by 4%. While there's a lot more details broken down in the report, I thought I'd actually pull out the top 3 jobs in each sector. As you can see, there is some variations within the agriculture technology. In conversations with leaders in the ag tech field and employers in that sector, we noticed that there was a higher demand of domain knowledge. This is also true for financial technologies. Whereas clean tech and fintech are more open to work transitioners. Our organization actually runs a program called Edge Up, which Sashi actually is quite heavily involved in, where we provide upskilling and reskilling for individuals that are hoping to pivot from the oil and gas sectors or other sectors into the digital economy. And one of the things that employers have told us quite frequently that it's quite easy to transition them into the financial tech and clean tech roles. Agricultural technology demands a lot more domain knowledge and also just basic understandings of precision farming or animal technologies to communicate that to people within the sector. As you can see, there are a huge demand for software developers and engineers in both digital health and fintech. This is also true for business development managers that are seen in 3 of the 4 subsectors. However, ag tech requires a little bit more technology specialists, like I said, in precision farming and animal tech. And sales managers. That is someone that can communicate technology and innovation to other people in the sector. The great thing about Canada's agriculture technology is that we're actually seen as global leaders. And I think Alberta has a great platform to continue the innovation and growth in this sector. And the other added benefit of the agriculture technology is adds jobs in more rural areas, more rural settings, because there are naturally more rural jobs. This is also true for digital health. We saw there is quite a bit of growth in the rural sectors. However, Calgary is a huge hub for financial technology and clean tech. Without a doubt, we have a lot more of the big names within the city of Calgary, like Neo Financial, to name at least one. And so I'll just go to the next slide, which is actually comparing the top human skills, or what some individuals actually call as soft skills. For this presentation, I'm kind of interchanging human skills and transferable skills with the top technical skills across the same subsectors. As you can see, communications is one of the most important skills within all 4 of our sectors, as well as some management and client services or sale-oriented skills. Without a doubt, these are the most transferable across sectors and are really valuable within the digital sector in Alberta. On the flip side, you can see that the top 3 technical skills vary based on subsector, but computer science is one of the biggest skills in demand, as well as agile methodology for digital health and financial technology. As I noticed before, ag tech requires a lot more domain knowledge, which is why agricultural skills are considered one of the top important skills for ag tech. As well as forestry, because there needs to be an understanding of that industry, and it's important with understanding how technology can apply within the sector. What we noticed going throughout, whether it's in our Settling for More report or a Resilient Recovery report, is that human or soft skills are in high demand. As one of within the Settling for More study, Alberta's digital sector's employers are often looking for skills in JavaScript, Python, and SQL, which is oftentimes what newcomers come in with. But there is some discrepancy in some of the other top digital sector skills like Ruby on Rails, C++, and C#, which were less frequently noted in newcomers' skills. However, more often than not, employers are hiring based on soft skills. So as you can see in the screen, one employer said 60 to 70% of their hiring decisions come from soft skills. And Roger Milne, a CEO that we had a conversation with for this report, also said that communications, empathy, and teamwork were important when picking the right candidate for their job. And I just want to end with this last slide here that actually looks at the transferable skills. So I want to emphasize that while there are a lot of technical skills that are in demand, the digital sector in Alberta is really open to those that have these key communication skills, problem-solving skills, and being able to clearly communicate complex information that includes information about technology. We often heard by employers that they're looking for candidates that can communicate the technical side to the business side, so being an intermediate between the two sectors. The other, I'll kind of end on this, but the other area that employers often alluded to was that as they develop their commercial aspects of their industries, the tech sector within Alberta will be demanding a lot more sales-oriented roles, which will rely on a lot of these transferable skills. As you can see here, they're considered important to very important, more often than not, by our employers. I'll kind of pause there and see if there's any questions for us. I'm just gonna, just gonna look at the Q&A and see. Sorry, there's a question about the NOC 1122. Do you mind just reminding me what that is? Okay, Sean, Shaw, I just see you talking, but you're just muted right now.
My God, I'm getting old. Anyway, my eyesight's somewhat. I could have swore I clicked it. Anyway, we are not sure about the NOC, so we're going to ask the audience to tell us exactly what profession is that. Okay, but I do have several questions that I would like to check with you too, if that's okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, good. So for obviously we have listened so far, we have heard about throughout the past 2 days, including today, we heard about BC jobs and Maritimes, Ottawa, London, Ontario, Southern Ontario. So in terms of Alberta, and I saw that it's a 5.1% unemployment rate. That's quite impressive. But how is the IT sector? I mean, we know that Vancouver, Toronto, they all claim that they have more IT professional. Toronto is claiming to be the largest IT employment place in Canada now. But I'm pretty sure Calgary at one point was a pretty thriving IT, especially a lot of startup in Calgary, isn't it?
Yeah, so comparably to Vancouver, Toronto, some of these more tech are often seen as tech hubs. What we notice is that Alberta's GDP is actually higher, was one of the highest coming out of the pandemic. As our research tells, a large portion of that is attributed to the digital sector. It's because during COVID, we actually saw a lot more investments and a lot more prioritization of the digital sector. So there were record-breaking investments in financial sector. So in organizations like MEDAVIE went global, in financial tech hubs like Neo Financial and Siemens got record-breaking investments at an earlier stage. While we are not as established as some of these other sectors like Vancouver and Toronto, I think Alberta, especially Calgary, is on the verge of really making a huge impact, not only because the cost of living here is lower than those cities, but I think we're actually attracting more newcomers because we have a thriving multicultural city, as well as a more affordable cost of living that is a little bit easier to swallow when you think about Vancouver and Toronto housing prices.
Yeah, well, actually, you know what? On that note, I want you to explain a little bit to people that's outside of Canada that's either thinking about either already making their move to Canada, they haven't decided on what city to go to, or thinking about moving to Canada and still not sure what city to move to. Tell us a little bit more about this diversity within Alberta. Now, I live in Canada all my life, okay? I don't know, obviously, if you look at my hair, it's all gray and everything. So I know Alberta, the reputation from the 70s, right? And then things have changed, obviously evolved. I know, but just share with all our audiences from across the country and around the world, like in terms of the cultural diversity on the, say, two main cities, Edmonton and Calgary.
Well, I've had the privilege of living in both. So I lived in Edmonton for 7 years and Calgary for most of my life, was born and raised here. I think I might be biased, and I think Sashi might be a little bit biased in the sense that we have quite a bit of diversity in the city, and diversity of opportunity as well. I think a lot of newcomers come to Calgary or land in Edmonton because there's a large proportion of their own community that lives here. But there's also an equal opportunity for newcomers to kind of establish themselves, whereas Vancouver and Toronto could be harder to start up. While there is quite a bit of diversity in both cities, and I've been in both and really love the diversity there. I think what we can say is if you look at our mayors, they're diverse mayors. Former minister, but Mayor Sohi, hugely humble person that is working towards thriving, building the city of Edmonton. He came, for those that don't know of his background, he's from Punjab, India, but he came and he worked as a bus driver in Edmonton, was a federal minister, and now is a mayor of Edmonton. So that just shows you how much opportunity there is in that city, by one example. And here in Calgary, we have Mayor Jyoti Gondek, who's a woman of color. We proudly are celebrating here. But that's also not our first mayor of color here. We had Nenshi as well. So I think there's quite a bit of opportunity to grow, which is really a blessing that Calgary and Edmonton has, that we have kind of that reflected within our city, not only the city leadership, but also just the demographic breakdown here as well, is that we have a strong, diverse community that we're investing a lot more and taking in a lot more importantly. I don't know, Sasha, do you have anything to add there? I think I bombarded that.
Well, I don't know, Sasha, you want to add something to it?
No, I think Mansharn did a good job of representing Calgary. I mean, it's one of the youngest cities in Canada. I think the average age is 36 years old, highly educated. And like Mansharn said, it's just an extremely diverse population. I put a link in the chat to Calgary Economic Development's site that they host called Live Tech, Love Life. And they've got a lot of useful information on that site.
Okay, yeah. Well, we're certainly going to share that with the audience. But now let's go back to the opportunity for the digital economy, for the tech sector. Now, between the two, which one has a bigger, like more companies, like more, which one is more heavier? Like which one has a bigger share, like Edmonton or Calgary?
I think it depends on the subsector. So financial technology and clean tech are huge in Calgary. Calgary was actually seen as a potential for huge, a large number of tech talent and affordable tech talent here. I forgot the sector that did the report, but I know Genome and a few others have also acknowledged Calgary's strong stance here. We actually have the highest percentage of engineers that graduate from every other, I want to say North American city as well. On the flip side, Edmonton, it has a really strong hold in, they have one of the most globally recognized artificial intelligence and machine learning institutes out of the U of A, which as a former resident in Edmonton, I'm really proud of. But also Edmonton is growing its agricultural technology footprint, as well as building a lot more in the hydrogen hub. They are seeking to develop a huge hydrogen hub right outside of Edmonton. But that being said, Calgary is predominantly where those 3,000 tech firms actually reside, is primarily in Calgary. And that I think is just probably the vicinity to, you know, the mountains and the fact that Calgary has been predominantly voted as one of the most livable and affordable and enjoyable cities as well. So if you haven't been out here, go to the mountains. It's awesome.
Yes, yeah, no, we were actually, I had a pleasure of brought the family to the Rockies last summer. Yeah, went to Banff and Jasper and Lake Louise and everything. Yeah, it's definitely a different experience. But for those of you that's listening right now, you guys probably didn't notice this, eh? When Manshur talking, you can see you can see in her eyes that the proud Calgarian. Even though she says I live in Edmonton for something, but the eyes there is all Calgarian.
There's a huge rivalry, okay?
yeah. I bet you she must be a Flames fan. Anyway, okay. So back to the thing. So what about like say some of the R&D, because we know that Ottawa is definitely the center for R&D, especially in telecom and also in hardware and various other field in the technology sector. But like say R&D, are there any notable concentration of R&D companies in either one of in Alberta in general?
Well, in like I said, we have Edmonton is home to one of the most world-renowned artificial intelligence and machine learning research institutions. So it's the acronym is AMI out of the U of A. That is something that we have noticed in our research, that there needs to be a little bit more attention into research and development within the digital sector, especially when it comes to upskill and reskilling. But that's something that our team that's based in Calgary is trying to develop and further along. That being said, Calgary's considered a leader in the clean tech world just because we've had so much experience in the energy sector. And I think Alberta as a whole can be seen as a leader in that growing sector, clean energy, green jobs. And when we have conversations with clean tech firms in Alberta, they're often sourced by not only other organizations across Canada, but they're also sourced by North American companies because there's a lot more domain knowledge and expertise here in this province. That being said, a lot of our digital sector has encouraged a lot more collaboration across Canada and also within the province. And I think that's also what sets us apart, is that there's a lot of collaboration within the community here.
Okay, yeah. Well, personally, I have to tell you though, is I visited both UA and UC. I kind of like way better. Anyway, I
It's
don't want to break
beautiful.
your heart, but anyway, yeah.
No, that's why I went to school there, so I love
Okay,
it.
especially in medical science, you know. Yeah, yeah, because they do have some of the top I would just say they do have some of the top technology or research there in Canada, actually. So, okay, so GTS, many provinces are hungry for global talents and bring them to their province. Is Alberta equally as aggressive with actually, does many companies in Alberta participate in the GTS program, Global Talent Stream program?
I can't say, I won't speak for the companies themselves, but what I will say is that in conversation with the employers that we've spoke with for these reports, and Sashi, just feel free to chime in, a lot have marketed themselves to newcomers and individuals outside of Canada to fill their talent needs. The digital economy is just growing really fast, really quickly, and they need talent as soon as possible. So a lot of the digital sector, and as well as our report for settling for more, had actually pushed the government here to kind of expand the threshold, the immigration threshold here. So it makes it a little bit easier, but also prioritizes digital talent as a good pipeline for not only our sector, but also as an avenue for attracting more newcomers here in the province.
Okay.
But Sashi, if you please feel free to chime in if you have more information.
No, I
on
agree.
that.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, but what about in terms of salary? Because I know I'm in business for this long time in IT, and we also do job placement and headhunting for some of the big firms. And oh my goodness, I cannot even begin to tell you how crazy some of the salary has gone to, especially between Toronto, Vancouver, and I mean, even Ottawa to a certain extent, and Montreal. I'm just wondering, like in terms of Calgary and Edmonton, are the salary also pretty gone high, really high for to get these big talents?
I think
Do you
they're
know?
definitely been inflated in conversation with the employers here and industry leaders here. It's been inflated in some cases. That inflation has been unwarranted, and I think that's just because the digital sector globally has expanded a lot. You're seeing it leveling out, but historically Alberta's salaries have been higher than other provinces on average. And that's also because of the dominance of our energy sector. That being said, I think the one blessing that Alberta has is we do have a lower cost of living. Our income tax is lower, and I think they've experimented a lot more with tax incentives for companies. And let's say you're a founder, an entrepreneur that wants to locate here, they've experimented with a lot more with opportunities to attract that talent. While our report didn't go like a deep dive into wages, we did notice that a lot of our employers that we had in our roundtables were often overbidding and competing against not only across Canada, but most often in North America generally. So competing against like Silicon Valley salaries, which might not always be feasible for a lot of startups here. That being said, we do, like, our salary growth is quite large here.
Yeah.
And Shaw, do you think we should switch to job search? I'm nervous if we're going to run out of time.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah,
Is that
I'll
okay?
just pass it to Sashi that
Sure.
she has like a great presentation.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
sorry.
you.
Yeah.
That's okay. Do we have the last slide there, Mansharn? Thanks, Shaw.
Sure. Yeah, sorry. G-TAC support, can you please share the slides again in the main screen, and also let Sashi have the control?
Just the last slide would be great. That number 14, please.
The dirty dozen.
The dirty dozen. Thank you so much. Thanks, Shaw. Thanks, Mansharn. Just to build on what Mansharn was talking about. So she talked about jobs in demand in Alberta and also touched on skills that are important to employers. So I thought I'd follow up with talking about what you can do quickly on LinkedIn to get noticed by recruiters. So this is the dirty dozen to get you started. So being successful on LinkedIn allows you to expand your base of contacts, which in turn increases your prospects of getting a job in Canada. So what I would like to talk about today, and I'll try and go quickly yet slow enough that you can keep up. What we're going to talk about is the importance of having a professional photo on your profile, the LinkedIn banner. So in 2017, LinkedIn changed its platform to be more user-friendly and kind of mimic Facebook. We'll also talk about the importance of customizing your URL, your unique address on LinkedIn. I'll also touch on the LinkedIn app, which has some really cool features. We'll talk about recording your name pronunciation. So it has been found in research that some recruiters will show bias against ethnic sounding names. So how can you overcome this? I'm a career educator, so that's why I thought I'd complement Mansharn's presentation by giving you some job search tips. How you can showcase your personality. So LinkedIn is different from your resume in that it shows to an employer a more holistic view about who you are as a candidate. Talk about how you can describe your work experience. And again, how do you identify skills to an employer that best captures your work history to date, as well as appealing to your future audience? We'll talk about the giving and receiving recommendations and why that's important, how you can build up your network, and to show and notify recruiters that you're open to work. And also the importance of finding your new tribe. How are you going to connect to the new group of people in Canada to best leverage their experience and expertise? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bump G-TAC support out, sorry, and share my screen if I can. I don't think I can until, sorry, G-TAC support, if you don't mind, if I could share my screen. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, G-TAC support, please. First, stop sharing the screen, and then let Shashi have the control so she can share a screen.
Thanks, Shaw. Thanks, G-TAC support.
Okay.
So LinkedIn launched its platform in 2002, but it severely remains underutilized. When I teach LinkedIn workshops, a lot of people say, I have a LinkedIn profile, but I haven't really done much with it. So what is the main reason for using LinkedIn? For me, I can categorize that into two different use cases. The first case is you want to be able to control your online presence. If you don't control it, someone else might. And also, we know that first impressions matter. And these days, you're often making your first impression on social media because they say that 85% of recruiters Google potential candidates before inviting them to a job interview. So you want to make sure that that first impression is the story you want to tell in the way you want to tell it. So what the other way to use LinkedIn is to research companies of interest. It's a great place where you can access the largest organizational chart in the world. So unless you see the value, you won't do much with it. So I hope to showcase some of the value to you today. But 90% of what I'm showing you, you can do with a basic free account, unless you're maximizing the features with the basic account. I wouldn't spend a penny on paying for a premium account like I have. I've mostly had a basic account for the 20 years that LinkedIn has been around, and it's been serving me fine. So there's about 800 million people using LinkedIn worldwide. There's about 17 plus million users in Canada. The more complete your profile, the more likely a recruiter will be to find you. Last year, 3 recruiters found me on LinkedIn and asked me for a job interview. I didn't even apply for a job. I didn't even indicate that I was open to a job. They just found me through conducting research on the skills that they were seeking for that role. And I would like that to happen to all of you as well. So LinkedIn is like a less formal resume. It tells a bigger story about who you are. And you can get advice, you can drive traffic to a website, you can get media attention, you can promote events, find the perfect job, and also interact with like-minded professionals. So really, it's like a mini website and a multi-dimensional marketing tool. So the first thing I'd like you to do before you do anything on LinkedIn is click on the Me icon and then Settings and Privacy. Look to see what your settings are because yours preferences might be different than mine. Look and see how LinkedIn uses your data. So please check on the left-hand side, go through all of these different features and see what you're comfortable with. The second thing I'd like to draw your attention to is visibility. So if your LinkedIn profile is under construction, meaning you're going to make a lot of changes to it, you may not want to notify your connections with every change that you're making. So you may want to have this feature toggled off. Share profile updates with your network. I've got it on off. Unless you're about to announce a major education change, or if you've just received a new job, you may want to alert your network about that. But otherwise, if you're making lots of changes, turn this to off. We're going to go back by clicking the Me icon and View Profile. And I'm going to show you how to change your public profile and URL. So make sure your URL is just your first and last name. How you make changes on LinkedIn and edit different features is you click on the Me icon. And what LinkedIn does by default is it assigns a long, ugly beast of a LinkedIn URL with all these extra characters. So mine would have said linkedin.com/in/Sashi Steenstra pub 123458. Delete those extra characters because what you do is you optimize your search engine result. So if a recruiter were to Google you, LinkedIn would come up high on that list. And you want to be findable on LinkedIn. So if your name is common, unlike my name is not very common, you could insert a middle initial between your first and your last name, or you could put a number there, but keep it as true as possible to your actual name so you're findable. And on this screen as well, you can see your public profile's visibility. I've turned it to on because I'm not planning to make any significant changes to your profile, to my profile. But if you decide to hide some of these features, you may want to do so if you're, again, going to make some significant changes. Minimally, with a LinkedIn profile, you have to share your name, number of connections, and region. So let's get into some tips, some actual tips for LinkedIn. I'm going back to the Me icon, and it sounds simple, but one of the first things to check is your profile picture. And I've worked with newcomers in various programs for the last 20 years to help them find jobs. And I can tell you what I find with newcomers is sometimes they have a very serious picture and they look kind of stern in their profile picture. Make sure in Canada, it's appreciated if you look friendly and approachable. You want an inviting picture where you are the only person in the picture. It sounds simple, but you don't want any babies, even though they might be cute, or any pets, or anything extra besides you. Try to smile in the picture. You want your face to take up about 40 to 60% of the frame. You don't want it zoomed in too much, but you don't want to be too distant that people can't make out your face. The other thing is you want to make sure you have a neutral background, so nothing too cluttered. If you have a busy picture with lots going on in the background, you can go to canva.com and create a basic account and remove that background. Canva is really useful because you can create a free account, and you can also overlay text on this background picture I have. So this background picture is really a useful tool in helping you brand yourself to your future employer. What it does is it creates consistency in brand. What I did is I tried to have a key phrase, workforce development solutions, and then what do I actually do in my job? So I simplified it, and it was really hard to do. What do I actually do for a living? I support programs that train people so they can secure work that meets the needs of the digital economy. That's what I do in my job. So if you can have this kind of branding statement, it really helps make it easy for the recruiter to figure out what value you have to offer. What I did was I found some free stock photography that's open source. And there's a few websites you can go to. Unsplash is one. I'm just putting it in this chat. Pexels is another. And Pixabay is another. So you can just find an image there. And if you decide to choose to do what I did, which is overlay some text, Canva is your best bet. You can even go to Canva and do a search for LinkedIn banner. And what Canva does is they have perfectly sized images for LinkedIn like that. And then you can overlay that text. You can also notice that I've got, if you click on my picture, I've actually created a video, and I think you can see this. I did this in Vimeo.com. You can record yourself and do a 30-second pitch to your audience to showcase what value you have. And I invited people to connect with me here too. I don't like being on video myself, so that's why I did it in Vimeo. So Vimeo.com, you can create that video with a free trial account. Or you could decide, which I've done as well, is to videotape yourself doing that introduction and that pitch. It's kind of like the elevator pitch you'd make to a potential recruiter. The LinkedIn app is really good and really useful. I highly recommend you download it, and it's free, and you can just go to the App Store or whatever you connect with on your device. And some features you can only access on your mobile app. And one of them I highly recommend, and that is the pronunciation of your name. And I'm just going to stop sharing and then go back to sharing. So you can see on my app, there's that pencil button near my name. If you clicked on the sound icon, you can hear me say Sashi Steenstra. Some people say, hello, my name is Mansharn Tour, like this. Whatever you decide to do, you have 10 seconds. Please only record your name and not any pitch, because that's not where the pitch goes. Just the pronunciation of your first and last name. Hold your mobile device a few inches from your mouth so that it's audible. And again, what it does is it mitigates any risk or any bias a recruiter may have before they invite you to an interview. The other thing I suggest you all do is look up your QR code on LinkedIn. So on the app, you can see in the search button, there's a QR code button. And all I have to do is click it. And what it does is it generates a QR code. So at ICTC, in our Calgary office, we gave up our Calgary office location, and I have changed jobs. So my phone number changed, my job title changed. We don't have a physical location. And I don't use business cards. I went to a networking event, a couple of them in the last couple of weeks, big networking events. And I'm finding fewer people having business cards these days. And so what I did was I asked people to connect with me on LinkedIn by pulling up my QR code. And that was really effective. So you can just do that on your mobile device by going to the search bar and clicking on the QR code button within the search bar. I'm just going to continue. Shaw, did you have any questions or should I just keep going? I can keep
No,
going
I
and
don't have
going.
any questions, but
Oh.
we're running out of time. So you got 5 more minutes, Sashi.
5 more minutes. Great.
But
I
hold
will
on, hold on.
Yes.
While I'm doing this, I have absolutely no problem admitting to everybody that's listening right now is I have learned something today from you on LinkedIn. So on that note, I would like to invite you later on in our weekly webinar to talk more about LinkedIn, because this is very, very, very informative. Anyways, go ahead.
Thank you, Shaw. I'll take you up on that. No, for sure. And I want to give all of you the same opportunities that I've had to be passively found on LinkedIn. So I didn't apply for anything, and that's what I wish would happen to you. So, and I cannot underestimate the power of LinkedIn. So the second thing I'd like you to consider is the LinkedIn headline. So LinkedIn has made a bunch of changes to the platform since COVID because they've recognized how important online networking is. So the headline is similar to a resume headline. So it runs across right underneath your name, and it immediately identifies job-ready competencies to an employer. So Mansharn talked about some soft skills that are important. So include soft skills in this LinkedIn headline. You have 220 characters. And what you're trying to do here is write about your value proposition. Who are you? What services do you have for offering to an employer? Don't waste this space with your most current job or your last job. That's what LinkedIn does by default. So for me, it would say manager I advance. But you're more than one job. And also a job can be viewed as temporary. Jobs change all the time, but your skills have more longevity. So showcase your skills here. And you could decide to showcase job-ready skills like I have here, or you could have a benefit statement, like you could say something like data center technician by day, photographer by night. How you find these these competencies, these keywords I'm talking about, is you can go to a website called tagcrowd.com. And what TagCrowd does is it creates a word cloud of the most frequently used phrases. So if you wanted a data analyst job, you could go to Suncor Energy, Invest Ottawa, a bunch of organizations, look up a similar level of job, data analyst in all these companies, copy and paste those job descriptions into TagCrowd. TagCrowd creates the word cloud of those frequently used phrases, and as truthfully as possible for you, copy and paste them into your LinkedIn headline. And you'll notice I don't use those boring round black bullets. I think they're boring. I use Unicode symbols in my headline and my about section, and you can literally copy and paste them from this website. This is just how to spice up your LinkedIn profile. And it's right here. Wow. I'm just going to maximize. Do I have 2 minutes?
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Yes.
Thank you. 2 minutes. What do I talk about? I'm just joking. So then the other section I'd like you to really pay attention to is the about section. You have 2,000 characters. And like Mansharn said, soft skills are important, and we hear that repeatedly in Alberta. So how do you showcase those soft skills to employers? One area you can do it is in this about section as well as the skills section. So this is the section here where you identify 50 skills that you have. But in the about section, I'll end here, Shaw, is that this is where you tell your story. Don't just count and bank on the tech skills. Show who you are and what are your skills? What are your unique qualifications? What problems can you solve? Write in the first person. I'm not saying Sashi is, because I'm representing myself. Plus it sounds a bit weird if I write Sashi is.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure. Did we, G-TAC Tech, did we run the survey already? but I can tell everyone right now is for sure, you can expect Sashi to be back to talk more about the LinkedIn because certainly I like to learn more myself. But and also honestly, I take everything back about UC there. They're just as good as UA. Okay, yeah, okay. Anyway, you didn't get that, eh?
I'm a UC grad, Shaw, so
I know.
I
know. I saw that. That's why. Yeah. They're equally as good. Anyway, so all this to say is I want to thank both of you for your presentation today. That was please for all of you that's listening, and if every one of you agree with me that you want to hear more about this LinkedIn, the ins and outs of LinkedIn, or what we call how to get yourself noticed on LinkedIn, this is definitely, I will encourage every one of you, follow us on LinkedIn, follow Global Talent Alliance Canada on LinkedIn. As soon as we can secure a date with Sashi, we'll be happy to announce it. And then we'll be happy to do this another session just for LinkedIn. That's absolutely amazing because you know what? In the maze of everything, in the sea of all these different resumes, different profiles, you could easily get lost. So you really have to shine. And then literally, and not only that, when a recruiter do find you on LinkedIn, you literally have only a few seconds before they pass you on to someone else. Sadly, sometimes it could be as much as the name that is like you have some people that have like 10, 12, or 15 letters in their name. It's hard to pronounce. That could even be stupid as it might be. That could be the reason why they pass you. So just remember, like a lot of my clients, I actually advise them to actually trying to find one that's more recruiter friendly name if you're looking for a job here in North America. Anyway, Sashi and Mansoor, each one of you gets 60 seconds to close today's session.
Thank you for having us. And like I said in the chat, if there's any information or more questions about our research and our study, and if you'd like to get involved in future studies, I'm happy to connect and provide more context. Yeah.
Thanks, Mansharn. And what I would say is the same thing. Feel free to connect and just try out different things on LinkedIn. You can check out my profile and just experiment. Do something a little bit every week, I would say. Thank you for this opportunity, Shaw.
And thank you, every one of you, for joining us today. On behalf of everyone at G-TAC, we really appreciate both of you wonderful presentation, and we definitely look forward to seeing you guys again. And have a wonderful day in Alberta, and we look forward to see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. And we're just going to take a short break right now, and then we'll be back in 3 minutes with presentation from TIM program.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employees.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally coming to our last, possibly the best presentation for our 2 days of webinar. And we're joined by Dr. Steve. By the way, I have learned, because I asked him, I think it took me 3 times to finally correct this. Dr. Stephen Mugie, correct?
You nailed it. That's exactly right.
Yes. Okay. It took me a while. Listen, people say you cannot teach an old dog a new trick, but given time and patience, I get that. Okay. So first of all, I want to thank every one of you for staying for the two days of webinar. I know some of you actually stay for 2 straight days and listen to various presentations. And our next presentation is going to be done by Dr. Stephen Mugie. He's the academic director for Technology Innovation Management Program at the Carleton University, or better known as the TIM program. And he will talk a little bit about the entrepreneurship as a career and with the graduate studies at the TIM program. So I'm not sure if you're able to, because this is a PDF, right?
It is, yes. Can you go full screen and then under view, you could go full screen and control the slides from your desktop. That would work.
Hold on a sec here. Let me see, because if that's the case, I'm just wondering, because usually we gave you the control.
Yeah,
okay, you will have the.
You can try. You can click your mouse and try. Yeah.
But Song, this is a PDF.
Yes. PDF. You can.
Oh, I see. Okay, I do have control. So,
are you able to change slides?
I think I can go full screen mode.
Okay, and then okay. So whenever you're ready. Oh, we also have another presenter. His name is Dan. Is it Primachek?
Primachek.
Primachek. Okay, sorry. Oh, Dr.
That's okay.
Primachek.
That's all right.
Okay, so Stephen, whenever you're ready, the mic is yours.
Sure. I'll do a quick introduction. I'm Stephen Mugie. I'm the academic director of the Technology Innovation Management Program, and I should have Dan introduce himself as well.
Hi, my name is Dan Primachek, and I am the program administrator for the TIM program.
Okay, so when you reach out for information to our TIM program at carleton.ca information line, it's probably Dan that you're reaching first. Okay, he's 3 days on the job right now in a new role, but he knows lots about Carleton University, and he'll have the answers to many of your questions. Okay, let me get started here. You've seen a lot of presentations today from companies that are looking to hire. My presentation's a little bit different. I'm talking to you here today about entrepreneurship as a career path, one where instead of going out and applying for jobs, you take a different approach, one where you launch and grow your own company and you create jobs for yourself and jobs for others, and you grow the economy in that way. There's many ways of doing this, but the one I'm talking to you about today is onboarding into a career in entrepreneurship through graduate studies in my program, the Technology Innovation Management Program at Carleton University in Ottawa, Canada. So that's what I'm speaking to you about today. A little different presentation, but it's a viable career path. And for those of you who are interested in this sort of way forward, this can be a very changing experience and can make your hopes and dreams happen. Okay. After this presentation, Dan and I are going to be staffing our online booth, and you're very welcome to stop by and ask us further questions at that time, or talk one-on-one with either me or Dan. All right. So let me get straight into it. We see technology entrepreneurship within the Technology Innovation Management Program as two sides of the same coin. On one side of this coin, we have our graduate program, where you enroll at Carleton University, you work towards the requirements of a degree, either a Master of Applied Science, a Master of Engineering, a Master of Entrepreneurship, or our latest degree option, a Master of Applied Business Analytics in Technology Innovation Management. At the same time, you're engaged with things happening on the other side of this coin. So this is our entrepreneurial ecosystem that we've grown in the National Capital Region around Carleton, and also throughout Canada and also around the world. This is things like the Carleton Lit Accelerator that can be space for you launching and growing your own company. Our peer-reviewed journal, the Technology Innovation Management Review, the lead projects that are happening with faculty and the other members of our ecosystem that are about learning more about these areas and applying what we know back to the community, and internships that are possible with companies in Ottawa and Canada and abroad. All right. So I'm talking to you in part about the one side of the coin where you would be registering in a degree program at Carleton, but keep in mind that you also get the other side of the coin, which is all the practical things you're doing outside of the classroom to launch and grow your own companies while you're engaged in graduate studies in the TIM program. Right. So this is an image of some of our students taken a few years ago in one of our seminar rooms. The idea here, you're doing both sides of that coin. You're engaged in graduate studies in the TIM program with a goal of earning a degree. You have that in one hand, and you've got your new technology business also at the same time as you're completing. So starting your company isn't something that you do later and in the future. Starting, launching, growing your company is something that you do while you're here at Carleton and engaged in graduate studies, right? That's the way we go about things here. You have access to Lead to Win, which in 2015 was identified by the University Business Incubators Group as one of the 10 best university business incubators in North America. And that's competing against everybody in Canada, everyone in the United States, some very big and well-known universities in the US, and our accelerator, Lead to Win, came out in the top 10 in North America. It's also a top 100 globally. It has raised significant external funds, and the logos across the bottom here are some of the awards that Lead to Win has received from some organizations in Canada's National Capital Region that I'm sure you recognize, including InTech, the predecessor to G-TAC. Okay. One of the reasons why you might choose to do this is some of our innovations in teaching. Everything that we do in the TIM program is offered in a high flex mode. So we've got students that are participating in the classroom on the university campus, and we've got students that are participating remotely. And that can be for a whole variety of reasons. It might be that because of what you're doing during your daytime work, you may need to travel suddenly without a lot of notice. And participating in a standard graduate program where you'd have to be in class these many nights of the week and bad things happen if you aren't there, well, we reach out to you wherever you are, anywhere in the world. So participating via an internet connection, very, very viable, whether you're traveling or whether you just haven't got here to Ottawa yet, or for a time you're participating remotely. This was very effective for us during the recent pandemic, when we moved 100% of our operations online, and we can work with any mix, fully classroom, fully online, in this hybrid mix of some students remote and some students in the classroom, which is the way that we're operating here in the fall term of 2022, right? And that's especially good for people that are applying to the TIM program internationally that very much want to come here, but can't be here quite yet and initiate their studies online while they're making their travel arrangements. So we accommodate the busy schedules that that the people we're reaching out to have. We want experienced professionals, right, that are coming in with experience in a technical area or a business area, your engineers, your computer scientists, your business professionals, and you're interested in adding on to what you can already do, a layer of technology entrepreneurship and commercialization, and the knowledge and know-how to launch and grow companies. I'm going to move here now to some stories of entrepreneurs and individuals who have chosen entrepreneurship as a career path and have done that through the Technology Innovation Management Program. And I'm going to start here with Ewan Reid and his company called Mission Control Space Services in Ottawa, Canada, that Ewan launched during his studies in the TIM program in 2015, and that's the story on the left. Ewan was an experienced space industry professional. He had worked mission control operations for the last few shuttle launches. He had worked for companies that designed gear to go to space. And he himself was very interested in planetary exploration. And his company is a software company, essentially, developing technology for planetary rovers and for robotics applications in space missions. So fast forward to 2018, when the NASA administrator at the time made his first visit to Ottawa, his first stop was Carleton University, straight from the airport on his way downtown for a demonstration of the Mission Control Space Services rover technologies. And that's what you see here on the right. So mission controls continued to grow. They're part of the Artemis project. They're part of the Lunar Gateway project. And when the United Arab Emirates launches a mission later this year to the moon, Mission Control Space Services software will be running on their equipment. Okay, and Ewan started that during his time writing a thesis, the Master of Applied Science degree option in the Technology Innovation Management program here in Ottawa. Okay, so that's a great example of a high-tech venture. The next entrepreneur I'm going to talk to you about is Jade Fan. Jade has an online shop with a partner that is doing business in collectible card games. Okay, and Jade came in with her business just started and underway, and what she was interested in was taking it to the next level, doing all the work that was required there around professionalizing around her storefront and the plan that she needed to grow into the future. Okay, so a very different example of a business, but also one that's very viable in the Technology Innovation Management program. And there's a couple of links up there that you can learn more about Jade and what her company does. The third example, waiting here for my slide to advance. Here we go. Blindside Networks. So this was a company, again, launched out of the Technology Innovation Management program by a graduate student, Richard Allam, who was writing a thesis in about 2004, I think. By 2007, he had a working prototype of the first version of Big Blue Button, an open source web conferencing system targeted specifically at the education market. So delivering online classes. The TIM program was also the first user of this software in our own classes. In 2009, Richard and an experienced CEO co-founder launched Blindside Networks to provide commercial support and hosting services for schools. The software itself was open source, but Blindside Networks offered a hosted version of the software for colleges and universities and private educators and other applications, which would take care of everything related to operating a Big Blue Button system for online learning. One of the proof points of this was in 2015 when DISA, an organization that provides technology into the Department of Defense in the United States, moved their system for communicating with private sector contractors, not full-time military people, but private sector contractors that ran on a separate system. They moved it off of the proprietary platform that they had been using for years to a system that was based on Big Blue Button. And that they have said that saves them about $12 million annually. Big Blue Buttons continued to grow. It's the system we use in Carleton in the TIM program to deliver our courses all over the world, and it's used by colleges and universities all over the world. And all of that grew out of the TIM program in Carleton University. And then my fourth example here, in the area of blockchain as well as cryptocurrency and all the things that go along with that, is Vignesh. Joined the TIM program in 2013. Started out with his first company called Bit Access that he built within the TIM program, making the first automated teller machines using cryptocurrencies in Canada. Had got that company into Y Combinator, very, very well known in the United States, and then had a nice exit from that. Continued to found a series of companies doing various activities around blockchain, a company providing blockchain software and services, a company that was doing consulting, a crypto investment fund, had a very, very high level of success there. And some of you that follow this space may recall in 2021, there was an auction of a non-fungible token called Everydays, the first 5,000 days. And at that time, it was the highest price paid for an NFT. It was slightly over $69 million in cryptocurrency, and Vignesh was the purchaser of that, right? So some years after exiting the TIM program with his first company, a serial entrepreneur having multiple successes and founding and growing companies after that. Okay, and I show 4 examples there, thinking that some of you here participating in this call might see yourself in one or more of those, 4 very different entrepreneurs founding different sorts of companies, but all made possible through graduate studies in technology innovation management at Carleton. All right, so next what I have here for you is some background information on the university and graduate studies more generally at Carleton. We often get questions about this. It's a full-featured university, over 100 graduate programs, technology innovation management being one of those. What that means, though, is just like the diversity you saw in the sorts of companies that were being founded out of the TIM program, you may have a great variety of interests. And we work with entrepreneurs from all sorts of backgrounds, getting you the additional knowledge and expertise, sometimes from partner programs at the university. So if you need something about sustainable energy, there's a program for that. Mechanical and aerospace, there's a program for that. Something about industrial design, we can connect you with the people there. And some of the best things that happen here have technological aspects and business aspects that may be well aligned with other groups at Carleton that we work with to get you what you need. Right? So one of many graduate programs, and that synergy is one of the powerful ways that makes this work. There are multiple pathways because we appeal to applicants with different sorts of backgrounds. The engineers and computer scientists will likely be applying to the Master of Engineering pathway. That's the second one here on the slide. All of the pathways take the same core courses, and those on the MEng pathway take some electives from the Faculty of Engineering and Design. The Master of Entrepreneurship pathway would appeal to professionals with business backgrounds. So accounting, finance, marketing, human resources, backgrounds like that, also interested in technology, entrepreneurship, and commercialization, and coming in that way. Many of our applicants to the Master of Entrepreneurship are interested in being entrepreneurs themselves. Another important segment to the Master of Entrepreneurship pathway is those who want to help and work with entrepreneurs. So if you're interested in launching an accelerator or having some sort of consultancy that supports entrepreneurs, or you've got a product or service that's going to work into entrepreneurs, the Master of Entrepreneurship would be the natural pathway for that. In addition to our core required courses, everyone on the Master of Entrepreneurship pathway takes our 2 most advanced electives in entrepreneurship and then completes a project related to the entrepreneurship area. The Master of Applied Science on the left is a thesis pathway. So it's the smallest of our 4 pathways, but it's a special and very important pathway for those of you who are interested in doing a larger research project while you're here. This is a great pathway to further graduate studies. So if you're interested in eventually becoming a professor or a PhD researcher, or you're interested in doing additional studies at the master's level afterwards in a research area, the Master of Applied Science is the way to go. Our MASC students write a traditional university thesis, where at the outcome of that being an original contribution to the knowledge around technology, entrepreneurship, and commercialization. The other 3 pathways here, the Master of Engineering, the Master of Entrepreneurship, and the one I'm about to talk about, the Master of Applied Business Analytics, these are project pathways where Your capstone work in the TIM program is a project that solves a problem for a client company. The MABA projects, the column on the left, are part of our newest degree offering. And this is one where you're training to become a specialist in the application of analytics. You will have particular background in the innovation and entrepreneurship space. There's some unique problems faced by early stage startups and innovators more broadly that analytics can be applied to particularly well as machine learning and AI. This is our stream that focuses on that. So students on the Master of Applied Business Analytics pathway, they take our core courses. They also take 2 specialized courses in the application of business analytics within our space. They take 2 electives in analytics, mostly from outside the TIM program, but in the other departments at the university who are offering specialized analytics courses. And you emerge from this as a specialist in analytics, a very hot area currently. And it's, in terms of current applications, would be our most popular degree offering at the moment. So appealing to a wide variety of people, all experienced, all with backgrounds in some kind of core area, engineering or science or business, and then building on top of this, a new layer of expertise around technology, entrepreneurship, and commercialization. And one of these areas, for example, the application of business analytics to innovation problems. Okay, then this all fits within the broader scope of research at Carleton University. Carleton's a comprehensive university, has a large number of research chairs, fellows of the Royal Society, Banting postdoctoral fellows, and so a list of accomplishments in this research area. And the TIM program fits in with this very well. Carleton's good at raising research funding, and graduate students are essential to Carleton's research activities, including the research activities in technology innovation management, which in the TIM program, you'll be a consumer of, and those in our thesis pathway would also be producers of the new knowledge in technology innovation management and commercialization. And more about research and the other things I'm talking about here at the links that are provided on my slides. Within the TIM program, we're very active researchers as well. So all of my faculty colleagues, the professors in the TIM program, we all have active research programs with our own areas of expertise. This slide is trying to talk broadly about all of those, looking across the research that happens in the TIM program. And I'm going to touch briefly on each of these areas. And it's a valuable thing to talk about, because at this point, you'll be able to see some of the differentiation we have in the program, and then some of the expertise that you can develop that can differentiate yourself from your peers. The first area is around the context for innovation and entrepreneurship today, which doesn't happen in the R&D labs of big companies anymore. It happens in business ecosystems, communities of innovative users, and it happens within platforms of interconnected technology elements, some of which you may own or control, but most of which you probably don't. And this is where new ventures are started, and this is where innovation happens in an interconnected world, not in isolated R&D labs like it may have happened in the past, right? So these contexts for innovation, platforms, communities, and business ecosystems, very high relevance to what we do in the TIM program. A second area of research is our interest in taking what we've done in research and packaging it up in the form of tools so that other entrepreneurs who may not have your expertise as a graduate student in the TIM program to also use the knowledge and know-how of entrepreneurship to launch, grow, and scale technology companies, large and small. Right? So packaging innovation up in tools, very relevant to what we do. Major research area currently is that of scaling and growing new technology ventures. So starting a new venture is one thing. Growing and scaling that is a different set of expertise. And it's part of our way of going about this, that keeping that in mind when you're small can help you make decisions that are going to make it easier for you to grow and scale in the future. This culminates in what we call the Global SIRS program, scaling early, rapidly, and securely. And the SIRS research program has a novel
I see that Stephen is his network. It's frozen. Dan, are you live? Like, can you see?
Yeah, I can see it right now.
Okay, so Stephen is definitely frozen, right? Is that?
I think so. Yeah, I was wondering what happened, and I think that's what just occurred. I think he got frozen there. I'm not sure if he can hear us, but.
So can I pass the control to you, or?
It's best for Steve to continue. Unfortunately, I wish I could continue with the slides.
I know. I heard that, Dan. This is your third day at work.
Yes, it is. in this new role, I'm not new to Carleton, but I'm just new to this this program itself.
Okay, let's just wait till Stephen to come back again. Okay. And then we'll continue. If not, then you can maybe explain to people what your role is. Oh, no, he's back. He's back. Okay. I guess he just paid his bill online and he's back.
Sorry about that. It looks like I dropped. Am I back here in audio and video?
Yeah, you're all good. Continue, please.
Sorry about the interruption.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to go full screen again, and I'm going to pick things up where I stopped.
Oh no, Stephen, are you frozen again?
Okay.
G-TAC support, please give Stephen the control.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's do this before he goes cold on us again.
All right, full screen.
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
So we're okay. So I was talking about research, and then the last area that is so important today is our work around.
No, Stephen, maybe you want to go back a little bit because you were frozen for a while. So
okay. Where did I stop?
I think you just started this research in TIM program when we lost you.
So let's quickly back over this then. These are 5 of the major research areas here that we focus on in the TIM program. And there's lots more. I spoke about business ecosystems, communities, and platforms as the context for entrepreneurship. Startups happening there, not in R&D labs today. Yeah. The tools for launching and growing and scaling companies, taking the knowledge that we do from research and practice and making it in a consumable form that entrepreneurs can use, even entrepreneurs who don't have your credentials as graduates of the TIM program. The initiative to launch and to scale and grow technology companies, with a unique data set of the Global SIRS program, which is a data set of global unicorns that grew very rapidly. And the Global SIRS, in part, contributes new knowledge to our understanding of scaling growth by working with this data set. Cybersecurity is relevant to every entrepreneur doing business on the internet, and every global entrepreneur has some dependency on that. So it's also an area with lots of opportunities for new businesses as specialists in cybersecurity, but it's part of what we do. In fact, it's the S of scaling early, rapidly, and securely, that you have built your business in a way that it can withstand the threats that it's exposed to on the global internet. And then the last initiative here around the application of machine learning and artificial intelligence and business analytics more broadly to the domain of technology entrepreneurship and commercialization. And that's our most popular research area currently, and there's lots of work to be done there, and there's lots of really good jobs available too afterwards for people who have built up this expertise in the TIM program and decide, I'm not ready to start my own company right now. I'd like to work for someone else for a little while. Many of the students from our MABA option go that route. And that may be of interest to some of the people on this call too. Okay, then I'm going to talk about some of the procedural things here about joining the program. If what we've talked about here is of interest to you, you're welcome to apply. It's fairly quick and easy. You do this online. timprogram.ca/apply now will get you started. You open an account with a system that Carleton uses for graduate applications. You need to apply to one of the 4 pathways. So based on the information that's at the website and what you've just heard me talk about, and maybe some consultations with Dan or me or others, you choose one of the pathways to apply into. The Master of Applied Science thesis option, the Master of Engineering, especially for those of you with engineering and computer science backgrounds, the Master of Entrepreneurship, usually a great fit for those coming in with business backgrounds, and the Master of Applied Business Analytics for all various backgrounds, but who wish to become a specialist in the analytics area. You complete the online application, there's a small application fee, and when all your forms are submitted, we consider your application for admission. The admission requirements are a bachelor's degree. We're looking for a 4-year bachelor's degree in engineering, business, or science with at least high honors standing. And this applies to applicants from everywhere in the world, in Ottawa, elsewhere in Canada, and internationally. We're interested in work experience. So if you're straight out of school and you haven't worked in industry, you're not ready for us yet. We'd like you to be working for at least a minimum of 2 years. And many of our applicants have significant industry experience. 10 years, 12 years, and more is very common amongst our applicants when people feel ready that they've built up the right level of experience and they're interested in a change that will take them into the area of entrepreneurship. Or maybe you're doing this earlier and you just meet the minimum 2-year requirement. Everyone comes together in our classes and our projects and our activities. But we do look for at least 2 years of experience. We try to interpret this as generously as we can. So if you're not sure about meeting this requirement, you're welcome to reach out and ask us, and we'll try to assess your background. Candidates applying for admission with kind of unusual degrees, unusual experience, you're very welcome to apply, and our admissions committee is going to consider that. We have people come in with some unconventional backgrounds sometimes, and we try to assess those as candidly and fairly as we can, looking for people with the right fit, the right interests, and a demonstrated potential to succeed in the sorts of things that you'll be taking on while you're here in the TIM program. Right, so there's our application requirements. Taking this kind of down a level of detail in terms of the documents that are required. We need your transcripts from your bachelor's degree, and it may be that you have additional credentials. Many of our applicants will already have a graduate degree or perhaps multiple graduate degrees, but in different areas than what we do. Please include all of those transcripts and be clear and explicit about the prior studies that you've taken. We need a minimum of 2 letters of reference, referee appraisals. Ideally, one would be an academic reference from a former professor in some sort of academic setting. But depending on how long you've been away from school, that may or may not be possible. Definitely, excuse me, we are looking for 2 referee recommendations. Choose people who you think are able to speak to your skills and your potential for success in a graduate program in technology innovation management. We put a lot of emphasis on the statement of intent, a letter that you write that is your background, an explanation of your work experience, your reasons for applying to the TIM program, really what you want to do in the future. Okay, so we spend a lot of time on these and making sure that our applicants have the right fit with what it is that we do. We need a CV or resume. There's a preference form to be completed. That's a standard form for a graduate application. And you may be required to submit test scores. If you're applying internationally and English is not your first language, there's a language proficiency requirement, and you can find all the information about that at the appropriate websites. And often that proficiency, that evidence of language proficiency in English is demonstrated by writing one of the standard language tests that are available internationally. You upload all your documents in a PDF form into Carleton Central, and now your application is ready. You submit your application and required documents. The department does a review. There's a portal where you can see the status of your application online, and you'll receive an admission decision. If you receive an offer of admission, your next step is to accept that offer of admission and then make arrangements to join our program. And at that time, we'll provide you with all the information you need to do the next steps. If you are applying internationally, you may need a study permit to enter Canada and to study in Canada. If that applies to you and you're applying internationally, you should apply for that study permit as soon as you receive your offer of admission. You might not have everything in place yet, but the study permit times can be long, so it's best to get started on this right away. There's a website here where you can look at application processing times for your region. This varies quite widely depending on where you're applying from. The study permits are often processed locally. At the time of admission, the university then will provide you with the documents you need for your study permit application, your offer of admission, your statement of standing on admission, and a letter for international students. Lots more information about the application for study permits at the website that I'm providing here. And Carleton University has an International Student Services Office specifically for matters related to international students. And ISO, the International Student Services Office, is fantastic. The immigration advisors there can help answer all of your questions if you're applying from outside of Canada. This is a slide with some idea of costs and fees. Fees are quite different for domestic students and international students. You should be aware of that. And the numbers that I'm showing here, they come from Carleton's Faculty of Graduate Administration, but they are a little bit out of date. These are 2020, 2021 numbers. I hope to update this slide soon. But you can get an idea here of what some of the costs are that are involved, and going to the website here that I've provided on the slide, you can get a lot more information that the university provides on what are some of the expected costs of graduate studies in Canada. In addition to the services, the courses that you take within the Technology Innovation Management program, working towards your degree credit, there's professional development available at the university that is quite strong. A collection of workshops and events that can help you, especially international students, have success in your program and acquire the transferable skills you need to be entrepreneurs and to seek employment. So within the professional development, there can be support on research and writing. There's support there on career planning. There's lots and lots of events which you can use for networking, building your connections. And we encourage everyone to take advantage of the professional development opportunities as well that the university offers, that are a very effective complement to what we do in the TIM program. Graduate student services, widely available at Carleton. This is a list that many of the graduate programs use when they talk about what they do. I spoke already about the International Student Services Office, a great office at Carleton supporting immigration matters and students that come to us from outside of Canada, but then also first-rate athletics facilities, co-op and career services, an educational development center, many associations and clubs that you can get involved with, services for students, including the Paul Minton Center for Students with Disabilities, support for writing, and much, much more. This is just a partial view of some of the things that the university offers for graduate students. You might consider living in residence on the Carleton campus. This is an opportunity to meet and live with people from around the world. There is dedicated space for international students that are in graduate programs. So it's you've got kind of your own space that's not the same as those who are coming for first-year undergraduate courses. And these are first-rate residence facilities. You've got lots of options for living and working and studying in Ottawa, but residence on campus is something for you to consider, especially after first arrival if you're international. Okay, that's the prepared remarks I had here for today. My message that I want to leave you with again is that one of your ways forward here at the career fair is to apply for jobs. Another way forward, and one that isn't for everyone, but does appeal to a particular and important segment, is that of launching and growing your own companies, creating a job for you, a job for others, and growing our economy in that way. Lots of ways of doing that, but the one I'm talking to you about here today is graduate studies in technology, innovation, and management at Carleton. You might have connected with one or more of the entrepreneurial stories that I shared early in my talk. I hope so. And if you see yourself in some of that, please consider applying. And if you have more questions, Dan and I'd be happy to take them.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. This is very, very informative. As usual, I mean, you did a great job. I do have some questions for you. I also got some questions on the different platform here, but I'll start with mine. Now, when people completed their graduate studies, if I'm talking about international students, when they completed their graduate studies, they actually can get a work permit, right? Like a full-time work permit for 3 years, if I'm not mistaken.
So there's a program called the postgraduate work permit program.
Yeah.
And it's something that many of our international students are interested in. It's Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada operates that. But yes, our graduates are eligible for that program. And it is one that lots of our international students do choose to take advantage of.
No, but the thing is, was that visa, the work permit visa, well, the work permit, it's always known as employment, like that they can work. But if they start their own startup, right? If they become an entrepreneur, how does that work permit apply to that as well?
So this can get tricky.
Okay.
What a lot of our international entrepreneurs will do is that they will launch what we call cross-border businesses. And depending on immigration status, I mean, you may or may not be eligible to incorporate something in Canada, right? That's going to vary quite a bit by individual and qualifications in the arrangements of your permits for being in Canada. So they'll partner, or their business will be what we call cross-border. They'll have a presence they'll have a presence in two regions. Okay, in some part of the world where they've got a presence, probably their country of origin. But fundamental to their business model will also be their presence in Canada or their presence in other regions. So not just a setup of having multiple offices in different places, but the idea of anchoring your business around the regional advantages of multiple regions that you operate in.
Okay.
And that's our most popular flavor at the moment, cross-border businesses with our international students. And it's an active area of research for us as well, because there's not nearly enough known academically and in a scholarship sense of what makes these businesses different and what helps them succeed. So we're actively building the knowledge in that area through our research at the same time as we're doing it in practice.
Okay, good. But does your program offer those kind of advice or legal advice, or is this something that each individual have to seek a professional help from outside of the campus?
Well, I had that entrepreneurship coin on the second slide that had the academic things on the left side of the coin. The questions that you're asking there now, they're really on the right side of the coin, but people do that also while they're here. So as part of the Lead to Win Accelerator, for example, as part of some of the services that are available to entrepreneurs, you get the best professional advice for your particular problems, with every business being a little bit different, right?
Yeah. Now I have to tell you though, I have heard about this TIM program for many years. I mean, it's too bad that, I'm obviously, but by the time I heard about it, it's like, I'm already beyond beyond study age. Well, I'm just probably too lazy. Anyway.
Oh, there's still time. There's still time.
But it's amazing. It's amazing what this program is, and how many entrepreneurs that I have known locally that have graduated from this program and have they start their own business, and some are actually doing quite well, in this field with through this program there. What about scholarship?
So there's some funding available, but for the most part, people should be prepared to be self-funded, at least initially. Now, once you're here and in your studies, there can be some great opportunities for internships with companies, for working with entrepreneurs, for partnering with others in ways that can get you work experience and make you money. But at least initially, make sure that you're capable of being self-funded.
Okay, that's good. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I know. Oh my goodness, I have to say, I truly respect some of you, because Stephen, I tell you right now, some of them they've been. We started yesterday at 8:45 a.m. and then we had like 7 sessions, and today we also had another 7 sessions, and some of them are still online listening to all these various webinars, and I know it's probably like early morning in their time. So I want to thank all our listeners that actually stayed with us throughout the 2 day of webinar. And we just released the poll for the team program, the presentation that Stephen just presented. So please take a few seconds to complete the survey. And also there's a comment section. Let us know, give us your comment. And also if there's any area about the team program that you would like to know more, share with us. And then maybe we could organize another a presentation that's more specific to certain area. Perhaps Stephen might even invite a few professors to talk about some of the courses or other. We'll see. It depends on what the audience want. And of course, you can always go to the VCE 12 website and look. What you guys have a booth, right? You guys have a booth at the VCE 12, right?
We do, and Dan and I are both going to be there after this talk, so people are welcome to come by and chat directly with us.
Yes, of course. So yeah, if you guys have any questions, by all means, please go and see Stephen and Dan on their booth and then ask them all other questions. But I'm curious. I know. Listen, I live in Ottawa, and I'm really support this team. Like I said, I know this team program very well. You guys are doing a great, fantastic job. But are there? I know you guys even won a few awards for some of the best the program, like in this field. But are there other, like, say, I'm not talking about Canada, but like say in US or Europe, are there other people that's also similar, like doing this, competing with you guys for the best talents?
Well, we don't see it as competition exactly, but there's some strong programs in Europe, for example, that would also be research based and entrepreneurial focused. And there's certainly other good programs in Canada. TIM, though, is uniquely positioned in our focus on technology, entrepreneurship, and commercialization, and the sorts of things that I spoke of on the research slide. We're hoping that that's a good fit with some of the people that may be watching this, and this may be the right pathway for you.
And not only that, we do know that the IRCC has given a favorable, if you're a Canadian university graduate, especially in the postgraduate program, you get more points in the express entry pool, isn't it?
Yes, I believe that's true. I'm not qualified to give immigration advice myself. We direct those kinds of questions to the International Student Services Organization. But yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, good. Well, I don't have any other question, except I was looking at your slide there, where there's this one of your graduates started this Transcend cards, where you can actually, because I can tell you right now, I cannot even begin to tell you how many Yu-Gi-Oh cards my son's got. Okay, and I don't even know what to do with it. He's got boxes and boxes and boxes. So maybe I'm gonna look into this Transcend cards, and maybe I can try to sell some through this app here.
Maybe so, and possibly your son's already a customer.
You know what? Yeah, well, yeah, he's working right now. He's working, maybe. But the thing is, but the cards are here still in the house, and oh my God, he's got boxes and boxes. So I definitely want to get in touch with that. Now we are wrapping up in 2 minutes now. So maybe you want to do a bit of, because by the way, I didn't know Big Blue Button is a product of a team program. I didn't know that. I used that a few times. It's a very, 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 very good telecom web conferencing tool. So I have to, I have to give a thumbs up to our local entrepreneurs for that. So you want to do a little, like say, take next 60 seconds and then close the session. And then I don't know if you want to do a quick introduction in terms of what your role is in the team program. Or you want to take this opportunity to let people know?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm the program administrator, so I'm pretty much overseeing almost everything that's going on in the program that itself, whether it be on the academic side, also with our project side, and whether it comes to space, working with the students, and also helping largely in the application side for admissions too. So I'm pretty much, I would say, like the caretaker of the program. So a lot of things filter through me as much as they do through Steve for the academics too. So I'm kind of like your one-stop shop person.
Okay, is Emily still with you guys, Stephen?
No, we've grown the staff, but no, Emily's got a new job. That's Dan's role now.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, sorry, before you close, I just got a question. Is when can they start enrolling for the MABA courses for?
Okay, so it's open
Yeah.
now. We're accepting
Okay.
applications still for winter admission that would start in January. But if you're interested in the January start, get those in right away.
Is there a deadline?
Dan, do you know the application deadline for winter?
I'm just taking a look. Sorry, 1 second.
So just my advice is to do it soon.
Just do it ASAP.
Yeah, because we're getting closer. I would just do it soon. I think we're still reviewing winter applications right now for 2023 for January, like Steve just said. So I would just put it in right now. You still have there's still a small opening, I'd say.
Okay, so then you're actually going to answer all about these
Yes,
questions.
exactly. That's what I'm doing right now.
But also, do you have like do you guys have like quotas, like certain amount of students per program? Do you guys have that?
Well, so we have capacities, and it is a competitive process to be admitted. So yes, that's the case. We are the good news there is that we're growing. So each term we raise that. We have around 200 students currently, and I'd really like to grow that substantially in the future as we add resources to the program and be able to support more.
Well, we hope through this channel that you guys can get more more messages out. And of course, don't forget our weekly webinar that you can also do broadcasts on. Now, one more thing. Is in classroom teaching back, or is still online?
Yeah, it's back. So after being fully online for a very long time during the COVID-19 pandemic, this term, all of our teaching is in a hybrid format. So those that want to be in the classroom are there. Those who aren't here in Ottawa yet, or won't be for a little while, or would prefer to be remote are. And the typical classroom right now for me is about half the students in the room and half the students online. And we have the technology in place that students in both situations are fully engaged in what we do.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so Steve, go ahead and do your closing statement.
All right. So my talk here today was about entrepreneurship as a career path. This is a viable thing that you can do. Instead of getting a job working for somebody else, you can make it your goal to launch and grow your own companies and create jobs for others. And if that's what you want to do, Graduate Studies in Technology Innovation Management at Carleton can help make that happen. Right? Please follow up with us if you have any questions.
Yes, and then of course go to the team booth and then talk to Stephen, and then they'll be there. If not, you can always, if you're not able to find them their contact information, just go to Carleton University, type in team program, and there will be a very clear contact information for you to get in. And of course, if you're interested in this program, if you haven't get your application in yet, do it as soon as possible because they are reviewing all the applications. So on behalf of everyone at G-TAC and all the listeners out there, I want to thank you, Stephen, and Dan. Good luck with your new position there, and we look forward to work with you as well as in the coming weeks, months, and years. Okay, so thank you both of you, and we'll talk to you soon.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna wrap up our entire 2 days of live webinars. Yesterday was the Discover Canada. Today is Career Forum, and our VC platform is still open until 8 p.m. So there's another 4 hours to go before we shut the platform down. So I hope some of you have already applied for jobs, and if not, do it soon. And also have expanded your network. And of course, if you have any questions, by all means, you can get in touch with us at info@g-tac.ca. Or what I want to do is I want to go back to the slides that I presented way back. It seems like it's been a while now, so I'm going to go back to that slide again, and I'll share this with everyone. I'm going to go and I will share this with everyone so everybody can see here. I'm going to close this. I'll go like this. I'll share, and I'm going to go to. Okay. So for any one of you that wants to get in touch with us, by all means, send it to info@g-tac.ca. Of course, definitely, please follow us on LinkedIn, Global Talent Alliance Canada. Now, I know some of you already expressed interest. We are going to work with Sashi to do another session on how to navigate through LinkedIn profile website there. So follow us on Global Talent Alliance Canada. We're going to have a very strong lineup of weekly webinars again starting in October. So please follow us, and then you'll see all the latest information, webinar information, jobs, some of the jobs for our employer partners, and also our training program as well. So I know quite a few of you asked us about the training program. So we definitely have a very strong training program as well. So please follow us on LinkedIn. Okay, click follow, and you'll get the latest information. So on behalf of everyone at G-TAC, my name is Shaw. I'm the global vice president for global outreach at G-TAC, and also the senior employment consultant here. And I would like to thank every one of you for your loyal listening, and then attend all our webinar this time on the 12th National Virtual Career Expo. And we look forward to continue to bring this event in 2023 and beyond, and as well as all our weekly webinar. So thank you very much. Have a great afternoon, great evening, great morning, wherever you are, and we see you next time. Bye.